Chapter 96, Reactions to the Rakata Rise. The reactions from the other galactic powers were just as Daimon expected. The Republic had called them an imperial puppet established as an extension of the Imperium itself. Within the Republic, almost all records of the Rakata were erased from history, which would have given them a new start. However, some records still existed within the theocratic dominion of Kaelindra, who immediately branded the Rakata as infidels. Following them, the Kingdom of Relathes did the same and demanded that the Rakata not be allowed to exist within the galactic community. While nobody is alive to remember the atrocities that the Rakata committed, many stories and historical events were recorded by the ancient slave species who rebelled against them. The coalition of free stars held a similar stance, though their reasoning was more pragmatic. They saw the Rakata dominion as yet another tool of imperial expansion, a vassal state that would serve Daimon's interests while claiming independence. They made a formal statement condemning the announcement and calling for sanctions against any power that recognized the Dominion's legitimacy. Only the Varasian technocracy remained neutral, their response measured and analytical rather than emotional. They acknowledged the Rakatans' technological heritage and expressed interest in establishing limited academic exchanges, though they made clear this interest was purely scientific and did not constitute political recognition. The Jedi Order's response was more complex. The High Council convened an emergency session on Ossus, debating for 3 days before issuing their official statement. They acknowledged the Rakatans' attempts at reformation but expressed deep concern about any species with such a dark history being granted protection by Daimon, whom they labeled as a force-wielding autocrat with concerning expansionist tendencies. Several younger Jedi Masters argued for giving the Rakata a chance, pointing to the Order's own teachings about redemption and the possibility of change. But the older, more conservative members prevailed, citing the Balance Keeper's influence over Rakatan force training as evidence of dangerous philosophical contamination. This was something that Daimon had anticipated, but still it was getting a little annoying when everybody just started to hate him because he was strong and he created the Feldari Imperium, which is constantly growing in power. But what the others thought didn't matter to him, and most of it was insignificant words and actions that would have no real effect on himself or the people of the Imperium. The Rakata had taken these reactions from the other galactic powers and used it to further fuel their path to redemption. They didn't need the approval of the galaxy. As long as they didn't follow the same path as their ancestors, then they will have redeemed themselves. Within the Imperium, they were extremely receptive to the Rakata. When he founded the Feldari Imperium, one of the things that Daimon emphasized was tolerance and acceptance of all species who wished to embrace imperial values. The Jedi, having been the primary beneficiaries of his vision, understood this better than most. They had witnessed firsthand how their own species had transformed from scattered nomads into the dominant force of a growing empire. Imperial citizens flooded the Holonet with messages of support for the reformed Rakata. Educational programs about Rakatan history, both ancient and recent, became mandatory in imperial schools. The narrative was carefully crafted. The Rakata were not monsters to be feared, but a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked power and a testament to the possibility of redemption through proper guidance. Trade delegations from various imperial worlds began scheduling visits to Leon. Corporate representatives saw opportunities in the Rakatan workforce, particularly in specialized manufacturing that required both technical skill and force sensitivity. The Rakatans' innate understanding of force-infused technology, even in their reformed state, made them valuable partners for certain imperial industries. Unlike the Jedi or humans, the Rakata produced more force sensitives than the Imperium. But not everybody was forced into becoming a member of the Rakatan Force Order. Instead, most used their force sensitivity in their jobs, bringing back the old days of Rakatan force-infused technology. Of course, Daimon took advantage of this and had already started using some of the knowledge recovered from ancient Rakatan vaults to introduce more force-infused technology for both civilian and military use. As of now, the Imperium had very few force-infused technologies, as the manpower required to mass-produce it was not something that they had. But with the Rakata now at a stable stage in their development, they could overcome that. Within weeks, the first trade agreements were signed. Rodian craftsmen would produce specialized components for Imperial starships, components that required Force-attuned individuals to properly construct. In return, the Imperium would provide raw materials, advanced medical technology, and continued military protection. With all of this out of the way and with things continuously progressing, it was time for Daimon to begin his own little expedition into the Outer Rim. Specifically, to the region where the Hutt cartel was located. The Imperium and the galaxy still had a few more centuries before anything big started to kick off, so in the meantime, Daimon wanted to go and have some fun without worrying about starting a war. And the best choice was to travel to the unexplored Hutt cartel space and see how they were developing. He made this decision after spending a few years doing nothing. He had finished understanding the knowledge that was given to him by the Father on Mortis and had given the information to his Special Research Division to start developing and testing those technologies. Some technologies that were already developed were the Infinity Gates, which would allow instantaneous travel to any part of the Imperium, and the Bioforges. Unlike the Dimensional Gates, the Infinity Gates connected planets to each other, allowing people to move from across the galaxy in an instant, which would greatly speed up travel between planets. However, the cost to create such a thing was massive, so for now it is still experimental. The Bioforges were massive forges that would accelerate the development of a person or engineer a new species. So far, the Research Division has managed to accelerate the development of a random Jedi volunteer, who managed to reach 200 years old in 6 months. But the engineering of a new species proved to be more difficult. In addition to being costly, the Bioforge was only approved to be used by ascendants, which greatly increased their numbers in a short amount of time. Once fully developed, these technologies would further advance the Imperium above the rest of the galaxy. Standing in front of his transport ship, Daimon was pulled into a brotherly hug by progenitor Kale Thorin, which he immediately returned. While the progenitors were technically his sons and daughters, he considered them to be more like brothers and sisters throughout these past centuries. "I'll make sure everything is here when you return," said progenitor Thorin as he pulled back. "Ha! You better, or I'll be disappointed," replied Daimon. Progenitor Thorin laughed. "Safe travels, my emperor. May the Force guide your journey." Daimon nodded and turned around to see Alara and Luna approaching. Thorin had jokingly bowed his head, mocking what many of the citizens do when they go into the city. "My lady, I am honored by your presence." Alara rolled her eyes, though a smile appeared on her face. "Still the same old jokester after all these centuries, Kale." "It's part of my charm," Thorin replied with a grin. He glanced at Luna, who stood quietly beside Alara. Her expression was unreadable. "And you, Princess Luna? Try not to let the Emperor get into too much trouble." Luna smiled. "You know as well as I do that's an impossible task." Daimon chuckled. "I'll be fine. This is just a personal expedition, nothing official. I want to see the Outer Rim and maybe stir up just a little bit of trouble." "The Hutts," Alara said, her tone skeptical. "I'm curious to see what kind of species they are and what we're gonna run into." "You'll see in a week or two," replied Daimon. "For now, let's go ahead and board the transport so we can stay on schedule." The two nodded and said their goodbyes to progenitor Thorin. As they boarded the shuttle, the surrounding guards had saluted until the ramp closed. After that, the shuttle took off and headed towards the sky and then into space. Waiting for them in space was the newly built super dreadnought, the Luminary. It was built as the first ship of its class, and it was made for long journeys across space. It was crewed by a little over 500,000 personnel, which included ground forces, pilots, engineers, and naval officers. The ship's complement included 100,000 soldiers, 1,000 fighters, 500 bombers, and enough supplies to sustain independent operations for years if necessary. Luminary image here. It was designed not for intimidation, but for exploration and extended deployment in regions where Imperial authority did not reach. Alongside this were its escorts, which comprised of 15 newly developed ships. 2 troop transport ships, 2 heavy battle carriers, 4 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 2 logistics ships. Within the luminary itself, it had 15 frigates which would be used for a variety of roles from scouting to ground support. As Daimon's shuttle approached the massive vessel, he could see the engineers doing some final checks on the outer hull before its voyage. The luminary represented the cutting edge of Imperial shipbuilding, incorporating technologies recovered from ancient Rakatan archives, refined through centuries of Jedi engineering expertise, and enhanced with force-infused components. The shuttle entered the hangar bay that was reserved for Daimon's personal use. As the ramp descended, Commodore Kelthar Vornai, a seasoned Jedi naval officer with over 3 centuries of experience, stood waiting with his senior staff. "My lord," Captain Kale said, bowing his head respectfully. "The luminary is ready for departure. All systems are operational, and the crew has completed their final preparations." Daimon stepped down the ramp followed by Alara and Luna. "Excellent work, Commodore. How long until we reach Hutt space?" "Approximately 1 week with our new hyperdrive engines." "Good. Make sure the crew is aware that this is not a military operation. We're here to explore, not conquer, so there will be a little fun for everybody along the way," Daimon stated. He wanted them ready for anything, but not too focused on the mission so that they forget the focus of this journey. "Understood, my lord. I've already briefed the senior staff. We'll keep our weapons hot but hope we don't have to use them." The Commodore gestured toward the corridor leading to the bridge. "If you'll follow me, I can show you to your quarters and give you a tour of the ship." Daimon shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I'm familiar enough with the design specifications. Just take us to the bridge. I want to see us depart." The group made their way through the corridors of the luminary. Unlike older Imperial vessels that prioritized function over form, this ship had been designed with aesthetic considerations in mind. The walls featured intricate patterns that incorporated Jedi artistic influences, while holographic displays provided constant updates on ship status. As they entered the bridge, the crew immediately stood at attention. Daimon waved them back to their stations. "As you were. Commodore, take us out." "Aye, my lord." Kelthar moved to the command chair and began issuing orders. "All stations, report readiness." One by one, the department heads confirmed their status. Engineering, weapons, shields, navigation, all systems showed green. The escort fleet had already formed up in a defensive formation around the luminary. So, the Commodore gave the final order. "All ships, initiate hyperspace jump on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark." The stars stretched into lines as the fleet entered hyperspace. Daimon stood at the viewport, watching the familiar blue-white tunnel of faster-than-light travel envelop the fleet. He couldn't wait to see what exciting things the Hutt cartel had to show him. Chapter 97, Meeting with the Hutt Grand Council. A week later, Daimon's fleet had arrived on edge of the Waitub system, which contained Nal Hutta, the homeworld for the Hutts after they fled their previous homeworld Varl, which was devastated in a cataclysm that vaporized its atmosphere and obliterated its moons, as well as all other planets in its star system. Daimon didn't have the fleet put up any stealth systems, so the local Hutt mercenary fleet detected the fleet almost immediately. Within minutes, a dozen warships had scrambled from their orbital defense platforms, their weapons systems powering up as they moved to intercept. On the bridge of the luminary, the sensor officer called out, "My lord, we're being hailed." Multiple frequencies, translation states they're demanding identification and purpose. Thanks to force-enhanced translators, communicating with and understanding alien languages was easier for first contact scenarios. "Put them through," Daimon ordered. The main view screen flickered, revealing a scarred Nikto mercenary captain whose expression shifted from aggressive to uncertain as he looked at Daimon's imposing figure. "Unknown vessels, you are entering Hutt-controlled space. State your business or prepare to be fired upon." "My name is Daimon, and this is my expeditionary fleet which travels across the stars to meet new civilizations. Daimon replied. I'm wish to meet with your leadership to offer them gifts in order to establish friendly relations with them. The Nikto listened and conveyed the words to the Hutt leadership as he really didn't want to fight this unknown fleet in front of him. While they had more ships on their side, the sheer size of the luminary and other ships made him think twice about his next actions. I will inform my masters, so stand by. Daimon nodded and waited for a few minutes until the captain got back to him. During this time, the Hutt fleet attempted to scan the Imperial fleet, but the energy output from the luminary alone dwarfed anything they've ever seen. After several minutes had passed, Daimon got a reply back. My master has decided to convene the council. If you will wait another hour or two, then they will be ready for you. Daimon acknowledged and spent the next hour in meditation. Meanwhile, on the surface of Nal Hutta, within the Grand Hutt Council Palace, the leaders of the top 5 Hutt clans had gathered to discuss the new unknown fleet that had just arrived within the system. To them this was a big issue as they couldn't get any reading on the fleet, which made it an unknown fleet that had unknown capabilities. The 5 clans consisted of Clan Basadi Evok, Clan Disil'Jor, Clan Trokora, Clan Chaluhan, and Clan Drel Hetta. The council chamber was a massive circular room filled with ornate decorations stolen from dozens of conquered worlds. At its center, 5 enormous platforms held the bloated forms of the clan leaders, each surrounded by servants, guards, and various flatterers. Gorga the Hutt of Clan Basadi Evok spoke first. This unknown fleet poses both opportunity and threat. We must determine their intentions before acting. Ba, spat Zerba of Clan Disil'Jor, waving his hand dismissively. They come bearing gifts, they say. Obviously, they seek to trade. We should extract maximum profit from these fools before sending them away. Marlowe of Clan Trokora's eyes narrowed at the words of the other clans. Or they come to scout our defenses before launching an invasion. The size of their vessels suggests significant military capability. We should destroy them now while we have numerical advantage. Premature aggression, countered Gardola of Clan Chaluhan. If they possess technology beyond our understanding, attacking them could prove disastrous. Better to learn what they want, what they offer, and whether they can be manipulated. The 5th member, Drogba of Clan Drel Hetta, had remained silent throughout the debate, his massive body shifting slightly on his platform. When he finally spoke, his voice carried an authority that silenced the others as he held the position as leader of the Hutt Council. I believe we should bring this Daimon in and see what he has to offer. If he doesn't have anything interesting, we can just send him away, and if he doesn't leave then we can decide to go to war or not. The others nodded, agreeing with this solution. Back on the luminary, Daimon was informed of his invitation to the Grand Hutt Council Palace. Already he was on board his small transport ship and was escorted down to the surface and guided towards the palace. On board with him was Luna, Ilera, Lord Maxim, captain of the Empyrean Guard, 6 members of the Empyrean Guard, and 4 Imperial Guards. The Empyrean Guards were mainly there to show off to the Hutts, while the Imperial Guards were there just to have some Force user guards. With them on the transport ship were a few containers which contained the gifts that Daimon had prepared to give to the clans of the Grand Hutt Council. Within them were some jewelry crafted by some of the best craftsmiths in the Imperium and some old combat droids which were outdated for Imperial standards but more than sufficient for the Hutts. A few minutes later, the transport landed onto one of the landing platforms around the palace. Daimon looked through the viewport, observing the structure of the palace and its security. Lord Maxim stood near the door, observing the security himself. Security is present, but it's mostly disorganized. Multiple species among them, but no unified command structure that I can see. Looks like they rely on intimidation rather than actual defensive capability. That's enough, Maxim, Daimon said, standing up. Let's not keep them waiting. The ramp descended, revealing the delegation of Hutt officials and guards. Leading them was a thin Nikto major domo in expensive robes. Lord Daimon, the Nikto said with a bow. I am Casto Cetic Major Domo to the Grand Council. The honored masters await your presence. Daimon descended the ramp alongside Luna and Ilera, his height immediately drawing attention from every guard present. Several gay marines shifted nervously, gripping their vibro axes tighter. Behind him, the Empyrean Guard moved in formation, their armor drawing the attention of everybody present. Lead the way, Daimon said, speaking in fluent Hutus. Casto wanted to say something, but he didn't want to keep his masters waiting, so he led Daimon and the cargo through the palace halls. They got a lot of stares from the guards and other slaves as they walked through the palace. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance to the Grand Hut Council chambers. The massive doors split apart, revealing the circular chamber beyond. Daimon walked in without hesitation, ready to get this little meeting over with. The 5 Hut clan leaders watched as Daimon walked in followed by his own guards. Once they got to the center, Drogba spoke first. So, you are this Daimon who enters our space uninvited. Explain yourself before we decide whether you leave here alive or in pieces. Daimon knew how the Huts were, so he decided to let what they said just now go. I come bearing gifts and a proposition. I have traveled to thousands of worlds and have come across numerous riches by establishing mutually beneficial relationships with the species we encounter. Thousands of worlds. Zerba laughed. You expect us to believe such boasting? Believe what you wish, Daimon replied. I offer proof in the form of technology and wealth beyond what you currently possess. He gestured, and the Imperial Guards brought forward the containers. As they opened, revealing the contents, even the Huts couldn't hide their interest. The jewelry glowed with a quality that exceeded anything in their vast treasure hoards, each piece incorporating some of the best elements that the Imperium had. Guardiola leaned forward. Impressive craftsmanship. And these droids? Combat models from my military. Outdated by our standards, I suspect they would prove quite formidable by yours. Consider them a demonstration of good faith. Marlowe's eyes narrowed suspiciously. And what do you want in return for these gifts? No one gives gifts for free without expecting something in return. Daimon smiled as they were getting to the main point, access to Hut space, not any of the restrictive areas but just your planet's space stations and other locations. If granted, I have some knowledge of technologies that can advance your empire. For a price. While he would have given them some technology for free, it would look too suspicious if he kept doing that, instead it was better to bargain with them. The Huts exchanged glances, their bodies shifting on their platforms as they communicated through subtle gestures and expressions. Gorga was the first to speak from among them. Access to our space is not freely given. We control the most profitable trade routes in this sector. Why should we allow an unknown power to move freely through our territory? Because, Daimon replied, I have no interest in your trade routes or your enterprises. My people seek knowledge, cultural exchange, and perhaps some entertainment. In return, I offer technologies that could enhance your operations significantly. Medical advances that could extend even your considerable lifespans. Manufacturing processes that could triple your production capacity. Energy generation systems that would make your current power infrastructure look primitive. Drogba's eyes sparkled with interest, though he maintained his authoritative demeanor. Bold claims. How do we know these technologies are real and not some trick? Test them, Daimon said simply. Keep the droids. Use them. When you see what even our outdated equipment can do, contact me. I'll be exploring the outer regions of your space for the next few months. If you're satisfied, we can discuss more substantial arrangements. Zerba snorted. And if we simply take what you've given us and deny you access anyway? Daimon's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The Empyrean Guard shifted slightly, their hands moving toward their weapons in perfect synchronization. Even the Huts, a species not known for their sensitivity to danger, felt the shift in atmosphere. Then you would discover, Daimon said quietly, that I am not someone you want as an enemy. But such unpleasantness is unnecessary. I'm proposing a simple arrangement, mutual respect and mutual profit. Drogba raised his hand, silencing Zerba before he could respond. You speak plainly. We appreciate that. Most who come before us grovel or scheme. You do neither. I have no need to, Daimon replied. The 5 Hutts withdrew from the open, their platforms rotating slightly inward as they discussed in low voices. Servants and guards stood frozen, uncertain whether they were witnessing the beginning of a profitable partnership or the prelude to violence. After several minutes, the platforms rotated back. Drogba spoke for the council. We accept your gifts and your proposal, with conditions. You may access our public facilities and trade stations. Military installations and clan holdings remain forbidden unless you are invited. You will register your vessels with our systems. And you will demonstrate at least 3 of these technological advances you speak of before we consider any deeper arrangements. Acceptable, Daimon said. I'll have technical specifications for defensive shield generators, medical equipment, and improved hyperdrive systems delivered to you within 2 days. Gardulla's eyes widened slightly. Hyperdrive improvements? Our current systems are already some of the best available on the black market. Then these will exceed them, Daimon replied. 20% faster travel times with 40% better fuel efficiency. I assume even the Hutts would find value in such improvements. The Hutts exchanged glances again, this time with genuine interest rather than suspicion. Profit was the universal language they understood best, and Daimon was speaking it fluently. Marlowe leaned forward on his platform. You are either a fool or incredibly confident. We shall see which. One more condition though, you will attend a gathering we are hosting in 3 days' time. Many influential beings will be present. It will give us opportunity to observe you in a more social setting. I accept, Daimon said without hesitation. Drogba's mouth curved into what might have been a smile on his massive face. Excellent. Casto will provide you with the necessary credentials and information. You are dismissed. Daimon nodded and turned to leave. His entourage following behind him. He was surprised that the Hutts didn't say anything about Illyra or Luna, though he imagined that they were too distracted by his proposals to notice them, which was good since he could only imagine what they might have suggested if he didn't keep their attention on him. They didn't even think about questioning his ability to speak their language as they were too distracted. After the meeting, Casto provided them with the necessary credentials and information, allowing them access to Nal Hutta and its cities. So far, everything has been going well for Daimon, and he wanted to keep it that way. Chapter 98, A Society Cultivated by the Hutts. After getting the necessary credentials and information from Casto, Daimon didn't waste any time and took his shuttle to the nearest city district where he could observe Hutt society firsthand. The transport descended through the urban sprawl that surrounded the palace. Daimon imagined that most of the people living around the palace were slaves, servants, and more gangs of criminals. Luna sat across from him, her mind focused on the meeting that they just had with the Hutts whom she has started to refer to as slugs. That went better than expected. I thought there might be violence. The Hutts are pragmatic above all else, Daimon replied, watching the cityscape through the viewport. They recognized that attacking us would be unprofitable. Everything with them comes down to money and power. We offered both. Still, we should remain cautious. I can sense that some of them have ulterior motives. They may be planning something even now. Said Illyra, she was getting some bad vibes from the Hutts. Of course they are, Daimon said with a smile. But so are we. The difference is that we have nothing they can take by force, and if they do attempt to do something I will just have to show them where they actually stand in the galaxy. The transport landed in a public spaceport near one of Nal Hutta's major entertainment districts. As the ramp descended, the air reeked of industrial waste mixed with exotic spices. Holographic advertisements flickered on every available surface, advertising everything from weapons to slaves to various forms of entertainment that would be illegal in most civilized systems. What Daimon took note of was how holographic technology seemed to be used by most civilizations. This was probably due to the Rakata having controlled the galaxy or just due to thousands of years of advancement by spacefaring empires. The streets were filled with life from dozens of species. Twi'leks, humans, Nikto, Wookiee, and countless others moved through the crowded streets, some conducting legitimate business, but most engaged in the thriving criminal enterprises that formed the backbone of Hutt economy. Daimon stepped off the ramp with Ilera and Luna flanking him, while Lord Maxim and 4 Empyrean guards formed a protective perimeter. The remaining guards stayed with the shuttle. Almost immediately, every conversation within 50 meters ceased as people turned to stare at the massive alien moving through their midst. A human thief who was looking to pickpocket somebody took one look at Daimon and decided to find easier prey elsewhere. A group of gay marine enforcers had turned their attention to Daimon and his entourage, weary of who this alien was and how he was able to land at the port. "Halt!" shouted one of the enforcers. "Who are you?" asked the gay marine whom Daimon figured to be the lead enforcer of the group. Daimon grabbed the credentials that he was given and handed them over. "I was given these by the Grand Hutt Council." The gay marine took them and looked over them, confirming that they were valid. "All right, but you have to pay a traveler's fee." Daimon looked at the man and thought, "I see how this is going to go. Now since you're new, you probably don't have any money," he said as he looked behind Daimon, eyeing Ilera and Luna. "You can pay in other ways. I wouldn't mind taking those 2 and having a..." He wasn't able to get his last words out as Daimon punched him in the face, sending him flying about 50 meters into the side of a building. Maxim and the Empyrean guards readied themselves for a possible conflict as the other enforcers aimed their weapons at the group. "You have 5 seconds to stop aiming those weapons at us or you will end up like your friend over there," Daimon said. The gay marines looked at each other and started laughing, ignoring what happened to their leader just a few seconds earlier. One of them started to squeeze the trigger on their gun, but before they could fire, a Nikto mercenary shouted from the distance. "Stop!" The gay marines turned and looked to see who it was that interrupted them. "Lord Daimon, I am sorry for this situation. I was sent here by the Hutt Council to assist you in whatever you needed during your visit." Seeing the man run up to them followed by a few mercenaries, the gay marines had lowered their weapons as they recognized the mercenary group as the personal guard of Clan D Siljor, one of the 5 ruling clans. The Nikto mercenary approached Daimon with a respectful bow. "My name is Vekker. I have been instructed to serve as your guide and ensure no misunderstandings occur during your stay." Daimon glanced at the gay marine who was slowly getting up from the rubble of the building he'd been thrown into. A wise precaution from the council. Vekker followed Daimon's gaze and saw the gay marine who was thrown into a building. He then turned to the other enforcers. "Leave now, before I inform your employer that you attempted to extort a guest of the Grand Council." The gay marines hesitated for only a moment before retreating into the crowd, dragging their injured leader with them. The onlookers who had stopped to watch the confrontation slowly resumed their activities, though many continued to cast curious glances at the towering, purple-skinned alien who had sent a gay marine flying with a single punch. "Forgive that unpleasantness," Vekker said, turning back to Daimon. "The lower-level enforcers sometimes forget their place. Let's hope this doesn't happen again. Next time I won't be so lenient," Daimon replied. He was already wondering how the Hutts managed to maintain control for so long with such things happening on a daily basis. But then he remembered that when you have the monopoly on money and power, there are a ton of things that you can achieve. "Now, I wish to observe your city. Take us somewhere that shows the true nature of Hutt society." Vekker's expression turned into worry. "The true nature? My lord, much of what occurs in our cities is not pleasant for outsiders." This wasn't his first time escorting outsiders, and every time he did, they've had the same reactions. "I didn't come here expecting a paradise," Daimon said. "Show me what Hutt space really is." Vecker nodded slowly. As you wish. Follow me. The Nikto led them deeper into the entertainment district, away from the more sanitized areas near the spaceport. The buildings grew more decrepit, the crowds more desperate. They passed slave markets where beings of a dozen species stood chained on platforms while buyers examined them like livestock. Daimon sensed Luna's anger through the force, her hand moving unconsciously toward her lightsaber. He placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent reminder to maintain her composure, at least for now. These markets operate openly? Illyra asked as she silently controlled her own fury. Seeing how things were compared to how the Imperium was made her feel bad that these people were born here rather than anywhere else. Slavery is legal in Hutt space, Vecker explained, unbothered by the sight as he had seen it hundreds of times. It forms a significant portion of the economy. The Hutts claim to regulate it, but in practice. He shrugged. They continued through winding streets where the architecture became increasingly bizarre, a mix of ancient structures and modern additions that created a chaotic urban landscape. Gambling dens, spice parlors, and fighting arenas dominated every corner. The sounds of combat and celebration mixed with screams and desperate pleas. Vecker led them to a large arena where crowds gathered around a transparent barrier. Inside, two beings fought to the death while spectators placed bets. One combatant fell, and the crowd erupted in cheers or curses depending on their wagers. The fighting pits, Vecker explained. Some fighters are volunteers seeking glory or wealth. Most are slaves or debtors with no choice. The Hutts take a percentage of all bets. Daimon watched for a moment, disgusted by this barbaric type of society that the Hutts had created. He could sense the desperation of the fighters, the bloodlust of the crowd, and the ruthlessness of the Hutt overseers managing the operation. This was a society built on exploitation, where life held value only in terms of profit. What happens to those who win their freedom? Luna asked. Few ever do, Vecker admitted. The terms are designed to be nearly impossible. Those who somehow succeed usually end up in debt again within months. The system is designed to consume people. They moved on, passing through what Vecker called the industrial quarter where factories belched toxic fumes into the already polluted atmosphere. Workers, mostly slaves, operated machinery with minimal safety equipment. Daimon noticed several missing limbs or obvious chemical burns. Work-related injuries, he asked. Common, Vecker replied. Replacement workers are cheaper than safety measures. The Hutt philosophy is that there are always more bodies available. The Hutts control everything, Vecker continued as they walked. Every transaction pays tribute. Every business operates under their license. Those who try to work independently. He gestured to a corpse hanging from a lamp post. The Hutts are efficient in their cruelty. Daimon paused at an intersection where a group of children, humans, Twi'lek, and others he didn't immediately recognize huddled together picking through garbage. They couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old. One spotted him and approached with his hand out. Money, mister? Just a few? We haven't eaten in 2 days. Daimon reached into his pocket and pulled out a few credit chips that were given to him alongside his credentials. He handed 2 to the boy, causing the child's eyes to widen in disbelief before snatching them and running back to the others. Within seconds, they had disappeared into the city. Generous, Vecker observed. Though that will likely attract unwanted attention. Those children now have more wealth than many adults in this district. Then perhaps they'll have a chance to escape this place, Daimon replied. More likely they'll be robbed or killed for it before nightfall, Vecker said. This is the reality of Hutt space. Compassion is weakness. Mercy is foolishness. Only power and profit matter. They continued their tour, and with each passing hour, Daimon's understanding of Hutt society deepened. It was a civilization built on a foundation of exploitation, where every interaction was transactional, where life had a price tag, and where morality was whatever served the interests of those in power. Such a civilization was the opposite of what the Imperium stood for, and these types of civilizations were always branded as barbaric and were forcefully invaded and forced to adopt imperial norms. The only problem was the fact that Hutt space was so far gone that conquering them would cause more problems than it would solve. Of course, there are other methods to causing change, and Daimon was already considering these methods. As they continued walking, Daimon sensed something familiar. It was the same as the Rodian vaults that he discovered on many worlds throughout the galaxy. "What's down here?" he asked, turning in the direction that he sensed the potential Rodian vault from. "That's some ancient vault. It's controlled by the Hutt Grand Council, so it's off limits, and even I don't know what's in there," Vecker replied. "That's definitely a Rodian vault," thought Daimon. He was 100% sure, and since he discovered this, there was no way he was going to let the Hutts control it. He would discuss it with them in a few days during whatever gathering they were having in a few days. At the same time, he will determine how he will get rid of this massive criminal empire. The most optimal way was to build up a resistance and have them take over under his guidance. There were too many factors at play, and he wasn't going to mobilize the Imperial military, especially during the current state of the galaxy. Starting a massive military campaign in place so far from Imperial space would give his enemies something to exploit. And he wasn't going to risk something like that. Once they were done seeing how Hutt society worked, they returned to the Luminary and started to discuss what they had observed and what they should do. Chapter 99, Developing Plan for Invasion. Returning to the Luminary, Daimon decided to rest for the day and sleep on his thoughts. They had seen all they needed, and now it was up to him to make the decision which he was going to make the next day. On the other hand, the Hutts were scheming behind Daimon's back, eager to gain the rewards of this encounter without being forced to compromise on anything. The fact that Daimon came in there and didn't show proper respect besides bringing gifts, made the Hutts believe that he was full of himself. They didn't know what type of technology this strange fleet got, but what they did know was that they had more ships. And with a few days to spare, they began to gather some of their most powerful mercenary fleets in order to take down this fleet and steal any technology they had. They believed that with enough firepower, they could win and profit from this battle. This would have been true if they were dealing with somebody else, but unfortunately, they were matched against Daimon and his Imperium, which has fought many battles outnumbered against greater foes. As the next day came around, Daimon had a meeting with his officers. In the main conference room of the Luminary, Daimon sat at the head of the table with Illyra and Luna on either side of him. Commodore Kelthar, Lord Maxim, and several senior officers filled the remaining seats around the room. A holographic display of Nal Hutta and its surrounding space was set up in the center of the table, showing real-time sensor data of ship movements throughout the system and on the surface of the planets within the system. Over the past 12 hours, Commodore Kelthar began, "We've detected significant fleet movements. At least 50 Hutt-affiliated vessels have entered the system from various jump points. They're positioning themselves in what appears to be an encirclement pattern around our current location." Lord Maxim leaned forward, studying the display. "Their formation is sloppy, but the intent is clear. They're preparing an ambush." "How long until they're in position?" Daimon asked. "At their current rate, approximately 16 hours, Kelthar replied. "They're being cautious, probably waiting for more ships to arrive before making their move." Luna shook her head. "So much for Hutt hospitality. They invite us to a gathering while planning to destroy us." "It's what I expected," Daimon said calmly. "The Hutts are vile money-hungry slugs. They believe superior numbers will compensate for inferior technology." "What are your orders, my lord?" Kelthar asked. Daimon stood from his seat and walked toward the holographic display, studying the positions of the Hutt fleet. "We'll let them think they have the advantage. Continue standard operations, make no defensive preparations that would alert them to our awareness. I want them to be confident when they attack." "You're going to allow them to attack?" Illyra asked, wanting to know what exactly the plan was. "Not exactly," Daimon replied, turning back to face the assembled officers. "Commodore, how many of their vessels would you estimate are crewed by actual Hutts versus mercenaries? Kelthar looked at his datapad. Intelligence suggests fewer than 5%. The vast majority are contracted crews and various species working for credits. Good. Then most of those people are victims of circumstance rather than true believers in the Hutt cause. Daimon returned to his seat. Here's what we're going to do. When their fleet moves to attack, we'll disable their vessels without destroying them. Target engines and weapons systems only. I want casualties minimized. My lord, one of the tactical officers interjected, that will require significantly more precision and time. We could destroy their fleet in minutes with conventional tactics. Which is exactly why we won't, Daimon said. I'm not interested in creating martyrs or giving the Hutts propaganda about foreign invaders slaughtering their people. We're going to demonstrate the futility of opposing us while offering those mercenaries an alternative. You want to recruit them? Asked Luna. Not recruit, Daimon clarified. I want to show them that if they continue fighting for the Hutts then they will ultimately lose their lives. The Hutts don't have a standing military but does have a massive mercenary system that allows people to make money fighting on behalf of others. I will offer those who want to change sides a chance and those that don't will fight and die with the Hutt clans. Lord Maxim nodded approvingly. A psychological operation combined with military superiority. We demonstrate power while offering mercy. It will undermine Hutt authority far more effectively than simple destruction. Exactly, Daimon confirmed. The Hutts rule through fear and the promise of credits. We'll show their hired forces that neither is sustainable when faced with a superior power. Commodore Kelthar began making notes on his datapad. We'll need boarding teams for the larger vessels. If we're taking prisoners, we'll need more personnel to secure the ships and process the prisoners. Coordinate with the ground forces, Daimon instructed. I want those ships secured once the battle starts. In the future, we'll retrofit them to meet our needs. What about the Hutt Council? Ilera asked. Are we going to get rid of them or use them? They'll be captured and taken hostage while we start our expansion but once they outlive their usefulness then we can get rid of them. Ilera nodded, understanding his plan. Daimon looked around the room looking for any more questions, but there were none. All right then, this operation will begin during the gathering that they have invited me to since that is the most likely time that they will attack. A comprehensive plan will be sent out in a few hours which will give each battalion their battle orders. That is all I have, so let's get to it. Daimon ended the meeting watching as all the officers got up from their seats and returned to their stations. The battle plan was relayed to the fleet, and everybody was put on a heightened alert status in case things kicked off sooner than Daimon expected. For the next few hours, Daimon was in meeting after meeting, creating a plan of invasion for the Ytub system and the surrounding Hutt-controlled space. The intelligence division had provided him with detailed maps of Hutt territory, showing approximately 24 systems under direct Hutt control and another 50 or so that paid tribute but maintained nominal independence. The key systems are interconnected through established hyperlanes, Captain Revan of Imperial Intelligence explained, projecting a star map across the conference table. If we control these 5 major hubs, we effectively cut off communication and reinforcement between Hutt clan territories. Daimon looked over the map, thinking about the defensive stations he saw over Nal Hutta. What about their defensive installations? Primitive by our standards, Revan replied. Orbital defense platforms dating back centuries, maybe millennia. Their shielding technology is adequate against conventional weapons but wouldn't withstand our advanced systems for more than a few minutes. Population centers? Daimon asked. That's where it gets complicated, another officer interjected. Most Hutt worlds have massive civilian populations, predominantly slaves and indentured workers. Any military action risks significant collateral damage. Which is why we won't be conducting orbital bombardments, Daimon said. This will be a ground-focused campaign. We secure population centers, liberate the enslaved populations, and establish provisional governments. The huts themselves will be removed from power, but the infrastructure remains intact. Lord Maxim leaned back in his chair. You're talking about occupying dozens of worlds simultaneously. That will require hundreds of thousands of troops and years of sustained operations. True. We will be here for a few years and set up a provisional government that will operate on our behalf and continue to improve the situation in what will be the former Hutt-controlled systems. In the beginning, we will use the Imperial military to conduct operations and invade other planets, but after some time we will also train up a local force under our control that will take over for us, explained Daimon. Luna spoke up. What about the Republic? From our understanding, they have just established contact with the Hutts just a few years ago and maintain limited trade and diplomatic relations with them. This could give them justification for intervention. The Republic won't intervene, Daimon said with certainty. They're too focused on their Cold War with us and their internal political struggles. Besides, they can't publicly defend a criminal empire built on slavery without exposing their own hypocrisy. They'll condemn us in the Senate, issue strongly worded statements, and do absolutely nothing of substance. The rest of the meeting was spent establishing certain procedures and outlining plans for the establishment of a temporary government that will rule in the Imperium's place for a few decades. Back on Feldari, Cortana was continuing her duties researching the technology of the Celestials. She had made significant breakthroughs in understanding their dimensional manipulation techniques, though practical applications were still a work in progress. Most of the technology required an astronomical amount of power, something the Imperium couldn't produce by normal means. Because of this, she was considering Dyson spheres which would be able to produce the energy required for other megastructures. That would be another thing that required an immense number of resources and time, both of which they have. On top of that was the Rakatan data recovered from a number of vaults from Leon and other planets. Force-infused technology was at the top of the things being researched due to its capabilities if fully understood. Most of her time was spent on this project, in addition to developing other technologies for both civilian and military use. Almost every year, new technologies, whether small or big, were introduced to markets or secretly created for military use. Chapter 100, Down with the Slavers. A few days passed, and finally the day had arrived. The atmosphere on the luminary was not tense at all as everybody on board was a veteran who had served a minimum of 50 years. Most had been in battles and were highly decorated, and with the Emperor on board, the thought of defeat was not even on their minds. Daimon departed from the luminary and headed to the Grand Hutt Palace where the gathering was happening. With him was Ilara, Luna, Lord Maxim, and a few Empyrean guards. Supporting them they had orbital drop pods filled with even more Empyrean guards, ready to drop in and support Daimon when everything kicked off. Upon their arrival, Casto was the one sent to greet them. Honored guests, we have prepared a reception for you. The Grand Hutt Council is eager to see you. Daimon said a few words before they followed Casto into the palace. Along the way, he could feel the increase in the number of guards around the palace with a few locations having entire groups of guards. Inside, the palace felt less like an actual seat of governance and more like a casino crossed with a gladiatorial arena. On the ceiling, a tank of fortune fish flickered luminescent blues as they passed overhead. Musicians played strange chords on strange instruments, the guests wore some fine silk clothing, some wearing some strange armor, which Daimon guessed to be unique to their culture. After a few minutes, they eventually made it to the gathering hall and were quickly surrounded by powerful Hutt clan leaders who were simply curious about Daimon and his race. Most didn't know what was going to happen later on in the night as the Grand Hutt Council kept it secret. These interactions showed Daimon that not all Hutts were greedy power-hungry bastards. It was just most of them that were that way. Ever since they entered, Luna and Ilara have been getting stares from around the room. Some even tried to talk with them but were either brushed off or intimidated by Daimon. From a distance, one Hutt clan leader saw this and approached the group with his entourage. "You must be this Daimon, I've heard so much about." Daimon turned and looked down at the Hutt. "Yes, what can I do for you Hutt?" he replied, provoking the Hutt to see what he would do. Clearly you have not been taught the manners to use when addressing those above you. Though that can all be forgotten if you lend me your woman, said the Hutt seductively. In that moment, time seemed to have slowed down, as one moment Daimon was standing still, but in the next moment, his hand was inside of the Hutt's chest. Daimon had reached in and grabbed his heart, squeezing it hard, causing it to burst. The Hutt fell to the ground and the people around him backed up in fear, while the other leaders called for their hired mercenaries. In seconds, dozens of mercenaries burst through the doors and started to surround Daimon and his entourage. Lord Maxim and the Empyrean guards had already put their helmets on and placed their hands on their vibro swords. Now, as I have witnessed within the streets of Nal Hutta, the Hutts are not fit to rule, and thus I will create a new society. All of those who wish to survive will lay down their arms now, those who don't, can continue to resist, but they will not live long. Daimon wanted to offer some of them a chance to change sides now at the bare minimum. But nobody budged a muscle and the Hutts started to laugh. You are an alien on our world, you hold no power here, said one of the Hutts. Guardiola also came forward and raised his hand. Anybody who kills that man and subdue that purple bastard will receive wealth beyond their imagination. This was all the mercenaries needed to hear as they opened fire. Kinetic shots flew through the air, all bouncing off the shields of the Empyrean guards and the force shields around Daimon, Illyra, and Luna. Luna grabbed her lightsaber and charged into the mercenaries, mercilessly killing them without any remorse. After witnessing the society these people fought for, she believed that they deserved to die to rid the galaxy of their presence. The Empyrean guard also advanced forward with their vibro swords in their hands, cutting down any mercenary in their way. The Hutts had already made a break for it, using the mercenaries as meat shields to run away. Initiate the operation, Daimon said, giving orders over his comlink. In orbit, the luminary and its escorts started to move forward, launching hundreds of fighters and its complement of frigates. They were going to break through the orbital defenses and then send ground troops to invade the planet. As they got close, fighters escorted the bombers who one-shot the defense platforms, which were significantly weaker than the weapons the Imperium had. This allowed the orbital drop pods to be launched without being intercepted. These pods were filled with Empyrean guards whose entire existence was to execute Daimon's will. Anybody who got in the way was considered an enemy and would be treated as such. Back on the ground, the mercenaries had been cleared out, and a few prisoners were taken from a few people who surrendered, which were mostly slaves and other servants. Luna and 3 Empyrean guards were sent to search for the Grand Hutt Council and kill them. Daimon walked through the halls as mercenaries ran away for their lives or tried to fight and died. He continued to climb the stairs, going towards the Grand Chamber of the Hutt Council where he could feel their presence. Near the top, a bunch of bodyguards tried to rally, setting up a firing line. But Daimon simply raised his hand and blocked the incoming shots as he advanced. In the next moment he disappeared from their sights and reappeared behind them, killing 5 in an instant with his bare hands. He didn't even need to use his lightsaber for this fight, as he could cut them in half by reinforcing his hand with the force and then making a knife hand to cut, piercing their bodies. It was a brutal method that decreased the morale of the others who saw their buddies behind cut down. A few deaths later and he had reached the council's chamber and found the surviving members of the Grand Council huddled together in the center, their faces full of terror. Luna was already there, surrounded by dead guards with her lightsaber aimed at their throats. Guardiola tried to bargain once more, hoping not to lose his life. We can make a deal now, please. I will give you anything you want. You had your chance, Daimon replied. The only thing left now is to face the consequences of your actions. Luna raised her lightsaber and delivered the finishing blow to the remaining members of the Hutt Council. With their leadership pretty much gone, Hutt control would be thoroughly diminished and potentially create smaller factions from within. Within half an hour, the palace was secured, and Imperial troops were already landing and disembarking from their transports. The Grand Palace was going to be transformed into a central command center for the ground troops. Across the planets, Imperial troops were landing in the major cities of Nal Hutta, fighting off the enforcers and mercenaries who supported the Hutts. Nobody knew that the Hutt Council was dead, and currently they were fighting for nothing but to honor their contracts. Bilbuza, the capital city, was the first to be hit. The skies were completely dominated by the Imperial starfighters, targeting enforcer compounds and bunkered mercenary crews. Their orders were to strike critical defensive locations to limit Imperial troops from being overwhelmed. Slave populations had even begun to rebel against their masters. A few hours later, news started to spread through black market channels across Nar Shaddaa and the Lesser Moons, that the Hutt Council was dead. In addition to this, Daimon had sent a message across the Hutt-controlled space calling for all mercenaries to join him, and they would be spared and given a chance to live and see the future. In response, tens of thousands had joined him on Nal Hutta, but there was silence from the other worlds. There were even reports that some of the gangs who were being suppressed by the Hutts decided to seize power for themselves. This complicated the situation significantly. What should have been a straightforward military occupation was rapidly devolving into a multi-faction power struggle. Daimon stood in the converted command center of the Grand Palace, studying holographic displays showing the chaos spreading across Hutt space. Reports coming in from Nar Shaddaa, Captain Revan announced. 3 major criminal syndicates are fighting for control of the Moon's major districts. Several big syndicates and a coalition of smaller gangs have all declared themselves the new authority. Casualties? Daimon asked. Civilian casualties are mounting. These gangs are more interested in controlling territory than protecting the population. Entire districts will be burning as the days pass. Commodore Kelthar approached, his expression grim. My lord, we have the military capacity to intervene, but spreading our forces across multiple contested worlds will strain our logistics considerably. We could deploy the war droids, that way we won't strain ourselves too much. Daimon turned away from the displays and thought about it for a minute. Before long he was done and had come up with his answer. Deploy them, we need to secure Nal Hutta fast so that we can start training up a local army to deal with these problems. In addition to the soldiers, they also brought 2 million war droids with them. Kelthar nodded and relayed his orders. Daimon was already prepared to remain here for some years. After that he would appoint someone to oversee this region so that he can move on. Already the gangs were trying to take advantage of the chaos. With the central authority of the Grand Hutt Council gone, others would try to fill that void themselves, seeking wealth and power. People were going to die, but things would need to get worse before they got better. That's one of the hardships of life, especially one where you were born into slavery and lived most of your life as slave to a master you didn't choose. Luckily Daimon was here to provide them with a better path in life, one where they could choose what they wanted to do and free from the oppression of slavery. Chapter 101, The Warring Factions. 1 month later. The Imperial forces had managed to secure Nal Hutta and had begun the process of getting rid of the gang presence on the planet. The war droids had proven effective in urban combat, their programming allowing them to distinguish between combatants and civilians with far greater accuracy than Jedi soldiers in chaotic environments. Daimon stood on a balcony overlooking Bilbuza, watching as construction crews began dismantling slave pens and converting them into temporary housing. The air still reeked of industrial waste, but teams of environmental engineers were already working on atmospheric processors that would begin the task of cleaning Nal Hutta's poisoned sky. The first shipment of medical supplies has arrived from Imperial space, Ilera reported, joining him on the balcony. We've established field hospitals in 12 districts. The malnutrition and disease rates among the former slave populations are worse than initial estimates. How bad? 40% of children under 10 show signs of chronic malnutrition. Preventable diseases are rampant. The Hutts spent nothing on healthcare for their slave populations. Ilera was glad that they acted when they did. We're looking at a humanitarian crisis that will take years to address. Daimon nodded grimly. Allocate whatever resources necessary. I want every freed slave to receive medical screening and treatment. This is our priority. Illyra nodded. The first step to building up a proper civilization to replace the old one was to ensure that the people were healthy and could produce healthy children. What about Nar-Shaddaa? Daimon asked, shifting the conversation to the next pressing issue. Still contested, Illyra admitted. We are fighting against two criminal factions who has seized control of the southern districts and industrial sectors. A third faction calling themselves the Liberation Front has emerged in the refugee zones, claiming to represent the freed slaves. The Liberation Front, Daimon repeated. Are they genuine or just another gang wearing a different mask? Intelligence suggests they're legitimate, at least in their origins. Former slaves who armed themselves during the initial chaos. But they're poorly organized and increasingly desperate. Some of their members have begun engaging in the same protection system the old gangs used. Then we need to keep a watch on them and ensure they don't become what they are fighting against. Send Lord Maxim with a battalion of Empyrean guards. I want him to make contact with this Liberation Front, assess their leadership, and determine if they can be integrated into a provisional security force. Daimon ordered, wanting to see what this Liberation Front's true intentions were. Within a day, Maxim was headed to Nar-Shaddaa with a battalion of Empyrean guards. News of what was happening was slowly reaching the Republic as traders passed through Hutt space. At first, they didn't believe it since the Hutts were a relatively new faction that they encountered. But after the Jedi Order sent their own scouts to the region and returned with confirmed evidence, the Republic Senate had convened an emergency session. The session started off addressing the matter of the invasion, with some suggesting it was good as the Hutts were slavers who were extremely corrupt. However, most agreed that allowing the Imperium to take advantage of this situation to gain more territory was not something that they could allow. So, a proposal was created and passed within days establishing 3 Republic Outer Rim fleets and armies that would go and attack a few of these criminal-infested worlds. The public justification that the Republic used was to bring order to the region and help the slaves break free from their masters. The Jedi High Council, upon hearing of the Senate's decision, immediately volunteered to send several hundred Jedi Knights and Masters to accompany the expeditionary forces. They wanted to prevent the continuous spread of the imperial religious doctrine. They saw the people as vulnerable because of their situation, desperate for guidance. And whoever offers them hope first will shape their future for generations. Within weeks the Republic fleets were almost done gathering at their staging points in the mid-rim. Each fleet contained 200 ships, 2 million soldiers, and about 300 Jedi. The Republic Military Command had also decided to send their best generals and admirals to oversee the operation, wanting to ensure success. On Coruscant, Chancellor Voron Thrace addressed the Senate one final time before the fleets departed. We go not as conquerors, but as liberators. We go to restore order where chaos reigns, to offer freedom where slavery persists, and to demonstrate that the Republic stands for justice throughout the galaxy. The speech was met with thunderous applause, though several senators from the core worlds privately questioned the wisdom of such a massive deployment so far from Republic space. But their concerns were drowned out by the pro-military faction that had gained considerable influence in recent decades. Within the Jedi Temple on Ossus, the Grand Master had gathered the Jedi who would be participating in the operation. You are being sent to a region steeped in darkness and corruption. The people there have known only suffering under Hutt rule. But now they face a new threat, the seductive promises of a false prophet who claims divinity through the Force. One of the younger Jedi Masters raised his hand. Master, what are our orders regarding Imperial forces? Are we to engage them directly? Avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary, the Grand Master replied. Our mission is to secure the local populations and establish Republic authority. However, if Imperial forces attempt to interfere with our humanitarian efforts, you are authorized to defend yourselves and the people under our protection. Another Jedi spoke up, concern evident in her voice. What of the Balance Keepers? Intelligence reports suggest they are already operating across several worlds. The Balance Keepers are heretics, the Grand Master said firmly. Their philosophy corrupts the true understanding of the Force. You are to oppose their influence wherever you encounter it, through debate, if possible, through action if necessary. The people of these worlds must understand that the Jedi Order represents the true path. The assembled Jedi bowed in acknowledgement, though several exchanged uncertain glances. The ideological conflict between the Jedi Order and the Balance Keepers had been escalating for centuries, and now it seemed destined to manifest in this contested region of space. Back in former Hutt space, Daimon received word of the Republic's mobilization within hours of the fleet's departure from their staging areas. He stood in the command center, studying the projected trajectories and estimated arrival times. "They're moving faster than anticipated," Commodore Kelthar observed. 3 full fleets. That's a significant commitment of resources. They see an opportunity, Daimon replied. The Republic has been looking for ways to expand their influence without directly confronting us. This gives them the perfect excuse. Daimon wasn't worried about this Republic deployment. In fact, it would be interesting to see what's going to happen with so many factions vying for control over what remains of Hutt space. He already secured Nal Hutta and was in the process of securing Nar Shaddaa. Then after that would be the systems surrounding Nal Hutta. No other planets were not of immediate concern to the Imperium, and if the Republic made it to them before he did, he wouldn't be upset. Arriving on Nar Shaddaa, Lord Maxim and his battalion of Empyrean guards were flying above a battle that was taking place between the Liberation Front and the Iron Fang Consortium. He opened the door of the transport and looked down at the battle. The Liberation Front was on the losing side, and they were being heavily pushed back by the Iron Fang Consortium, who had vehicles to support them. "Deploy ground forces," Maxim ordered through his COMM priority targets, Iron Fang vehicles and heavy weapons positions. "Minimize collateral damage." As the transport descended, its doors opened, revealing rows of Empyrean guards standing in formation. Once the ship reached 20 meters above the street, it hovered and the guards activated their jump packs, descending in controlled bursts directly into the battle zone. Maxim was among the first to land, his boots cracking the pavement beneath him. Around him, his battalion spread out, their vibroswords already drawn, shields activated. The Iron Fang mercenaries barely had time to register the new arrivals before the Empyrean guards crashed into their lines. A tank turned its turret toward the Imperial forces, but Maxim was faster. He crossed the distance in 3 powerful strides, leaping onto the tank and breaking open the hatch to drop a grenade into the compartment. Once the crew of the tank saw this, they tried to escape, but there was no way, and after a few seconds an internal explosion could be seen, and the tank was destroyed. Around him, the other Empyrean guards were blitzing through the enemy lines. Kinetic weapons were ineffective against their armor, and that was what their opponents were using. This allowed them to stick to melee weapons and utterly crush their opponents. The Iron Fang mercenaries attempted to hold out even though they were getting utterly crushed. Leaving the fighting to the others, Maxim turned around and approached the forces of the Liberation Front, who were a little confused by their appearance. A Twi'lek woman stepped forward from the Liberation Front ranks. She held a battered rifle in one hand, the other raised in a gesture that was half greeting, half warning. "What do you want here, Imperial?" she demanded. Most people knew about Daimon and the Imperium, they just didn't know how big it actually was. "I am Lord Maxim, commander of His Majesty's Empyrean Guard," he replied, removing his helmet so she could see his face. "We're here on behalf of Emperor Daimon to establish contact with your organization." The woman's eyes narrowed. "The Emperor? We've heard stories. Another tyrant who has come to replace the Hutts. If that were true, we would have left you to die," Maxim said bluntly, gesturing to the destroyed Iron Fang positions behind him. "Instead, we intervened. The Emperor wishes to speak with your leadership about the future of Nar Shaddaa." Behind the Twi'lek, other Liberation Front members were emerging from cover, their weapons still raised but their expressions confused. They were a ragged bunch which consisted of humans, Twi'leks, Nikto, and others, all bearing the marks of former slaves. scars, brands, and missing limbs that were replaced with crude cybernetics. Our leadership. The woman let out a bitter laugh. We barely have organization, let alone leadership. Then who speaks for you? Maxim asked. Someone organized this resistance. Someone coordinated your forces well enough that you've held territory for a month against better armed opponents. She hesitated, exchanging glances with several others behind her. Finally, she lowered her rifle slightly. Corven. He was a foreman under the Hutts, managed to keep most of us alive in the industrial sectors. When the chaos started, he organized the escape. Then take me to Corven, Maxim said. We have much to discuss, and little time before other factions move against you. As if to emphasize his point, distant explosions echoed across the district. The Twi'lek's jaw tightened as she had no choice. Follow me. But your soldiers stay here. Maxim nodded to his second-in-command, who immediately began establishing a defensive perimeter around the Liberation Front's position. Then he followed the Twi'lek woman deeper into the refugee zones, accompanied only by 2 others. Chapter 102, Meeting with the Liberation Front. The conditions worsened with every block they passed. Makeshift shelters constructed from scrap metal and salvaged materials lined the streets. Families huddled in doorways, children with hollow eyes watching the armed groups pass. The stench of unwashed bodies and open sewage was overwhelming. This is what the Hutts left us, the Twi'lek said. They called these the free zones, but they were just dumping grounds for anyone they couldn't profit from anymore. The sick, the elderly, the children they hadn't gotten around to selling yet. They arrived at what appeared to be a former warehouse, its walls covered with battle marks. Guards stood at the entrance, their weapons a mix of outdated models and hand-crafted weapons. They tensed up at the sight of Maxim in his armor but relaxed when the Twi'lek woman gave them a reassuring nod. Inside, the warehouse had been converted into something resembling a command center. Maps covered the walls, marked with territorial boundaries and supply routes. A central table held a holographic projector displaying Nar Shadda's districts, though the image flickered constantly from poor power supply. At the table stood a tall human man, his face weathered and scarred. He looked up as they entered, his eyes immediately fixing on Maxim and his escorts with a sense of wariness. Corven, the Twi'lek woman said, this one claims to represent the Emperor. Says he wants to talk about our future. Corven straightened, crossing his arms. Does he now? And what does the Emperor want with a bunch of escaped slaves barely holding together? Maxim stepped forward, meeting the man's gaze directly. Emperor Daimon has secured Nal Hutta and is in the process of liberating all Hutt-controlled space. He offers you a choice: join the Imperium in establishing order on Nar Shaddaa or face the chaos alone when the other factions inevitably overwhelm you. Order, Corven repeated, his voice filled with skepticism. That's what the Hutts promised too. Order through enslavement. The Imperium does not practice slavery, Maxim said firmly. In fact, it is forbidden throughout Imperial space. Those who were enslaved under Hutt rule will be granted full citizenship rights. One of Corven's lieutenants, a scarred Nikto, spoke up. And what's the catch? Nobody offers freedom without expecting something in return. The Emperor expects loyalty and adherence to Imperial law, Maxim replied. In exchange, you receive protection, resources, education, and the opportunity to build a real civilization instead of this. He gestured to the decrepit warehouse around them. Corven studied Maxim for a long moment, then walked to the holographic display. We've held these districts for a month. Lost hundreds doing it. The Iron Fang wants to enslave us again. The Crimson Syndicate wants to conscript us into their gang wars. And now you show up offering salvation. He turned back to face Maxim. Why should we trust you more than them? Because I saved your people an hour ago when I didn't have to, Maxim replied. And because the Emperor has already begun implementing reforms on Nal Hutta. Former slaves are receiving medical care, education, and training for legitimate occupations. The slave markets have been demolished. The Hutts who survived the initial invasion are being tried for their crimes. Tried? The Twi'lek woman sounded surprised. Not just executed. Justice, not vengeance, Maxim said. Though I suspect most will face execution regardless, given the extent of their crimes. The point is that there is a process, laws being established, not just one tyrant replacing another. Corvan exchanged glances with his lieutenants. The Nikto spoke again. What about weapons? Training? If we're going to hold territory against the other gangs, we need more than good intentions. The Emperor anticipated this, Maxim said. If you agree to work with Imperial forces, you'll receive military training, proper weapons and armor, and tactical support. Your fighters will be organized into a provisional security force under the Imperial command structure. Under Imperial command, Corvan repeated slowly. So, we'd be taking orders from you. Yes, that is the price one must pay when negotiating with a higher power. Only in this case, we are not just demanding these things from you without giving anything in return. We offer training, equipment, protection, and a future beyond simply surviving day to day. Corvan walked back to the table, his fingers tracing the flickering holographic map. The silence continued as he weighed his options. Finally, after a while he spoke. I need to consult with the other district leaders. We're not a unified force, each zone has its own command structure, its own priorities. How long? Maxim asked. Give us 3 days. I'll call a meeting of all the zone commanders who'll listen. Some won't come, they're too proud or too stupid to see that we need help. Corvan's expression hardened. But those who do come will make the decision together. That's how we've survived this long. Maxim considered this, then nodded. 3 days. In the meantime, my forces will maintain a defensive perimeter around your positions. Consider it a gesture of good faith. Corvan nodded as the Twi'lek woman escorted Maxim back to the front. As they walked back through the refugee zones, the Twi'lek woman spoke directly to Maxim, her voice quieter than before. You really believe this emperor of yours is different? Maxim glanced at her. I have served Emperor Daimon for over 3 centuries. I have watched him build a civilization from scattered nomads into one of the most powerful empires in the galaxy. I have seen him abolish practices that others considered acceptable. I have witnessed him elevate entire species that others would have exterminated. He paused. So yes, I believe he is different. 3 centuries. She looked at him with surprise. How old are you? Old enough to know the difference between a tyrant and a leader who actually cares about his people. They reached the perimeter where the Empyrean guards had established defensive positions. The Iron Fang Consortium had retreated completely, leaving behind destroyed vehicles and abandoned weapons. Several Liberation Front fighters were already scavenging the equipment to reuse in their future battles. On the Hutt world of Slhwayron, Imperial ground forces had arrived on the planet a few days earlier and have been fighting against an overwhelming number of enemy forces since their arrival. The fighting was brutal, street-to-street combat through industrial complexes that stretched for kilometers. Slhwayron was a volcanic world, its surface dotted with massive foundries and processing plants where the Hutts had forced millions of slaves to work in conditions that killed thousands annually. General Vex Corian, commanding the ground forces, stood in a makeshift command post established in a captured factory complex. Holographic displays showed the disposition of Imperial forces across 3 major industrial zones. Status report, Corian demanded, his voice cutting through the noise of incoming artillery fire. His second-in-command, a scarred Jedi named Thorak, gestured to the tactical display. We've secured the northern industrial sector, but casualties are mounting. The local gangs have better knowledge of the terrain, and they're using the foundry complexes as force multipliers. Every corridor is a potential ambush site. What about the slave populations? Mixed results, Thanos admitted. Some have risen up to help us, providing intelligence and sabotaging gang positions. Others are too terrified to move, and a few have actually fought against us, believing we're just another faction here to enslave them. Corian grimaced. The psychological damage inflicted by centuries of Hutt rule ran deep. Trust would not be easily earned. Deploy the war droids to the central sector, he ordered. I want them to establish a secure corridor between our positions and the refugee camps. Once we have that secured, we can begin evacuating civilians from the combat zones. General, we're receiving reports of Republic fleet movements, a communications officer called out. Imperial Command report 3 large formations entering the outer edge of former Hutt space. We are ordered to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. However, if we are attacked, then we are instructed to use all means necessary to defeat the enemy. Corian studied the incoming data, his expression hardening. The Republic. Of course, they'd show up now that we've done the hard work. He turned to Thanos. Accelerate the evacuation schedule. I want every civilian we can reach moved to secure zones in case the Republic forces arrive. If they're here, this situation becomes exponentially more complicated. What if they try to claim the worlds we've already secured? Thanos asked. Then we'll have a problem, Corian replied grimly. But those are decisions above my authority. For now, we focus on our mission, secure Slhaeron, protect the civilians, and establish Imperial authority before anyone else can claim it. Across the planet's surface, Imperial forces pushed deeper into gang-controlled territory. The war droids proved devastatingly effective in the close-quarters urban combat, their targeting systems able to distinguish between combatants and civilians. In the refugee camps, Imperial medical teams worked around the clock treating injuries and diseases that had gone untreated for years under Hutt rule. Many former slaves wept openly when they received their first proper medical care in decades, unable to comprehend that it was being offered freely rather than as another form of exploitation. On Nal Hutta, Daimon was planning a retaliation against the Republic, who kept being a thorn in his side for the past century. For a long time now, they have subtly tried to oppose anything the Imperium did, whether it was through trade sanctions, political maneuvering, or military posturing along their shared borders. If the Republic wasn't a necessary pain in his ass for the future, then he would have gotten rid of them a long time ago. But the truth was, the future revolved around their continued existence. That didn't mean he couldn't do his own things here and there, he just couldn't get rid of them at this moment in time. Chapter 103, No Time to Negotiate. 3 days later. The meeting of Liberation Front Zone commanders convened in the same warehouse where Maxim had first met with Corven. 15 leaders had answered the call, representing different districts across Nar Shaddaa. They were a diverse group of humans, Twi'leks, Nikto, Klatooinians, Vadrans, and even a few Wookiee who had turned against their former Hutt masters. The atmosphere was tense, suspicious. These were people who had learned through bitter experience that anyone offering help usually wanted something worse in return. Maxim stood at one end of the room with 4 Empyrean guards flanking him, their presence a reminder of the military power backing his words. Corven opened the proceedings, summarizing the situation and the Imperial offer. So, we trade one master for another, said a human woman with ritual scars covering half her face. How is that freedom? Because the Imperium doesn't operate through slavery and exploitation, Maxim replied. He was getting tired of having to explain to them the difference between the Imperium and the Hutts. Your people will be trained, armed, and organized into a legitimate security force. You'll receive salaries, medical care, housing. Your children will attend schools instead of being sold on auction blocks. Pretty words, another commander muttered. The Hutts made promises too. Maxim was about to reply, but then he was interrupted. Within the shadows of the room, Daimon had been watching to see how these talks progressed. And from what he was seeing, these former slaves were still questioning their motive, which was reasonable for their part but also stupid. The only reason they were able to survive this long was because he fractured the hut's power structure. Now they use this advantage to have a superior negotiating position. But with the Republic getting involved, they have no time for petty discussions. Emerging from the shadows, Daimon stepped into the light of the room, revealing himself. Every commander in the room immediately tensed, hands moving toward weapons before Maxim raised his hand. "My lord," Maxim said, bowing his head respectfully. The commanders exchanged nervous glances. The stories they'd heard about the purple-skinned giant who had toppled the Hutt Council in a single night suddenly seemed far more real with him standing before them. "I'm not here to waste any more time than need be. The Liberation Front will fall under our control, or I will kill all the commanders present and then forcefully take control of the rest of the soldiers. You have 10 seconds to kneel before me, anybody who doesn't will die." The room went deathly silent. Several commanders reached for their weapons, but before any could draw, the Empyrean guards moved with supernatural speed, their hands resting on their vibro swords in clear warning. Sure, they outnumbered them, but even they knew that fighting against these purple-skinned giants was suicide. Maxim watched as a few of them came forward while some still hesitated. 5 seconds, Daimon said. This prompted another group to come and bow towards him. Those 6 remained standing at the table. One of them, a Clatuanian male, rested his hand on his pistol. "I didn't survive the Hutts just to bow to another tyrant," he spat. That was the last thing he said. Maxim and the other Empyrean guards rushed in and killed the remaining 6 who put up little to no fight. "Now that we are finally heading in the right direction, I will begin implementing some policies. First, all of you will be temporarily relocated to secure Imperial facilities on Nal Hutta where you will undergo basic military training. Second, your families and dependents will receive immediate medical screening and placement in proper housing. Third, you will receive compensation for your service starting today." Corvin, still kneeling, looked up. "Compensation? You mean we'll be paid?" "Of course," Daimon replied. "You think I would ask people to fight without rewarding them? The Imperium values those who serve it. You'll receive standard military wages, benefits, and after your initial service period, opportunities for advancement or civilian occupations if you prefer." The Twi'lek woman who had first met Maxim spoke up. "What about those who can't fight? The elderly, the children, the sick? They become citizens of the Imperium," Daimon said. "They receive education, healthcare, and housing. No one is disposable in Imperial society. Everyone contributes according to their ability." One of the commanders, a young human male who couldn't have been more than 25, raised his head. "And if we fail you? What happens then?" Daimon's gaze fixed on him. "Then you face the consequences of failure like any soldier would. But I don't expect you to fail. I've seen what you accomplished with nothing but scrap weapons and determination. With proper training and equipment, you'll be formidable." The meeting concluded an hour later with formal oaths of allegiance administered by Lord Maxim. The commanders swore loyalty to the Imperium and to Daimon himself. Some spoke with genuine fervor, others with pragmatic resignation, but all understood that this was their best chance for survival. Transportation was arranged immediately. Imperial shuttles began ferrying the Liberation Front's fighters and their families to Nal Hutta in waves. The operation took 3 days to complete, during which Imperial forces maintained security around the refugee zones, repelling 2 attempted incursions by rival gangs who sought to exploit the perceived vulnerability. On Nal Hutta, the former Liberation Front members found themselves in a converted industrial complex that had been hastily transformed into a training facility. The contrast with their previous living conditions was stark. Clean barracks, functioning sanitation, 3 meals a day, and medical staff who actually cared whether they lived or died. Luna had volunteered to oversee part of the training program, working alongside Imperial drill instructors to transform the ragged resistance fighters into something resembling a proper military force. Daimon alongside the Empyrean Guard had single-handedly changed the balance of power on the surface of Nar Shaddaa. The Imperium had the edge before even with little numbers, but now with Daimon's presence, the advantage had shifted severely in favor of the Imperial forces. Gangs were wiped out one after another over the course of a few weeks. In addition to this, Daimon had no choice but to call for the deployment of the clone fleets. The clone fleets consisted of cloned Jedi who were genetically created for the purpose of war, similar to the Ascendants, just on a smaller scale. The clone fleets were also embedded into the Imperial armed forces as an integrated entity. All clones worked under the Department of Clone Warfare, whose motto is unity, precision, and purpose. The clones themselves numbered 500 million, as that was the limit outlined in Imperial laws. They were created in vast bioforges deep within Imperial space and had been deployed to support Imperial forces during the Abominar War. Unlike their Ascendant counterparts who underwent decades of training and spiritual development, the clones were combat-ready within months of their creation, their minds imprinted with tactical knowledge and military doctrine through advanced neural programming. 3 clone fleets were immediately called for deployment and had assembled within Imperial space within a week. Once the fleets departed and started to make their journey to Hutt space. Leading the fleets was the Grand Marshal of the Clone Army Librius, who was in charge of all clone-related military efforts. With him he brought 3 fleets, each consisting of 400 ships ranging from frigates to battlecruisers, crewed entirely by Jedi clones. In addition to the 60 million ground forces they brought with them, which was more than enough to speed up the process of conquering the designated planets that Daimon wanted. After a week, the 3 fleets had arrived and Librius immediately got to work. On Nar Shaddaa, the remaining criminal syndicates saw their window of opportunity closing rapidly. The Crimson Syndicate, which controlled the northern industrial sectors, attempted one final push to consolidate their holdings before Imperial forces could overwhelm them. They mobilized every mercenary, enforcer, and conscripted slave soldier they could muster, launching a coordinated assault on 3 Imperial-held districts simultaneously. It was a mistake. Daimon saw the attack coming hours before it materialized, the force revealing the enemy's intentions as clearly as if they had broadcast their plans. He positioned Imperial forces, accordingly, turning what the Crimson Syndicate believed would be a surprise offensive into a carefully prepared ambush. When the Syndicate forces emerged from the industrial sectors, they found themselves caught in a killing field. Imperial artillery opened up from elevated positions, raining down precision fire that obliterated entire columns before they could reach Imperial lines. War droids advanced in formation, their targeting systems identifying and eliminating commanders and heavy weapons teams. The Syndicate's slave soldiers, many of whom had been forced to fight at gunpoint, threw down their weapons and surrendered at the first opportunity. Imperial forces had been instructed to accept surrenders and treat prisoners humanely, a stark contrast to the Syndicate's doctrine of executing deserters on sight. Within 4 hours, the Crimson Syndicate's offensive had collapsed completely. Their leadership attempted to retreat to their fortified headquarters in the northern sectors, but Daimon had anticipated this as well. A battalion of Empyrean guards, led by Lord Maxim, had already infiltrated the building. The Syndicate bosses never made it back to their command center. They were intercepted in the lower levels and cut down before they could organize any kind of defense. By nightfall, the Crimson Syndicate had ceased to exist as an organized force. The remaining gangs on Nar Shaddaa took note. Over the next 72 hours, 3 smaller organizations approached Imperial forces with offers of surrender. Daimon accepted, incorporating their fighters into work battalions that would assist with reconstruction efforts under close supervision. On the Republic's side, their fleets had already arrived at the edge of former Hutt space and had split up to target 3 different worlds, Kintan, Elysia, and Vadran. Each fleet was assigned a primary objective: establish Republic control, liberate enslaved populations, and prevent Imperial expansion into those systems. The Republic commanders had received strict orders from Coruscant: avoid direct military confrontation with Imperial forces unless absolutely necessary, but do not yield territory to them. It was a delicate balance that would prove difficult to maintain in practice, especially in the chaos of war. Chapter 104, Conquest and Reconstruction. Admiral Sir Shvanto commanded the Republic fleet assigned to Kalduin. His flagship, the Defender of Liberty, emerged from hyperspace at the system's edge, immediately deploying scout ships to assess the situation. What they found was chaos. Multiple Hutt successor factions were fighting for control of Kalduin's major cities. The population, long subjugated by Hutt overlords, had risen in rebellion but lacked the organization or weaponry to effectively resist the better-armed criminal syndicates trying to fill the power vacuum. No Imperial presence detected in system, reported his censor officer. We have a clear window to establish Republic authority. Admiral Vanto nodded, feeling a measure of relief. Begin planetary approach. Deploy ground forces to the capital city and try to make contact with the local resistance groups. I want Republic flags flying over the planet within a month. His fleet moved in and engaged the mercenary fleets in combat. However, one thing that should be known about Admiral Vanto is how arrogant he was. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, he believed in the ability of the Republic fleet to win the battle. And he was right. The mercenary fleet, cobbled together from outdated vessels and crews who had never trained together as a cohesive unit, broke apart under the Republic's assault. Within 2 hours, half the mercenary ships had been destroyed or disabled, and the remainder fled into the outer system. Though this was not without its losses. His fleet had lost 20% of its ships and about 10% of its starfighter corps. To him this was nothing but a necessary sacrifice for the greater benefit of the campaign. And while he was right to an extent, the morale of his men was still something he needed to watch. Ground assault teams, commence landing operations, Vanto ordered, watching the tactical display with satisfaction. All units, remember your objectives. We're here as liberators, not conquerors. Treat the local population with respect. The Republic transports descended through Kalduin's atmosphere, heading for the capital city of Drulmorka. As they approached, they could see the damage from weeks of gang warfare. Entire districts were burning, and the streets were filled with refugees fleeing the violence. Republic soldiers disembarked from their transports, immediately establishing security perimeters around their landing zones. The Jedi accompanying the expedition moved through the crowds, using the Force to calm panicked civilians and identify threats. Jedi Master Kelran Or led a contingent toward the city center where intelligence suggested the local resistance had established their headquarters. He was a Zabrak in his late 50s, his face marked with the traditional tattoos of his race. As they approached what appeared to be a fortified administrative building, armed figures emerged from behind barricades. They wore mismatched armor and carried weapons that varied by the person. Master Or stepped forward to begin negotiating with them, hopefully convincing them that they were here to help rather than subvert them to what the others were trying to do. 1 year later. It has been a little over a year since the conflict against the Hutts began and the situation had stabilized considerably across former Hutt space. The Imperium now controlled 7 major systems including Nal Hutta, Nar Shadat, Slhwayron, and several smaller worlds. The Republic had secured 5 systems of their own, while approximately a dozen remained contested by various criminal factions or independent resistance movements. On Nal Hutta, the transformation was remarkable. The slave markets had been completely demolished, their foundations salted and marked with monuments depicting the history of slavery. The atmospheric processors were functioning at full capacity, and for the first time in centuries, the planet's sky showed hints of blue between the industrial haze. Daimon stood on the balcony of what had once been the Grand Hutt Palace, now converted into the Imperial Administrative Center for the region. The building had been stripped of its gaudy decorations and rebuilt with imperial architectural sensibilities. Beside him, Ilara reviewed a datapad containing the latest census data. The population of freed slaves across imperial-controlled territories has reached 400 million. Medical treatment programs have reduced mortality rates by 40% in the past 6 months, with that number increasing each month. Education initiatives are being implemented in every major city. And the provisional government? Daimon asked. Functioning better than expected. The council you appointed has representatives from 12 different species, all former slaves who demonstrated leadership during the transition. They're learning to govern, though they still require significant imperial oversight. Daimon nodded, satisfied with the progress. What about tensions with the Republic? Minimal direct conflicts so far, Ilera replied. Both sides have been careful to avoid engagement. There have been a few incidents where Republic and Imperial patrols encountered each other, but commanders on both sides followed orders to withdraw rather than escalate. That won't last, Daimon said. The Republic is consolidating their holdings, and eventually our expansion will overlap. When that happens, we'll need to be prepared for confrontation. Luna entered the balcony, her expression a little worried about what she just heard. Father, we've received concerning intelligence from our agents in Republic space. The Jedi High Council is pressuring the Senate to take a harder stance against our presence here. They're calling it containing dangerous religious extremism. Daimon sighed heavily. The Jedi's obsession with opposing the Balance Keepers and Imperial philosophy had been escalating very fast for decades. What are they proposing? Increased military presence, sanctions against any independent worlds that trade with Imperial-controlled systems, and a formal declaration naming the Imperial faith as a threat to galactic stability. Luna handed him a datapad containing the intercepted communications. Daimon read through the documents, his expression darkening. The Jedi weren't just opposing him politically anymore. They were actively working to isolate the Imperium diplomatically and economically. They're afraid, he said. The more worlds we liberate from slavery and oppression, the more people see the difference between Imperial governance and Republic bureaucracy. The Jedi claim to be guardians of peace and justice, yet they do nothing while entire populations suffer under criminal empires. Now that we've acted, their inaction is exposed. So, what do we do? Luna asked. We continue as planned, Daimon replied. They already had sanctions of their own against the Republic. The Jedi can make all the declarations they want. Words don't change reality. Our people are fed, educated, and free. The Republic's words ring hollow when compared to our actions. While he said that to her, in his head he dared the Republic actually do something against him. He didn't want to disrupt important events, but if they continued on their path then he would have no choice but to defend himself and the Imperium. He turned back to the cityscape below, watching as construction crews worked on new housing developments. Former slaves learning trades, children attending schools for the first time in their lives. This was what mattered, not political maneuvering in distant Senate chambers. Increase our intelligence operations within Republic space, he ordered. I want to know what the Jedi are planning before they act. Luna nodded. Lately she thought that the Republic was getting very daring in its actions. Also, I will appoint you as the governor of this region. You will oversee all Imperial operations and the provisional government. I trust you'll handle any complications that arise. It's been a few centuries since she was born and she has undergone more development than the average person and proved herself countless times. Luna's eyes widened slightly. Father, are you certain? This is a significant responsibility. You've proven yourself more than capable, Daimon replied. In this conflict alone you've overseen the Liberation Front's integration, led our forces into battle, and you understand both military and civilian administration. Besides, I need someone I can trust absolutely in this position. Ilera smiled. He's right. You're ready for this, Luna. Luna straightened, her initial surprise slowly transforming into determination. I won't disappoint you. I know you won't, Daimon said. I'll be returning to Feldari soon. There are matters requiring my attention in the core territories, and I've been away long enough. Lord Maxim will remain as your military commander, and you'll have full authority to call upon the clone fleets if necessary. Over the next few days, Daimon prepared for his departure. He met with the provisional government, outlining his expectations and assuring them that imperial support would continue. He inspected the training facilities where former Liberation Front members were being transformed into a professional security force. He visited hospitals and schools, speaking with those whose lives had been fundamentally changed by Imperial intervention. On his final night before departure, Daimon stood alone in the meditation chamber he had established in the palace's highest tower. The force swirled around him, showing fragments of possible futures. He saw Republic fleets clashing with Imperial forces, Jedi and balance keepers locked in ideological warfare that would span generations, and something darker that was created by the Force. Unlike the Sith, this entity felt completely captured by the dark side, yet it was too powerful for even Daimon to see, which worried him. He wondered if this was one of the things that he constantly contemplated over the years. An entity born from the Force due to his presence. Something like that wouldn't be far off, as the Force could seek to balance certain things through various unorthodox means. The visions troubled him. While he had knowledge of the galaxy's canonical timeline, his actions had already created significant deviations. The Sith Empire was developing differently under his influence. The Mandalorians were expanding faster than they should. The Republic's militarization was accelerating beyond what history recorded. And then there was the matter of the Celestials' technology. Cortana's research was progressing, but each breakthrough raised new questions. The beings who had shaped the galaxy itself had left behind tools of unimaginable power, and he was only beginning to understand their true capabilities. A knock at the chamber door interrupted his meditation. "Enter," he called. Illyra stepped inside, her presence comforting. "You're worried about something?" "Always," Daimon replied with a slight smile. "The future is never certain, even for those who can see fragments of it." She moved to stand beside him at the window overlooking the city. "You've accomplished more than anyone could have expected. A year ago, this region was controlled by slavers and criminals. Now millions are free, building new lives. And how many more remain enslaved across the galaxy that we don't know about?" Daimon countered. "You can't save everyone," Illyra said gently. "Even you have limits." "Perhaps." Daimon's gaze remained on the reconstruction of the former capital city of Nal Hutta. "But I can create systems that endure beyond me. Institutions that will continue liberating and protecting people long after I'm gone. That's the true measure of an empire, not its military might, but whether it improves the lives of those within it." They stood in silence for several minutes before Illyra spoke again. "When will you return?" "When Luna needs me, or when the situation requires my direct intervention. Until then, she needs the opportunity to lead without me hovering over her shoulder." He turned to face her. "You'll stay with her?" "Of course. Someone needs to keep her from working herself to death." Illyra smiled. "She inherited your tendency to shoulder every burden personally." Daimon chuckled. "I wonder where she learned that." The next morning, Daimon's shuttle departed from Nal Hutta and toward the luminary waiting in orbit. Once on board, he began his return to Feldari. Chapter 105, Blueprints of a New Age. A/N, in the previous chapters I've gotten too caught up in writing them that I misplaced Sira where Luna should be. As of right now, those chapters should be fixed with the correct name, which is Luna. Luna is Daimon's first daughter, and Sira was his Padawan who also left the Order and followed him. On the trip back to Feldari, Daimon continued to try and figure out what it was that he saw through the Force, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything. The darkness that obscured his vision was deliberate, purposeful in a way that suggested intelligence behind it. Whatever this entity was, it was shielded from Force sight, even from someone of his power. One crucial thing that Daimon forgot was his origins. The very entity that brought him to this galaxy was constantly watching Daimon's life and decided to spice some things up. As it stands now, Daimon had no real competition in the galaxy, and the god that brought him here wanted to see more galactic struggles. So, the dark entity that Daimon vaguely felt had inhabited the body of one of the Siths and would work towards becoming the Sith Emperor. This entity was very powerful in the dark side and would spark a dark revolution within the Sith Empire which would see the creation of powerful Sith warriors. This entity had been slowly corrupting one of the more ambitious Sith Lords within the Sith Empire. The Sith Lord in question was named Asid, a cunning warrior who was already on the rise. Asid had been growing frustrated with the current Dark Lord's cautious expansive policies, believing the Sith should be conquering more aggressively. The dark entity whispered promises of ultimate power, showing Asid visions of himself as the supreme ruler of the Sith Empire. The corruption was gradual, almost imperceptible. Asid's meditation sessions grew longer, his use of the dark side more reckless. His followers noticed the change but attributed it to ambition rather than possession. The more time passed, the more control the dark entity would gain and transform the Sith Empire into an extremely aggressive militaristic empire. Within the Sith Empire's capital on Korriban, Asid stood before the tomb of Ahunta Pal, the ancient structure radiating dark side energy that most Sith found overwhelming. But Asid felt energized, empowered in ways he had never experienced before. "You hesitate," a voice whispered from the shadows of the tomb. Not an external voice, but one that originated from within his own mind. "The other lords sense your growing power and fear your rise. They will move against you soon." Asid's hand tightened on his lightsaber hilt. "Then I will strike first." "Yes," the voice agreed. "But not rashly. The Dark Lord maintains the loyalty of 5 of the 9 Sith Lords. You must fracture that loyalty before making your move." "How?" Asid asked, then immediately regretted showing such uncertainty. A true Sith should know the path to power instinctively. "Through their apprentices," the voice replied. "The next generation hungers for advancement. Show them that you offer a faster path to power than their current masters. When the time comes, they will turn on those who trained them." Asid smiled, the expression twisted by the dark side energy slowly consuming him. "And the Mandalorians? Our expansion brings us closer to conflict with them each year. For a few decades now, the Sith Empire was aware of the existence of the Mandalorians but did nothing with the knowledge that they had. Let them come," the voice said, eager for conflict to unfold. "War will forge the Sith into something greater. The current philosophy makes you weak. True Sith power comes from absolute domination, from embracing the dark side without restraint." Asid nodded slowly, the entity's words resonating with him. The current Dark Lord's doctrine of controlled ambition had always felt like a leash, a limitation on what the Sith could truly become. "When should I begin?" he asked. "Now," the voice commanded. Lord Vexar's apprentice grows restless. He believes his master hoards knowledge that should be shared. Approach him. Offer him secrets I will teach you. Once he is yours, the others will follow." Asid departed the tomb with renewed purpose, his mind already planning the moves necessary to fracture the Sith hierarchy. The entity had chosen well. Asid possessed the ambition and skill necessary to reshape the Sith Empire, and more importantly, he lacked the wisdom to recognize when he was being manipulated. By the time he realized the truth, if he ever did, it would be far too late. Meanwhile on Mandalore, the Mandalore, a warrior named Kyr Tsad Ordo, stood in the war room of his clan fortress overlooking the capital. Around him, the clan leaders of the most powerful Mandalorian houses had gathered to discuss their expansion plans. "The Sith Empire grows bolder," said one of the clan leaders. "Our scouts report they are constantly expanding close to our borders. This is a threat that needs to be dealt with." "Let them," Kyr Tsad replied. "If they seek war, they will find the Mandalorians ready. We have conquered 6 systems in the past decade. Our warrior culture grows stronger with each world we integrate." Clan leader Rook, a veteran of the Eastern campaigns, leaned forward. "The question is timing, Mandalore. Do we strike first while they're still organizing, or do we wait for them to make the first move?" "We should strike first," Kyr Tsad said. The other clan leaders agreed. "If they use the element of surprise, they could establish an early advantage against the Sith Empire. Both the Mandalorians and Sith were relatively isolated from mainstream politics, with the occasional traitors going missing in their regions. The Republic was steadily advancing its borders towards the Mandalorians and even had a few small skirmishes, but no real contact had been established between the two yet. Space was so vast that empires could operate for centuries without ever encountering each other, especially in regions as remote as the Outer Rim territories where both the Sith and Mandalorians had carved out their domains. Back on Feldari, Daimon had finally returned after his expedition to Hutt space. The capital city Edoras was constantly growing, with new districts being added and people immigrating to and from other planets. Unlike most Imperial worlds, Edoras was 60% Jedi, with the remaining 40% being a mix of hundreds of other species. Some were minor species found during expeditions and uplifted by the Imperium, while others were species who traveled from various worlds across the galaxy to the Imperium. The average Imperial planet had a dominant Jedi population, with most being over 80%. But with the culture that Daimon established in the early days, the integration of other species was relatively easy, so long as they conformed to Imperial culture and laws. As Daimon's shuttle descended toward the Imperial Palace, Progenitor Thorin stood on the landing platform alongside several other progenitors. "Welcome back, Your Highness," Thorin said, embracing Daimon into a brotherly hug. "Your expedition seems to have turned into an expansion project." "Yes, it has," Daimon chuckled. "Everywhere I go it seems to create problems. But forget about that, how are things?" said Daimon, wanting to shift the conversation. "Stable, though there have been developments you should be aware of." Thorin gestured towards the palace. "Cortana has made a breakthrough with the celestial technology. She's been waiting for you to return to tell you in person." They walked through the palace corridors, Empyrean guards who saluted as they passed. Being back in his own home also brought a sense of comfort after spending so long in the decrepit cities of former Hutt space. "And the Republic?" Daimon asked. "Growing more aggressive in their rhetoric. The Senate passed 3 resolutions condemning our actions in Hutt space. They've also increased military patrols along our shared borders." "Empty posturing," Daimon said dismissively. "They lack the political will to actually confront us militarily. Though things can change if they get a good chancellor, but for now their Senate is too fractured, too consumed by internal politics to present a unified front. The growing number of member planets are sparking newfound problems." Thorin nodded in agreement. They arrived at Cortana's research facility, a massive structure that occupied an entire district of the capital. Security was tight, with both security guards and advanced scanning systems protecting the secrets within the facility. Cortana materialized as a hologram as they entered the main laboratory. "Daimon, perfect timing. I've successfully replicated a functional prototype of celestial dimensional manipulation technology." Daimon's eyes widened. "Show me." The hologram shifted, displaying complex schematics and energy readings. The key breakthrough came from understanding that the Celestials didn't just manipulate space-time, they wove it using the Force as a fundamental component. Traditional technology alone can't replicate their achievements. It requires Force-sensitive operators working in conjunction with the machinery. "How many Force-sensitives would be required?" Daimon asked. "For a basic interdimensional gate capable of instantaneous travel across the galaxy. Approximately 50 high-level practitioners working in synchronized meditation. For larger constructions like the ones, we've theorized, perhaps hundreds or thousands." Thorin whistled. "That's an enormous commitment of resources. We'd need to establish entire academies dedicated to training Force sensitives specifically for this purpose." "Which is exactly what I propose," Cortana continued. "We already have the Balance Keeper temples and academies producing Force sensitives at a steady rate. We could establish a specialized branch focused on technological applications of Force abilities. Call them Force Engineers, perhaps." Daimon looked over the schematics. "How long until we could construct a working gate? With adequate resources and personnel?" 10 years for a prototype. 15 to 20 for a stable version that is mass-producible, and between 50 to 100 years to connect major Imperial worlds forming an operational network of interdimensional gates. That would revolutionize everything, Thorin said. Trade, military deployment, communication. We could respond to threats anywhere in Imperial space within minutes. It would also make us a target, Daimon cautioned. The Republic, the Jedi, every power in the galaxy would see such technology as a threat. They'd unite against us if they believed we possessed the ability to deploy forces instantaneously across the galaxy. Then we will keep it classified, Cortana suggested. Build the infrastructure in secret, reveal it only when we're ready to defend it. Daimon considered this, weighing the strategic advantages against the risks. Begin preliminary construction in the most secure systems. I want absolute secrecy. No one outside this room, the research teams, and a select few high-ranking nobles will know the full scope of what we're building. Understood, Cortana said. I'll begin recruiting force sensitives with the appropriate aptitudes. We'll need to screen them carefully. The meditation techniques required are unlike anything currently taught in our academies. What about the power requirements? Daimon asked. Even with force sensitives providing the fundamental manipulation, the technology itself will need massive energy inputs. Cortana's hologram shifted again, displaying energy projections. Which brings me to my second recommendation. We need to begin construction of Dyson spheres around uninhabited star systems. 3 should provide sufficient power for a galaxy-wide gate network. Thorin shook his head in amazement as he was witnessing something special. The scale of this project will spark a galaxy-wide technological revolution and a massive conflict. This is beyond anything the galaxy has seen since the Celestials themselves, who have been gone for hundreds of thousands of years, possibly more. Exactly, Cortana replied. We're not just building an empire. We're rebuilding the infrastructure that once allowed a single civilization to manage the entire galaxy. The Rakata tried and failed because they relied purely on the Force without understanding the balance between technology and natural phenomena. The Celestials succeeded because they understood that balance perfectly. Daimon nodded, agreeing with her analogy. They were about to create something so powerful that it will change the way travel worked in the Imperium. Chapter 106, Seeds of War. While Cortana worked on the interdimensional gateways, Daimon focused on preparing the Imperium for the inevitable galactic conflict that would happen sometime in the future. Already, there are signs of a massive conflict happening, starting with the increase in militaristic values within the Republic, the rise of both the Sith and Mandalorians, and then the tensions between the Imperium and the Republic, which were only getting worse as time progressed. Daimon started with putting restrictions on Republic-based corporations and traders in response to the Republic's own sanctions. These restrictions were framed as security measures, citing concerns about espionage and economic manipulation. This wouldn't hurt the Imperial economy massively, as the Imperium itself was already self-sufficient and didn't need to rely on outside powers. Though being self-sufficient doesn't exactly improve the economy, so to make up for this, Imperial corporations will be turned into the keys to access the Imperial market. Several major Imperial conglomerates had already expressed interest in expanding their operations to fill the void left by Republic restrictions. The Feldari Trade Consortium, Imperial Mining Guild, and Jedi Manufacturing Collective all submitted proposals for massive expansion projects. The economic transition will take approximately 5 years to complete, reported the Archon of the Treasury Garrick Dane during a council session. Initially we'll see some disruption, particularly in luxury goods and specialized components that Republic corporations currently supply. However, our domestic production capacity can be scaled up to compensate. What about the border worlds? Asked High Lord Saeli Arenara. Many of them have established trade relationships with Republic merchants that go back decades. Forcing them to sever those ties abruptly could cause resentment. We'll implement the restrictions gradually, Daimon decided. Phase them in over 2 years rather than immediately. That gives border worlds time to adjust and establishes new supply chains. The High Council members nodded in agreement. Daimon wanted to balance the strategic necessity of the approach with the realities of governing trillions of people. As he has learned over 4 centuries, ruling over so many people was somewhat as at any moment, 1,000 things could happen at once. This always made him wonder how Palpatine was able to do it, if you ignore the fact that in the end the Empire fell, though the big reason for that was because of a design error. You can also include his handling of the Rebel Alliance, which was terrible. Daimon then moved on to military readiness. With the Republic's border posturing and the rising threat of the Sith and Mandalorian expansions, the Feldari armed forces were placed on heightened alert status. Fleet maneuvers intensified along the Outer Rim, while recruitment quotas for both the standard military and the ascendants were increased by 15%. Shipyards began producing a downscaled version of the Luminary-class dreadnoughts, their designs now incorporating early prototypes of Force-infused armor plating developed due to the joint research between the Rodian research teams and Imperial research teams. As a few years passed, the atmosphere across the Imperium began to shift subtly as rumors of an impending war started to rise among the citizens. Though this had little effect on the daily operations within the Imperium as the citizens continued their work trusting in their Emperor's foresight. In the academies and temples of the Balance Keepers, training intensified. Guardian Vokoran personally oversaw the selection of candidates for Cortana's Force Engineer program, identifying those with both exceptional force sensitivity and the analytical mindset required for the work. Out of 10,000 applicants, only 300 met the stringent requirements. The meditation techniques were unlike anything that had been taught before. The students were required to hold their consciousness in a state of perfect equilibrium while simultaneously channeling massive amounts of force energy through technological conduits. And a single lapse in concentration could destroy the equipment or kill the force user. The training began in isolated facilities deep within Feldari's northern mountain ranges. The first exercises were simple, using the force to manipulate crystalline matrices that would form the basis of the dimensional gates. Students spent months learning to sense the subtle vibrations of space-time itself, feeling how the force could bend and weave the fabric of reality. Failure rates were high. 30% of the initial candidates washed out within the first year, unable to maintain the required level of concentration or suffering psychological damage from interfacing with technology at such a fundamental level. Those who succeeded, however, demonstrated abilities beyond a normal force user. One student, a young Rakata named Thelvas, managed to create a stable microportal that lasted for 3 full seconds before collapsing. It was barely large enough to pass a data chip through, but Cortana celebrated it as a great achievement. The calculations suggested that with proper scaling and a full team of force engineers, they could maintain portals large enough to move entire fleets. Cortana estimated that a fully functional prototype gate would be completed in about 8 years. The Rodian students in particular had shown extraordinary aptitude. Their species' ancestral connection to force-infused technology gave them an intuitive understanding that others had to learn through years of practice. The Dyson Sphere construction was on schedule with 3 uninhabited systems in the Outer Rim being identified as construction sites. These systems were far from any established hyperlanes which offered increased defensive capabilities and minimized visibility to public eyes. The first construction fleet had departed months ago with an estimated completion time for the first sphere to be 40 years. Each one would take 40 years because of the sheer size, resources, and technical components which went into building it. It seemed like a long time, but for something as revolutionary as this it was possible groundbreaking. Plus, Daimon knew that they had enough time to build these projects before the war broke out. Who and what they were going to be facing was unknown, but Daimon could see the clues pointing heavily towards the Republic and Sith. The Mandalorians were a wild card in all of this. Their expansion was aggressive but not directed toward Imperial space yet. Eventually that would change, especially if the Sith Empire continued pushing into their territory. 2 warrior cultures colliding would create a conflict that could reshape the Outer Rim. 10 years later, within the now Imperial-controlled Hutt space, Luna, who was appointed as the governor and leader of the provisional government, had made a name for herself which spread throughout the region. The people had given her the nickname Peacebringer due to her policies which led to the liberation of a number of former Hutt worlds. Nal Hutta continued its transformation and began to recover from the war, emerging as a trade hub in the region. The provisional government had evolved into something more permanent. Luna had gradually transferred administrative responsibilities to elected councils on each world, though imperial oversight remained in key areas like military and interstellar trade. It was a delicate balance between autonomy and control, one that required constant attention and adjustment. Lord Maxim remained as her chief military advisor, commanding the regional defense forces that now numbered over 10 million personnel. The former Liberation Front fighters had become the core of a professional security force, their ranks filled by volunteers from freed slave populations eager to protect their newfound freedoms. Skirmishes with the Republic did occur but were mainly handled on a local level. Military commanders from each side didn't want to fight one another and often negotiated with each other to avoid conflict. This prevented a regional war from starting between the Imperium and the Republic. The Jedi Order, however, was less diplomatic. Several incidents had occurred where Jedi Knights attempted to interfere with Imperial operations on contested worlds, claiming they were protecting the local populations from religious indoctrination. Luna had dealt with these situations personally, meeting with the Jedi representatives to explain that Imperial citizens were free to choose their beliefs or lack thereof. The Jedi tried to respond by justifying their actions, but Luna just took them with a grain of salt. On Nar Shaddaa, the reconstruction was even more impressive. The moon that had once been known for its crime and depravity now hosted legitimate businesses, schools, and cultural centers. The entertainment district still existed, but under strict regulation that prohibited slavery, forced labor, and the most dangerous narcotics. Some complained that imperial rule had stripped Nar Shaddaa of its character, making it just another sanitized world. Luna's response was simple: if your character requires the suffering of millions, then it deserves to be erased. The Republic-controlled worlds in former Hutt space presented a stark contrast to those under Imperial governance. While the Republic had abolished slavery on the worlds they controlled, bureaucratic inefficiency and corruption hampered reconstruction efforts. Supplies intended for refugee camps were diverted to line the pockets of corrupt officials. Infrastructure projects stalled as Senate committees debated funding allocations for years. The local populations noticed. Trade caravans crossing between Imperial and Republic territories brought stories of the differences. On Imperial worlds, former slaves received job training, housing, and healthcare within months of liberation. On Republic worlds, they languished in camps for years waiting for Senate appropriations to be approved. This created a migration problem for the Republic. Refugees from Republic-controlled worlds began attempting to cross into Imperial territory, seeking the opportunities they'd heard about. The Republic responded by establishing border checkpoints and restricting movement, which only reinforced the perception that they were more interested in controlling populations than helping them. The Jedi who had accompanied the Republic forces found themselves in an increasingly uncomfortable position. They had come as liberators, but the reality on the ground was far more complicated. Many Jedi saw the genuine improvements in people's lives under Imperial rule and struggled to reconcile that with their Order's rhetoric about Daimon being a dangerous tyrant. Daimon didn't even need to fire a single shot. All he had to do was sit and watch the Republic corrode from within. Either somebody was going to force change in the future, or the Republic was going to keep fighting this propaganda battle against the Imperium, who is more interested in results than what is considered morally right. Chapter 107, Dimensional Gate. 50 years later. Year, 6163 BBY. Imperial Year, 825. Daimon Age, 897. The Dimensional Gate prototype has been completed, and the first network was established between Feldari and a few dozen worlds across the Imperium. Standing in front of the one that was constructed on Feldari, Daimon was admiring its design, a massive ring that was 30 meters in diameter. 50 Force engineers stood around the dimensional gate waiting to channel the Force and activate it. This is just the commercial version of the ring that will be used for civilian travel between worlds. The military version of the dimensional gate is bigger and will be able to move thousands of troops at once, Cortana announced. Daimon nodded, watching as the Force engineers took their positions around the ring. Each wore specialized robes embedded with small kyber crystals filled with Daimon's own Force energy, which helped channel their Force abilities through the gate's framework. Begin the activation sequence, Cortana commanded. The Force engineers closed their eyes in unison, their breathing synchronizing as they entered the meditative state required for the gate's operation. The center of the gate began glow a white light, and after a few moments, the light turned into a stable portal. Through it Daimon could see the arrival platform on Rakata Prime, thousands of light years away, as clearly as if it were in the next room. Portal stability at 98%, one of the technicians announced. Energy consumption within predicted parameters. Force engineer vitals are stable. A test drone was sent through first, its sensors recording every aspect of the journey. It emerged on Rakata Prime instantaneously, confirming that the dimensional gate functioned exactly as designed. No time dilation, no molecular degradation, just perfect transmission across galactic distances. Remarkable, Progenitor Thorin breathed, standing beside Daimon. We've actually done it. Instant travel across the galaxy. Communication, resource distribution, military deployment. This changes everything about how we can govern the Imperium. Daimon knew that a revolution was going to happen throughout the Imperium, and they would need to prepare for the effects that would bring. For now, the dimensional gate will just be used for civilians and transporting a limited number of goods between various worlds. But eventually, once the dimensional gates get built for ship travel, shipping between worlds will change, making some jobs obsolete. They would have to come up with ways to prevent mass unemployment after certain shipping jobs become obsolete. Daimon had already considered implementing retraining programs and transitioning those who worked in traditional shipping to other sectors of the economy. Mining, manufacturing, and terraforming operations constantly needed workers. What's the maximum operational time before the Force engineers need to rest? Daimon asked. Currently 12 hours, Cortana replied. After that, mental fatigue begins affecting portal stability. We're working on rotation schedules that will allow continuous operation, but we'll need at least 2 full teams per gate to maintain 24-hour availability. And the military gates? Larger scale, as I mentioned. We're talking portals capable of passing dreadnoughts. Those will require 200 Force engineers working in synchronization. The strain will be considerably greater, limiting operational time to perhaps 6 hours before rotation becomes necessary. Daimon walked closer to the gate, feeling the way it warped space-time. The Force flowed through the structure in patterns that reminded him of living tissue. The Celestials had understood something fundamental about the universe that even he was only beginning to grasp. What about the power consumption? Asked Archon Garrick, who had joined them for the demonstration. Even with the first Dyson sphere operational, we're drawing enormous amounts of energy. The sphere is currently operating at 12% capacity, Cortana replied. We have significant reserves. Once the second and third spheres are completed, we'll have more than enough power for a galaxy-wide network and still maintain surplus for other projects. What security protocols do we have in place? Daimon asked, as these gates were not something that they could allow to fall into enemy hands. I have fail-safes built into every gate. If anyone attempts unauthorized manipulation or tries to reverse engineer the Force components, the gate will self-destruct. In addition to that, each gate has a quantum-locked core that requires specific Force signatures to operate. Only registered Imperial Force engineers can activate them, and their signatures are tied directly to genetic markers that can't be faked. Even with all that, Ilera interjected, we should form a security force exclusively for the gates. That was my next suggestion, Ilera, replied Cortana. I was going to suggest that we create a security force called the Dimensional Gate Security Forces who direct and supervise the daily operation of the gates. Daimon thought about it and came to the conclusion that it was a good idea to form an independent force for guarding the gates. Approved. Draw personnel from the Feldari armed forces, then establish a dedicated training pipeline. I want veterans who understand both military tactics and force-based technology. Cortana nodded as she had already started creating the layout of the new security forces. The demonstration continued for another hour as various tests were conducted. Cargo containers were sent through, biological samples, even a volunteer technician who emerged on Rakata Prime reporting nothing more than a slight tingling sensation. By all measurements, the Dimensional Gate network was ready for limited deployment. Begin installation on the core worlds, Daimon ordered. Feldari, Rakata Prime, and the industrial centers first. Once we've confirmed stable operations for 6 months, we'll expand to secondary systems. He didn't want to rush things without first making sure that everything worked over a period of time. Following that was the testing of the only military dimensional gate which was connected to one of the border colonies. The gate could move 1,000 soldiers standing in a single line through the gate at once, which would be great for reinforcing frontline planets. These gates would be exclusively guarded by the military as they would only be used for military purposes only. After several hours of testing the gates, it was decided that a year from now, the gates would be revealed to the public and then the wider galaxy. Daimon didn't care what the other empires thought, so long as he continued advancing the Imperium. While new revolutionary technology was being created in the Imperium, Darth Velen of the Sith Empire had decided to launch an assault on an Outer Rim world claimed by a Mandalorian clan. The assault was an attempt to provoke the Mandalorians into waging war against them so that the current Sith Emperor could be deposed and replaced by Darth Asid. Over the past 50 years, Darth Asid has been completely corrupted by the Dark Entity and was extremely powerful in the dark side. The only thing stopping him now was the current Sith Emperor who wanted to not engage in war with the Mandalorians. But Darth Asid had other plans and had convinced one of the other Dark Lords to attack the Mandalorians first. The attack took place on the Mandalorian colony of Ordo where a Sith fleet of 300 ships emerged from hyperspace without warning and attacked the planet. Ordo was a frontier world that was lightly defended and populated by less than 200,000 people. The Mandalorians, caught off guard by the attack, scrambled to mount a defense against the invading Sith forces. But Darth Velen had chosen his target well. Ordo had little in the way of defenses and was outnumbered by Sith force 5 times their size. Still, the Mandalorians managed to put up a fight. Their warrior spirit helped them to cause a lot of casualties to the Sith, but in the end, they were outnumbered and getting overrun. Clan leader Jaster Ordo led the defense personally, rallying his warriors to the settlement's walls. By time for the evacuation, he ordered, "Get the children to the ships." He wanted to get the non-combatants out of the city immediately so that they could focus on defending more important areas. The Sith attack was quick and efficient as they weren't here just to conquer, they were here to send a message. Warriors fell one after another and buildings were burned as the Sith advanced into the city. Darth Velen himself descended to the battlefield and began to cut down Mandalorian warriors with ease. The Mandalorians, who did not understand the power and abilities of Darth Velen, were defeated quickly. Eventually Darth Velen arrived in the area where clan leader Jaster Ordo was located. The two stood face to face, studying one another. "You lead these people to their deaths," Darth Velen said. "Surrender, and I will grant you a true warrior's death." Jaster couldn't speak the language that Darth Velen was speaking, but he knew that he was trying to challenge him, so he raised his sword in retaliation. And so it began, the first fight between a Mandalorian and a Sith Lord. Chapter 108, Mandalorian vs Sith. Jaster launched himself forward, his speed allowing him to swing his blade which just barely missed Velen's throat, who leaned back and dodged the attack. Jaster swung his sword back around and was about to attack again, but this time Velen swung his lightsaber and cut the sword in half. Jaster stepped back and looked at the sword in his hand which was cut in half in shock. He then looked up at the red glowing lightsaber in Velan's hand, as he had never seen such a weapon that was capable of cutting his sword in half with little effort. A crude weapon, effective only against lesser foes, he said, even though Jaster couldn't understand him. Jaster in response took out his clan-crafted slug-thrower pistol from his waist and fired it at Darth Velan. Velan spun his lightsaber around and blocked the projectiles one after another as Jaster raised his wrist and shot out a grappling line toward his feet. Darth Velan didn't have time to react and was caught in the trap. Jaster charged forward, hoping to finish this before Darth Velan recovered. But Velan simply raised a hand. An invisible grip grabbed Jaster's throat and lifted him off the ground. His legs were kicking in the air as his feet left the ground. Slowly his confusion turned into panic as the pressure tightened around his throat. Velan used his lightsaber and cut the grappling line, then starting walking closer to Jaster, who was just floating in the air. Jaster tried to reach for anything, a knife, pistol, but there was nothing. Then with a single swing, Velan's lightsaber cut him in half. The surrounding Mandalorians who were engaged in battle against other soldiers were also promptly defeated, as they were facing an enemy that they didn't know how to deal with. As such, the first battle between a Sith Lord and a Mandalorian was over, with the Sith claiming victory, but give the Mandalorians enough time and they will learn to adapt. The rest of the invasion went just as Velan planned. Majority of the population was either enslaved or killed, and the warriors of Clan Ordo were killed, leaving few to carry on the clan's name. A few days later on Mandalore, the clans had gathered together after hearing the news of the invasion by the Sith. They heard how their people were defeated and enslaved, and they were screaming for revenge. The current Mandalore stood before the assembled clan leaders. The war room in the capital was packed with representatives from every major clan, their voices rising in anger and demands for a crusade. "Silence," the Mandalore commanded, causing everybody to shut up. Clan Ordo has suffered a devastating blow at the hands of those Sith. As such, I hereby order the Crusaders to assemble and prepare to march to war against those honorless bastards. We will show them the might of Mandalore, he shouted as he stood up and raised his sword in the air. The others joined him, and soon enough the greatest Mandalorian Crusader fleet was being assembled and prepared to march to war against the Sith. However, they weren't going into this blindly. The survivors who managed to escape had spoken of strange powers that were being used by the Sith that granted them superhuman abilities. There was nothing they could do with so little information, so the Mandalore sent some scouts to gather information on these strange powers so that they can find a way to counter it. But since the survivors reported that they had only seen a handful of people use it, the Mandalore figured that they could still attack with overwhelming numbers and beat whatever the Sith threw at them. On Mandalore, millions of Crusaders were gathering for their crusade against the Sith. Many didn't know who the Sith were since they had limited contact between the two, but they knew that they were an enemy who attacked them first. Within the Sith Empire, news of Darth Velan's unauthorized attack reached the Imperial Palace on Korriban within days. The current Sith Emperor, Darth Vithrax, flew into a rage when he learned what had transpired. "Velan acts without my authority," Vithrax roared. "He provokes a war we are not prepared for." Darth Asid stood among the assembled Dark Council, his expression neutral despite the satisfaction he felt at this outcome. The Dark Entity whispered its approval in his mind. "Everything proceeds as planned. The Emperor's weakness is exposed." "My lord," Asid spoke, his voice respectful but also conveying an edge of challenge. "Velan's actions, while unauthorized, demonstrate the warrior spirit the Sith should embody. We cannot appear weak before the Mandalorians now. To punish Velan publicly would be to show division." Several other Dark Council members nodded in agreement. Vithrax's cautious policies had grown increasingly unpopular among the more aggressive Sith Lords. "You would have me reward insubordination?" Vithrax questioned. "I would have you turn a tactical error into strategic advantage," Asid replied. "The Mandalorians will come for us regardless. Velan has simply accelerated the inevitable. We should prepare for war, not internal conflict." Vithrax studied Asid carefully, sensing something had changed about the younger Sith Lord over the decades. There was a depth to his power now that hadn't existed before, something that Vithrax had sensed with his rise to power. But he did nothing, as he only saw it as greed, which was normal for a Sith. "The fleet will be mobilized," Vithrax finally declared. "But Velan will answer for his actions after the Mandalorians are dealt with. No Sith acts without my authority. And if you ever try to challenge my authority again, I will kill you myself." Asid bowed respectfully, as his plans were proceeding just as planned. The empty threat that the Emperor gave him meant nothing if he didn't have the power to back it up. But now wasn't the time to challenge his authority. First he would prove himself in the war and cement his rise once it's over. A year later, back on Feldari, Daimon was watching the screen in front of him as Progenitor Thorin stepped up onto the platform to announce the introduction of the public dimensional gates to everyday civilian travel. "Citizens of the Feldari Imperium," Thorin's voice could be heard across every major world simultaneously through the holonet, "today marks a new chapter in our civilization's history. For centuries, we have relied on hyperspace travel to connect our worlds. While effective, it has always imposed limitations on how quickly we could move, trade, and communicate across our vast territories." He gestured to the massive dimensional gate behind him. "Through the combined efforts of our finest scientists, force engineers, and the vision of His Majesty, we have achieved something extraordinary. We have recreated technology not seen in tens of thousands of years." Murmurs started to spread through the crowd. Even though there were rumors of a secret project for years, seeing the gate in person was something else entirely. Dimensional gates will allow instantaneous travel between worlds. What once took days or weeks will now take seconds. Commerce, family visits, cultural exchange, all will be revolutionized. The first civilian gates are now operational on several core worlds, with expansion planned over the coming decades. Any citizen of the Imperium can apply for gate usage, while residents will require some additional information. Following this, a demonstration was put on. A family who volunteered to participate stepped through the gate and emerged on Rakata Prime to cheers from the crowd. Another demonstration showed medical supply being transported to a distant frontier world experiencing a shortage. Cargo from a merchant vessel was transported to its destination instantaneously, bypassing weeks of hyperspace travel. The public reaction was very receptive. Within hours of the announcement, millions of citizens across the Imperium flooded Imperinet with questions, applications for gate usage, and speculation about what this meant for their daily lives. Trading guilds immediately recognized the economic implications. Goods that previously took weeks to transport could now arrive instantly. Perishable items from agricultural worlds could reach industrial centers while still fresh. The logistics industry would need to be completely restructured to adjust to this change. In his office, Daimon watched as millions of applications for gate usage began to flood in as the hours passed. However, they did receive some complaints from a few small corporations about being made obsolete. In response, Daimon announced the implementation of the transition programs which would look to prevent people's livelihoods from being lost because of progress. The military dimensional gates were a separate issue that was not announced to the public, as those were strategic assets. But anyone could guess that if the public had access to it, then the military did as well. As the days passed, Daimon was paying attention to what the Republic and surrounding adversaries would do. If what he saw in his vision was correct, then a war would break out. If not now, then the war would be sometime in the future. Chapter 109, Republic's Reaction. On Coruscant, an emergency session was called as the news of the Imperium's creation of the Dimensional Gate spread to Republic news stations. Once the Chancellor saw it, he knew that they had to do something or else they would eventually be consumed by the Imperium and its ideas. If they wanted democracy to become the leading force in the galaxy, then they would have to do something about this. As the emergency session began, the Chancellor began by addressing the gathered senators with a tone of urgency that immediately commanded attention. Senators of the Republic, we face a threat unlike any we have encountered in recent history. The Feldari Imperium has developed technology that fundamentally alters the strategic balance of power in the galaxy. Instantaneous travel across galactic distances means they can project military force anywhere, at any time, without warning. Senator for Leesvern from one of the core world planets had risen to speak. Chancellor, while the technology is certainly concerning from a military standpoint, we must also acknowledge its humanitarian applications. The medical supplies demonstration alone suggests enormous potential for disaster relief and... Senator Verne, interrupted Senator Obwo, you speak of humanitarian concerns while ignoring the existential threat this poses. The Imperium could deploy invasion forces to Coruscant itself within seconds. Our entire defensive strategy becomes obsolete overnight. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. The fear was present, though not universal across the room. We must demand they share this technology with the galaxy, declared another senator. Such a power cannot be monopolized by a single government. The Republic should propose a joint research initiative, or failing that, prepare countermeasures against the technology. The relationship between the Republic and the Imperium was well known to all, so the idea of a joint research initiative was just hoping for the best. The Chancellor raised his hand for silence. The Jedi Council has already provided their assessment. Master Vandar is here to address the Senate directly. Master Vandar made his way to the central speaking platform. Honored Senators, Vandar began, the Jedi Order has studied what information is available about these dimensional gates. The technology itself is not purely mechanical in nature. It looks like it requires force-sensitive operators to function. This reveal caused an immediate stir amongst the senators. Most had a vague understanding of the Force, but they understood the abilities of the Force. So, to them, for the Imperium to have combined technology and the Force was certainly something. The implications are clear, Vandar continued. The Imperium has weaponized the Force itself, binding it to their technological infrastructure in ways that violate the natural order. This is not merely a military concern, but a philosophical threat to the very understanding of Jedi Order's belief. Senator Verne stood again. Master Vandar, with respect, the Jedi Order has long maintained that the Force should guide your actions. How is the Imperium's use of Force-sensitive individuals to power beneficial technology a violation when you yourselves use the Force in combat and diplomacy? Vandar looked at the senator and scoffed, as Senator Verne was part of the pacifist faction within the Senate. Most of the Senate were controlled by the militaristic faction, which primary goal was to combat the rising threat of the Imperium. There is a difference between working with the Force and enslaving it to machinery. The Balance Keeper's philosophy already corrupts proper Force understanding. This technology takes that corruption to its logical extreme. Senator Verne replied, still combating Master Vandar's words. The two continued to bicker back and forth before the Chancellor stopped them and decided to move on. Several dozen senators voiced their words, some from the pacifist faction, some from the militaristic faction, and then some neutral senators. Near the end, a vote was initiated to decide what to do. And contrary to what some thought, the senators for the militaristic faction voted to not take any aggressive actions out of fear of the Imperium's use of the dimensional gates. The Chancellor was extremely disappointed with this decision. For most of his political life, he has watched the Imperium grow into more of a threat. He knew that if the Republic doesn't stop them, then democracy would be threatened and eventually become overshadowed by imperialism. But luckily, he prepared for this decision to be made. After the emergency session ended with nothing really being done, the Chancellor met with a handful of the most extreme senators from the militaristic faction. The group of 8 senators had gathered in his office and began to talk about their plan of fabricating an excuse for the Republic to go to war. The people will not support a war based on fear alone, Senator Obwo said, his tentacles writhing with agitation. We need a casus belli that even the pacifist faction cannot argue against. Chancellor Thrace leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Then we manufacture one. The Imperium has been expanding aggressively in former Hutt space. There are contested worlds where both our forces and theirs operate. All it would take is a single incident, one that can be presented as Imperial aggression against Republic citizens. "You're suggesting a false flag operation," another senator asked. "I'm suggesting we create the conditions that reveal the Imperium's true nature," Thrace corrected. "They are expansionist tyrants hiding behind humanitarian rhetoric. We simply need to expose that truth in a way the senators cannot ignore." "What did you have in mind?" asked Senator Obwo. "We will stage an attack on one of our frontier worlds near Imperial-controlled space. A settlement with significant civilian population. We stage an attack, make it appear as though Imperial forces conducted a raid on Republic territory. We will plant and fabricate evidence making seem like an Imperial attack." Any other senator would have been uncomfortable hearing a proposal like this, but the ones gathered here were the most extreme of the militaristic faction. They would do anything just to see a war started, either for profit or personal ambition. "If we do this, we can prevent a future where billions die under Imperial subjugation," Thrace stated. "Which world would this operation take place on?" asked one of the senators. "Jeju is a significant world, located on our western border. It has a big population which will allow us to mask our activities and cause larger outrage from the people. We'll use mercenaries with some Imperial equipment acquired off the black market. Once it's done, the evidence will point directly to the Imperium. The Jedi will investigate," another senator warned. "They might sense the deception." "Let them investigate," Thrace answered. "Once the High Council has learned of our intention to go to war, they won't pry too much and just join us. Many Jedi are already convinced the Imperium represents a threat." The other senators nodded. They continued discussing this plan for an hour, finalizing some of the finer details. The plan would be completely secret from anybody else and would take a few weeks to prepare. Within 2 weeks, everything was in place. A few hundred mercenaries were scattered across Jeju in secret warehouses and other locations. They wore armor made to look like Imperial soldiers and wielded Imperial weapons purchased from the black market. Captain Vrel, a mercenary with decades of experience in dirty work, commanded the operation. He'd been paid extremely well for this job, enough credits to retire comfortably on any rim world he chose. The fact that he was attacking Republic civilians didn't bother him. In his line of work, morality was a luxury only the weak had. They would first target a few agricultural settlements first. They wanted it to look like a resource raid. They planned to kill enough people to create outrage but leave some survivors to tell the story. Once the attack began, the mercenaries made it seem like they appeared out of nowhere. The attacks targeted 3 farming communities which were mostly peaceful settlements, defended by nothing more than a small local militia with outdated weapons. The mercenaries moved through the settlements, killing civilians and burning structures. Among the ruins, they planted evidence: Imperial military ration packs, spent ammunition casings with Imperial manufacturing codes, even a damaged datapad containing falsified operational orders. Everything was designed to withstand forensic analysis, at least on the surface. The survivors who were deliberately left alive told stories of soldiers in Imperial armor, speaking a language they didn't recognize. The description matched Imperial forces well enough to be believable, especially to those who wanted to believe it. Within hours, news of the attack spread across the Republic holonet. Images of burning settlements and grieving families flooded every news channel. The public outrage was immediate and overwhelming. Chancellor Thrace appeared before the Senate within a week. "Fellow senators, I come before you with the most terrible news. 3 settlements on Jeju have been attacked by what appears to be Imperial forces. Over 500 civilians are dead, including women and children." The Senate chamber erupted in chaos. Even the pacifist faction looked shaken by the reports. Senator Verne stood up, his face pale as he couldn't believe such a thing had happened. "Chancellor, do we have confirmation that these were Imperial forces? Not pirates or—" "The evidence is overwhelming," Thrace interrupted, displaying the holographic images of the planted Imperial equipment. "Our investigators have recovered Imperial weapons, supplies, and operational orders. The survivors describe soldiers matching Imperial military profiles. This was a coordinated military operation conducted on Republic sovereign territory. This is an act of war. Senator Obwo declared. The Imperium has crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. We must respond with force. Master Vandar stood in the Jedi section of the Senate. The Council will send investigators immediately. If the Imperium is responsible, they must answer for this crime. But we must be certain before committing to war. The evidence speaks for itself, Master Jedi, Thrace replied. But of course, we welcome the Order's investigation. Transparency is essential in matters of such significance. The debate raged for hours. The militaristic faction pushed hard for immediate military action, while the pacifist faction called for diplomatic solutions despite the damning evidence. In the end, a compromise was reached. The Republic would mobilize its fleets and issue an ultimatum to the Imperium while the Jedi conducted their investigation. Chapter 110, The Jedi High Council's Decision. 3 days before the Chancellor addressed the Senate. On Feldari, Daimon received word of the attack within hours through Imperial intelligence networks. He stood in his meditation chamber, reviewing the holographic reports with growing annoyance. It seemed that because of his mere presence, the path that the Republic was going to take would stray them far off the path that they should be on. And if they dared to act against him, then he would have no choice but to force them onto the correct path. My lord, the evidence is too convenient, he said to Illyria Zane, the deputy war master who had arrived to brief him personally. When it came to matters of ruling, he left most things for her to deal with, as she proved herself to be capable of making the same decisions he would make. Imperial equipment left behind? Survivors deliberately spared to tell the story? This has all the hallmarks of a false flag operation. Yet people are now going to use their emotions and death of innocents to block the logical truth and make stupid decisions. Our forces were nowhere near Jeju, Illyria confirmed. I have verified the locations of every Imperial unit close to that sector. None were even within adequate range to pull off such an attack. The Republic knows this, Daimon said. Or rather, whoever orchestrated this knows we can prove it. Which means they're counting on public opinion to override the facts of the situation. What will you do? Illyria asked. Daimon went silent for a long moment, thinking about what they would do while this situation continued to develop. We will deny involvement publicly and provide evidence of our forces' locations. But even then, that won't be enough. The Republic Senate, especially the militaristic faction, will have already made up its mind. He turned to face Illyria, showing her his annoyed expression. Inform Realos to prepare the military. If they want war, I will not allow the Imperium to be caught unprepared. But we will not fire the first shot. Instead, we will let them come to us if they're foolish enough. Illyria nodded, not saying anything more as she could see how annoyed he was. Leave me alone for now. Tell the guards to not let anyone in for the remainder of the day unless it's an emergency. Daimon commanded. Illyria bowed her head, as you wish, and left the room, relaying his orders to the guards outside. Once she left, Daimon started to reflect on his past actions. He wondered if I stayed in the Order would things have been different. But then he remembered the death of his master. If he stayed, he would have lost more people to Jedi arrogance. The path he was currently on was the better path of the many he had seen in visions. He could have become a conquering warlord, or he could have become a Republic senator and then maybe the Chancellor at some point. But all of those paths were boring and had their limitations. But, as the Emperor of the Imperium, he could do so much more. If he wanted something done, all he needed to do was say it and it would be carried out. Then he had loyal people who were close to him to check his actions at any given point. Whether or not he listened to those points didn't matter, as long as he was able to hear things from a different perspective was already a great thing in itself. As Daimon meditated on the possibilities before him, a few days later on Coruscant, the Jedi investigation team was arriving at Jeju. Master Kel Ran Or led a group of 5 Jedi Knights, their mission to examine the attacked sites and determine the truth behind the incident. This team was a well-known team that has worked with the Republic to crack several cases, and they have a lot of experience from the Liberation War against the Hutts. The settlements were still smoldering when they arrived. Local Republic authorities had cordoned off the areas, but evidence remained scattered across the burned structures. Master Orr knelt beside one of the bodies, placing his hand near the victim's head, reaching out through the Force to sense the final moments. "What do you feel?" asked Knight Zareth, whose Force sight allowed her to perceive things others could not. "Fear. Confusion. But..." Orr paused. "Something feels wrong about this. The emotions don't match what I would expect from an Imperial military operation." "How so?" Zareth pressed. "Imperial soldiers are disciplined, methodical. Even in combat, their presence in the Force has a certain structure. What I'm sensing here is chaotic, almost mercenary in nature. These attackers were motivated by credits, not ideology or military orders." Knight Zareth extended her own Force senses across the settlement ruins. "The equipment is Imperial. I can sense the manufacturing signatures, the way the metal was forged on Imperial worlds. But you're right about the attackers themselves. There's a disconnect between the weapons and those who wielded them." The Jedi team spent the next several hours examining every piece of evidence. They found the planted Imperial equipment, the operational orders, the ammunition casings. On the surface, everything pointed to Imperial involvement. But the deeper they looked with the Force, the more inconsistencies emerged. "Master Orr," called another knight from across the settlement. "You should see this." Orr approached and found the knight examining scorch marks on a building wall. "These blast patterns are inconsistent with Imperial weapons. The angle of impact suggests the shooters were firing from positions that don't match the survivors' testimonies." Orr didn't know much about the scorch marks, but he trusted the knight as he was knowledgeable about all sorts of weapons. "Document everything," Orr ordered. "We need to compile a complete analysis before reporting to the Council." As they continued their investigation, a Republic military officer approached. "Master Jedi, the Chancellor's office is requesting a preliminary report. The Senate is preparing to vote on military action. Tell the Chancellor that the Jedi Order does not provide preliminary reports," Orr said firmly. "We will present our findings when the investigation is complete, not before." The officer looked uncomfortable at this response as he was being pressured by his superiors. "Master Orr, with all due respect, the political situation is deteriorating rapidly. Every hour we delay gives the Imperium more time to prepare their defenses. If the Senate votes for war based on incomplete information, that is their choice," Orr replied. "The Jedi Order will not be rushed into endorsing military action without certainty." The officer withdrew reluctantly, leaving the Jedi to continue their work while informing his superiors. 2 days later, Master Orr stood before the Jedi High Council on Coruscant, presenting his team's findings. The council chamber was filled with tension as the Masters listened to his report. "The evidence suggests it was a fabrication," Orr concluded. "While the equipment is genuinely Imperial in origin, the attackers themselves were not Imperial soldiers. The Force, the tactical execution, the emotional residue at the sites, all point to mercenaries conducting a false flag operation." Grand Master Twi'lek leaned forward hearing his assessment. "You are certain of this assessment?" "As certain as I can be without identifying those who orchestrated it," Orr replied. "The attack was designed to appear Imperial, but whoever planned it didn't account for Force investigation. They assumed physical evidence alone would be sufficient. Or maybe you didn't account for how manipulating the Imperials could be," countered Grand Master Twi'lek. Master Orr looked confused as he didn't understand what the Grand Master was trying to say. "The Imperials practice a very different way of understanding the Force, thus they have abilities that we may not know about. As such, manipulating the Force as we believe they have here is something that they are very much capable of. So while we appreciate your efforts, we have already unanimously decided that the Jedi Order will assist the Jedi in taking down Daimon the Tyrant and his cult following," explained Grand Master Twi'lek. Master Orr stood in stunned silence, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. "Grand Master, with respect, my investigation found no evidence of Imperial force manipulation. The inconsistencies I documented cannot be explained by." "Your investigation is noted and appreciated, Master Orr," Grand Master Twi'lek interrupted, leaving no room for further debate. "However, the Council has access to intelligence you do not. The Imperium's threat to galactic stability has been growing for centuries. This incident, regardless of its exact origins, has provided the catalyst necessary for action." Master Orr felt his stomach turn. This wasn't about truth or justice. This was about politics, about the Council using the attack as justification for a war they had already decided to wage. "You're asking the Jedi Order to endorse a war based on false premises." "We're asking the Jedi Order to fulfill its duty as guardians of peace and justice," another council member said. "The Imperium has corrupted the Force, enslaved it to technology, and spread a dangerous philosophy across the galaxy. If we do not act now, their influence will become too great to contain. Sometimes the greater good requires difficult choices," Grand Master Twi'lek said. "Your findings will remain sealed. The official Jedi position will support the Republic's response to what we will publicly acknowledge as an Imperial attack. You are dismissed." Master Orr bowed and left the council chamber. Everything he had been taught about the Jedi's commitment to truth felt hollow now. In the corridor outside, Knight Zareth waited for him, her expression troubled. "They rejected your findings," she said quietly. It wasn't a question, she already had a feeling of what the decision of the council was. Worse, they dismissed them entirely. Orr's revealed. "The council has decided this war will happen regardless of what actually occurred on Jiju. Then what do we do?" Orr was silent for a moment, staring out the window at Ossus's Jedi temple. "We serve the Order. But I will not forget what I found. When this war ends, when the truth can no longer be buried beneath political necessity, I will ensure it comes to light." Chapter 111, The First Time in History. What Daimon had long seen in his visions was about to come to fruition. The Republic Senate, with the support of the Jedi High Council, has voted to take military action against the Imperium through a declaration of war. With them in this war, they were joined by 3 of the 4 empires from the unknown regions. Leading up to the declaration, Republic diplomats had already secured the support of the theocratic Dominion of Kaelindra, Kingdom of Realithes, and the Coalition of Free Stars. The Varisian technocracy, who were neutral to the Imperium, had remained neutral in the war. Unlike the other 3 empires, they were somewhat friendly to the Imperium because of the technological benefits that they would get. However, even now their neutrality was being tested by the other 3 empires who were pressuring them to join the war against the Imperium. They resisted the pressure thus far, but when the war inevitably spilled into their territory, they would be forced to make a choice. On Coruscant, Chancellor Thrace appeared before the Galactic Holonet to address the Republic and its allies. "Citizens of the Republic, allies across the galaxy, today we face a threat that demands our unified response. The Feldari Imperium has conducted unprovoked military action against Republic civilians, resulting in hundreds of deaths. We have exhausted all diplomatic options. The Senate, with the full support of the Jedi Order, has voted to authorize military force to contain this aggressive expansion and protect free peoples everywhere." The speech continued, and it was carefully crafted, mixing truth with lies in ways that made the Republic appear entirely justified. Images of the Jiju attack played across billions of screens, with the emotions of the people overwhelming any questions about evidence or investigation. The Republic had already mobilized their fleets leading up to this day, and they were pretty much prepared to attack. The military machine that had been building for centuries finally had a purpose. Shipyards started to prioritize military vessels and accelerate production schedules. Recruitment centers were flooded with volunteers eager to defend democracy against tyranny. On Feldari, Daimon watched the declaration with War Master Relos, Deputy War Master Ilaria, and several progenitors gathered around him. The holographic projection of Chancellor Thrace flickered as he finished his speech. We've just now received declarations of war from the Republic, Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra, Kingdom of Realithes, and the Coalition of Free Stars. With this, we are surrounded on multiple fronts and severely outnumbered," announced Progenitor Thorin. Daimon knew this as well. The Republic had around 20 quadrillion people living throughout their 250,000-something member worlds. This number was about 1,400 times bigger than that of the Imperium, which had a little over 14 trillion. Now some may think that this is a lot, but Daimon knew the true story. Most of the power in the Republic was centered around the core worlds, which held the most power. Outside of that were the mid-rim worlds and outer rim worlds, who mostly maintained local defense armies. The central government controlled the main Republic military, but most of the military power rested in the member worlds, who had their own armies. In times of war, these member worlds would be called upon to contribute forces, but coordination between thousands of independent militaries would be a logistical nightmare. The Republic's advantage in numbers was offset significantly by its decentralized command structure and reliance on the core worlds. The three unknown region empires presented different challenges. The Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra was a religious state that viewed the imperial faith as heretical. Their zealotry would make them unpredictable, but also prone to tactical mistakes driven by ideology rather than sound military doctrine. The Kingdom of Realithes was a traditional monarchy with a professional standing military. They would be competent adversaries, though their tactical doctrine made them predictable. The Coalition of Free Stars was the wild card. A confederation of independent systems bound by mutual defense treaties, they had diverse military capabilities and no unified command structure. Some of their member worlds might commit fully while others provided only partial support. "The dimensional gates give us a significant advantage," War Master Relos said, studying the tactical displays. "We can reinforce most of our threatened system within minutes. The enemy will need days to weeks to move their fleets between engagements. Assuming the gates remain operational," Ilaria cautioned. "They'll be priority targets once the enemy knows their locations. Let's also not underestimate the Republic," Daimon warned. "The Republic may be extremely bureaucratic and inefficient, but they have access to an endless supply of resources on a much greater scale than we have. They can afford to lose a lot more ships, vehicles, and soldiers compared to us." The progenitors all nodded. They understood this the most, as the Imperium had faced the Abominer who underestimated them, only for them to get defeated. "We will focus on defend the worlds we have alongside the dimensional gates that we have. We will expand the dimensional gate security forces immediately and station a fleet and dedicated ground army on each planet that has one. This whole war was caused by the dimensional gates, so allowing the enemies to destroy or gain control over them would make Imperium's advantage slowly degrade." "Will we implement a empire-wide draft for more soldiers?" asked War Master Relos. Daimon shook his head. "That won't be necessary. Once the people hear what I have to say, then we will have billions of volunteers lining up to join the Feldari armed forces." War Master Relos nodded. He understood how much of a motivator his words can be. Sure, Relos himself can relay the words, but if it came from Daimon himself, the people would rush to defend the lives of the people within the Imperium and lay down their lives for the Emperor. The meeting went on for another hour before it ended. To summarize it, all progenitors would mobilize their ascendant legions and march to war. This would be the first time since the war that founded the Imperium that all progenitors would be mobilized. Daimon, on the other hand, had prepared for his speech to the people of the Imperium in response to the Republic and its allies' declaration of war upon them. A few hours later, 1 million people had gathered within Emperor's Square, which was just a massive place located within the capital city Edoras, built for Daimon's addresses to the people. Watching the screens were the trillions of citizens and residents throughout the Imperium waiting to hear their Emperor's response to the declaration of war by the Republic. They didn't have to wait long, as Daimon eventually made his way to the center, which prompted cheers from the crowd of people. It had been some time since he personally came out to address them. As he took the center of the stand, Daimon raised his hand, causing the people to quiet down. "My people," he began. "Children of the Imperium. Today will be marked as a historic day, for we have been declared war upon by the Republic and its allies. They accuse us of aggression, of tyranny, of crimes we did not commit. They fabricate evidence and manipulate their citizens with lies designed to justify their own ambitions. The Republic, which claims to champion freedom and democracy, has chosen war over truth." Anger stirred amidst the crowd as they listened to Daimon's words. It was the same words they had been hearing on Imperinet. "For centuries, we have built something extraordinary together. We have abolished slavery where we found it. We have uplifted entire civilizations from poverty and oppression. We have created a society where every citizen, regardless of species or origin, has the opportunity to thrive. And for this, they fear us." He raised one finger. One lie, one Senate, and one cowardly council was all it took for them to condemn trillions of people to suffering. Make no mistake, this war will test us as never before. We face enemies on multiple fronts, enemies with greater numbers and vast resources. They believe they can overwhelm us through sheer weight of numbers. They believe our commitment to our principles makes us weak. He paused, focusing his eyes on the camera directly in front of him. "So, I say this to the Republic and its allies. You exist only because I allow it. I feed off the fear that you have of me, and I will continue to do so until the end of time." He then focused his attention back on the people. "Since the Republic has threatened our existence, I am hereby declaring the beginning of the First Great Holy War." The crowd and everybody listening was shocked. Never before had a holy war been waged in the Imperium's entire history. "We will march to war to ensure our continued survival. And I will be right alongside you as the God you all see me as, fighting against these infidels until they are broken. Only then will we give them peace, and not a moment sooner." The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. A holy war meant total mobilization, a commitment that transcended ordinary military conflicts. This was no longer just a defensive action, it was a crusade to protect everything the Imperium represented. Cheers erupted, but they were different from before. These were not celebrations but war cries, the sound of Imperial citizens preparing to fight for their very existence. Within hours, recruitment centers across every Imperial world were overwhelmed with volunteers. Young and old alike sought to serve, driven by a combination of religious fervor, patriotic duty, belief in the Emperor, and genuine belief in what the Imperium stood for. The entire industrial base of the Imperium was shifted into war mode. The Starforge started producing weapons, ships, and supplies for immediate use by the future men and women who would crew them. The news headlines on Imperinet had called this day as the Imperium's March to War. Chapter 112, Preparation for War. As the next day rolled around, Daimon was looking over the report, which included the Imperium's military numbers and the deployments that would be made. The first was the Feldari Armed Forces, which had a total of 100 billion active members, with 200 billion more applying for recruitment. This would bring the Imperium's active soldiers from 0.70% to 2% of the total population. But training 200 billion people would take some time while they expand their current training facilities. Feldari Armed Forces breakdown. Imperial Army, 40 billion. Imperial Navy, 30 billion. Imperial Marine Corps, 10 billion. Imperial Starfighter Corps, 8 billion. Strategic Command/Spec Ops/Imperial Guard, 4 billion. Logistics/Engineering/Medical, 8 billion. This might sound like a lot, but when compared to the Imperium's enemies it was not. Following this were the reports on the Ascendant Legions led by the respective progenitor. Each legion numbered around 1 million members, and for the first time since their creation had received mass deployment orders to various places around the Imperium. One legion would be heading to the northern Imperial territory, which had been separated ever since it was created. This region bordered the Republic and was the closest territory the Imperium had to Coruscant. The defense of this region was high on Daimon's priority because of this. The other legions would remain within main territory of the Imperium, the Rakatan Dominion, and the Imperial territory located in Hutt space. Then there were the clone fleets which brought their own numbers. 500 million Jedi clones spread across 15 fleets, each one genetically programmed for warfare and utterly loyal to the Imperium. Grand Marshal Librius had already deployed 3 of those fleets to former Hutt space, leaving 12 available for immediate deployment. Daimon looked over the holographic map showing the Imperium's territories and its borders with hostile powers. The strategic situation was challenging but not impossible to beat. The dimensional gates would be the key to everything. With them, he could move forces across the Imperium faster than the enemy could coordinate their attacks. For his own personal legion, the Empyrean Guard, their numbers had reached 100,000. Following them were the Immortals at 10 million and the overall Imperial Guards, numbering 30 million. The Imperial Guards were a mix of people from all walks of life assembled together to protect the Emperor and execute his will wherever they were needed. The Immortals were more like Daimon's own personal army, which did have their own dedicated fleets, vehicles, and support troops. Daimon did this as the existence of the Immortals, Imperial Guards, and Empyrean Guards had caused confusion within the hierarchy of the Imperium. He had to fix this, so they were assigned dedicated roles, making their roles clearer. The last thing that Daimon looked at was the number of balance keepers, which had reached 120,000 members. This number, while not as great compared to the billions of soldiers that would fight in the war, it was still a significant number when compared to the Jedi Order, who had 80,000 members spread across the Republic. Once he was done looking through the report, he closed the report and turned his attention to the deployments that would need to be made in the coming weeks. As he was doing this, War Master Relos entered his office with some important news. Daimon, we've received intelligence from our agents embedded in the Republic about a strike force assembling at Doran. From what we can piece together, they're planning a 3-pronged assault targeting our border worlds in the northern region. Daimon moved the map to where Doran was, and it showed a gathering of military ships in real time. Do we know their expected targets? It's not confirmed, but we can guess that they will attack probably Iridonia, Kaitum, Anshan, or Gli Anselm. All 4 are significant industrial centers that are close to the Republic core. If I had to guess, they're probably betting that we won't be able to reinforce all 3 worlds before our forces arrive. We have about 200,000 ships over there. However, the Republic has 800,000 ships near the border, which puts our forces at a significant disadvantage. From Daimon's perspective, the situation was extremely volatile for the Imperium. I will deploy to the northern territories with 100,000 ships immediately, informed Relos. Me and the Ordinatus will defend the territories until it is time to go on the offensive. Daimon nodded. He had complete trust in Relos's ability and was eager to see him in action after so long. What about the unknown region empires? Relos asked. Intelligence suggests they're coordinating their own offensives against us. The Theocratic Dominion will likely strike at our religious planets first. They view this as a holy war as much as we do, but their zealotry will make them predictable. Station the balance keepers at our most prominent temples and academies. Let them face force users who actually understand what they're doing. The Kingdom of Realithes will take a more conventional approach, Daimon continued, moving the map where the Kingdom of Realithes was located. They'll go for strategic targets, supply lines, industrial centers. We'll deploy the 3rd, 7th, and 9th fleets to establish defensive perimeters around the manufacturing hubs in these sectors. And the coalition of Free Stars? Relos asked. They're the most unpredictable. A confederation means different worlds will commit different levels of support. Some might send full battle groups while others offer partial forces. We'll need to remain flexible, adjust our defenses as their actual commitment becomes clear. Daimon zoomed the map out to show the entire theater of operations. The real question is whether they can maintain unified command long enough to pose a serious threat. Relos studied the tactical display. They were fighting on 4 fronts simultaneously, which will have their forces stretched thin during the beginning of the war. Once they started defeating the other empires, then they could move those forces to another front. Daimon and Relos continued their conversation until the tactical map started to blink red and Cortana's holographic projection had popped up. Tython is under attack, she announced. The Jedi Order, assisted by the Republic, have gathered together an invasion force and have begun invading the surface of the planet. Damn it! And Tython doesn't have any defenses. Tython was dead smack in the middle of Republic territory, and Daimon didn't want the Republic to catch on to their presence on the planet, so he refrained from building any orbital defenses and just left the defense of the planet up to the Balance Keepers and the Tython war droids. Flights to and from the planet were limited to avoid detection, but it seemed even that was not enough to avoid the Republic discovering the location of the planet. Prepare 5,000 Balance Keepers, 50,000 of my Empyrean Guard, and the Immortals. I will personally go to defeat the Jedi and Republic forces and use this to send a message to them. Relos wanted to protest since Tython was surrounded by Republic space and Daimon would be isolated if he didn't bring reinforcements. Daimon saw Relos' expression and knew what he was thinking. Don't worry about me. The Jedi have wanted to face me directly for centuries. Now they'll get their wish, and I will show them the difference in our abilities. Relos nodded and just accepted his decision, as he also had somewhere to be. After several hours, the military-controlled dimensional gate on Feldari was activated. The military version was bigger than the civilian one and was powered by 200 Force engineers. On the other side appeared the inside of the main Balance Keeper temple on the planet. Daimon turned around and looked at the massive army assembled behind him. Warriors of the Imperium. The Republic have made a grave mistake. They believe our sacred world of Tython can be taken through overwhelming force. They believe the Jedi Order's numbers will be enough to crush the Balance Keepers. They believe wrong. He ignited his lightsaber, which was the most powerful lightsaber ever created, as it was infused with his own force power. Today we show them what happens when you awaken a sleeping giant. Today we remind the galaxy why the Imperium has endured for 4 centuries. Today we defend not just a planet, but the very heart of our philosophy. The assembled warriors roared in response. The Empyrean Guard raised their vibroswords in salute. The Balance Keepers ignited their own lightsabers, creating a sea of different colored lightsabers. The Immortals crossed their right hands over their chest. Daimon turned back around towards the gate and shouted forward, stepping through the dimensional gate. On the other side, Guardian Thalia Kestris was already waiting. My lord, the situation is deteriorating rapidly. Republic forces have established landing zones across 3 continents. The Jedi have deployed at least 10,000 knights and masters. Our Balance Keepers are holding the main temples, but we're being pushed back because of the sheer numbers of soldiers. How are the droids doing? Daimon asked, moving toward the temple's command center. We have activated all 1 million droids across the planet. They're slowing the enemy's advance, but Republic artillery and air support are overwhelming our defensive positions in the open terrain. The forests provide better cover, but they're burning them to deny us that advantage. Arriving within the command center, Daimon looked at the tactical hologram displaying Republic and Jedi positions across Tython's surface. Looking at all the red dots on the map, the situation did indeed look bad, but that was only because they were severely outnumbered. Now that reinforcements were here, things were about to change. Sir, the 1st Battalion of Immortals has made it through and are ready to deploy, reported the commander of the 1st Battalion. Perfect, I want your battalion deployed to this temple to reinforce our forces there. Ordered Daimon. Sir, yes sir, replied the commander as he issued the orders to his battalion and went to carry out his orders. Daimon stayed back for a few minutes before he himself joined the battle on the front. Chapter 113, Battle of Tython. A/N, here is the pre-war galaxy map. Another one will be created at the end of the war showing all the changes. Pre-war galaxy map. At one of the Balance Keeper temples, several dozen balance keepers and Tython war droids were fighting desperately against Republic forces and Jedi Knights who were attempting to breach the temple's defenses. Master Taith Maluan led the assault, his lightsaber deflecting blaster fire as he advanced with a squad of Jedi Knights behind him. "Push forward!" Master Maluan commanded. He himself had managed to kill 3 balance keepers so far and he was eager for more. The Republic soldiers advanced alongside the Jedi, their formations tight despite taking casualties from the war droids' precise targeting. The balance keepers fought with discipline that surprised Master Maluan. They showed none of the emotional turmoil he expected from Force users who had rejected traditional Jedi teachings. One balance keeper, a Zabrak woman with markings on her face, engaged 2 Jedi Knights simultaneously. Her fighting style was unlike anything in the Jedi archives. She transitioned between offensive strikes and defensive postures that seemed to anticipate her opponent's moves before they even made them. "They're too organized," one of the Jedi Knights said to Master Maluan. "It's like they can see our tactics and moves before we execute them." "They've abandoned the light," Master Maluan replied. "Whatever power they've gained from their heretical practices, it won't save them from justice." The temple's outer wall was finally breached under concentrated artillery fire. Republic soldiers poured through the gap, only to be met by a wall of balance keepers who had been waiting precisely for this moment. The courtyard became a killing field. War droids provided suppressing fire from elevated positions while balance keepers moved through the Republic lines. Master Maluan watched as 3 more Jedi fell, not to overwhelming force, but to precise strikes that exploited small weaknesses in their defenses. "Fall back to the secondary entrance," Master Maluan ordered, realizing the assault was starting to become a stalemate. "Regroup and..." He didn't get a chance to finish his command as Imperial gunships surrounded their forces. Jumping out of these gunships were the Imperial Immortals that Master Maluan had heard so much about. These were the elite forces of the Emperor, which meant that if they were here then the Emperor was also present. A battalion of Immortals had jumped from the gunships and onto the battlefield, forming a protective barrier around the temple with their bodies. While this was happening, Republic fighters had appeared and had managed to take out a few gunships, causing the rest to initiate evasive maneuvers and retreat. Amongst the Immortals who dropped, Daimon and 100 of the Empyrean guards had also managed to drop and were now on the battlefield. Daimon met up with the commander of the Imperial forces, Guardian Kale V. Horus, who had been coordinating the temple's defense. "Status report." "My lord," Guardian Kale bowed quickly, "Republic forces control approximately 30% of the planet's surface. They've established forward operating bases in the northern continent and are pushing toward the Great Temple. Jedi strike teams are targeting our meditation sanctuaries across the southern hemisphere. Casualties: 200 balance keepers killed, 400 wounded. The war droids have sustained 40% losses. We've inflicted significant damage on their forces, but they keep sending more troops through orbital drops." Daimon looked up at the sky and could see the hundreds of Republic ships orbiting the planet. If they wanted to get rid of them, then they would need to get rid of this fleet. "Have all our forces stay behind cover. Myself, the Empyrean guards, and the Immortals will push the enemy back. Once we get them outside of the temple grounds, then order your forces to engage, but not a moment sooner," Daimon ordered. "Understood, my lord," replied Guardian Kale. Daimon made his way to the front where he saw the Republic soldiers regrouping behind makeshift barriers while Jedi Knights formed defensive perimeters around them. Among them, Master Maluan watched as Daimon came into view. His eyes widened as he recognized the distinctive, purple-skinned giant. "That's him," Maluan shouted. "The tyrant himself. All forces, concentrate fire on the Emperor," a Republic officer shouted into his comm. Artillery pieces flew toward Daimon's position. Dozens of blaster rifles opened fire and dozens of Jedi Knights charged forward. Daimon watched as the artillery pieces flew toward him, but he didn't budge. Instead, the artillery pieces smacked the force barrier formed around Daimon and the soldiers that were following him, creating a smoke cloud. As the smoke cloud started to clear, the Republic forces wanted to believe that the Emperor was dead, but if what they were told was true, then it would take more than this. And right they were, as once the smoke cloud cleared, Daimon and his soldiers stood untouched by the Republic's attacks. "Let's clear 'em out," ordered Daimon as he ignited his lightsaber as charged forward. The Empyrean guards and immortals charged forward behind him. The Republic soldiers opened fire, but Daimon moved through the blaster bolts like they were nothing more than rain, his lightsaber deflecting shots here and there. Once he got close, he saw the Republic's reinforcements coming in hot. It looked to be enough reinforcements to overwhelm them completely. Daimon extended his hand, and a wave of force energy moved outward like a shockwave. The incoming Republic soldiers were lifted off their feet and thrown backward, crashing into their own formations. Vehicles flipped over, their armor crumpling like paper. The Jedi Knights attempted to shield their troops, but the power behind Daimon's attack shattered their defensive barriers. "Protect the infantry!" Master Malouin shouted, rallying the remaining Jedi. He charged toward Daimon directly, his lightsaber held in one of the newer saber forms. 3 other masters followed, forming a coordinated attack pattern meant to overwhelm Daimon. Daimon met them in the middle, parrying the first strike from the first master, then spinning and delivering a kick that sent the Jedi flying into a collapsed wall. The second and third masters attacked simultaneously from different angles. Daimon used his free hand to catch one master in a force grip that lifted her off the ground while his lightsaber locked with the other's blade. For a moment they struggled, then Daimon pushed harder. The Jedi Master's lightsaber was forced back toward his own face before Daimon unlocked their blades and struck him down with a single blow. He then pulled the master that he had in a force grip towards him and cut her in half. Master Malouin watched in horror as his fellow masters fell within seconds. "He's too powerful," one of the knights shouted. "We need to retreat." "Stand your ground," Malouin commanded, though when he turned back around, Daimon was already right in front of his face. He tried to raise his lightsaber, but his body was frozen, alongside those around him. Daimon had put all the Republic forces present in a force hold that made all of them frozen in place. "Your Master Malouin," said Daimon. "I can sense that you have killed several balance keepers and you think your actions are justified. But let me tell you something." Daimon leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Those balance keepers you killed? They were defending their home from invaders who fabricated evidence to justify this war. You're not heroes. You're pawns being used by politicians too cowardly to face me themselves." Master Malouin struggled against the force hold, his face reddening as he kept trying to free himself. Around him, hundreds of Republic soldiers and Jedi Knights remained suspended, unable to move even a finger. He could kill all of them right now if he wanted to. It would take less effort than breathing, but he had a better use for them. "But don't worry about those politicians and the Jedi High Council. I'll pay them a personal visit soon enough." He turned around and gestured to his soldiers who were already walking up. "Arrest all the Jedi, then execute the soldiers." "Copy that, sir," replied one of the Empyrean guards as they relayed his orders to the others. However, Daimon could not relax as he sensed an attack coming from above. A Republic cruiser had descended into the atmosphere and had fired on their position, not worried about the friendly casualties. Daimon waved his hand, blocking the shot from the ship with a force field. After that, he reached both his hands out and began to drag the cruiser from out the sky. The cruiser's engines screamed as they tried to compensate for the invisible force pulling it to the ground. Inside the bridge, alarms blared as the crew struggled to understand what was happening. "We're losing altitude," the pilot shouted. "Engines at maximum thrust, but we're still descending." The captain didn't know what was going on, but if they didn't do something then the ship was going to crash into the surface. "All power to engines. Emergency ascent protocols." It made no difference. Daimon's grip on the vessel was overwhelming. The cruiser tilted forward, its nose pointing toward the ground as it accelerated downward despite every system fighting against it. Republic soldiers on the ground scattered as the shadow of their own ship fell across them. With a final pull, Daimon brought the cruiser crashing into the ground several hundred meters from the temple. The impact created a massive crater, the ship's hull buckling and tearing apart. Explosions rippled through it as fuel cells ruptured from the impact. Next, he moved onto the ships in orbit, spreading his consciousness throughout the system. He sensed the hundreds of Republic ships positioned above Tython. Each one represented thousands of lives, but more importantly, each one represented the Republic's arrogance in believing they could simply overwhelm the Imperium through numbers alone. He extended both hands toward the sky and began to do the same thing he had done on the ship before. In orbit, the Republic fleet suddenly found their ship's systems failing. Navigation computers sparked and died. Weapons systems locked up. Most critically, their engines began shutting down one by one. What's happening? Admiral Corvin demanded from the bridge of his flagship, Engineering, report. Sir, we're experiencing complete systems failure across all departments. It's like something is interfering with every electronic system simultaneously. Impossible. Our systems have redundancies, shielding against electromagnetic interference. The ship jumped as its engines died completely. Through the viewport, Corvin watched in horror as the same thing happened to every vessel in his fleet. Ships that had been maintaining orbital positions began drifting, their momentum carrying them in unpredictable directions. On the surface, Daimon's eyes glowed with force energy as he manipulated the electromagnetic fields around each vessel. He didn't destroy them outright, instead, he systematically disabled every ship's ability to maintain orbit or mount an offensive. Sir, we're caught in Tython's gravity well, the helmsman shouted. Without engines, we're going to be pulled down. Admiral Corvin gripped the command console. All ships, emergency protocols. Abandon ship, if necessary, get to the escape pods. But Daimon wasn't finished. He reached deeper into the force, feeling the life signatures aboard each vessel. He then began targeting the escape pods before they could launch, fusing their hatches shut or disabling their propulsion systems. One way or another, the Republic fleet would fall, and their crews would fall with them. This is Admiral Corvin to all Republic forces on Tython and in orbit. Full retreat. I repeat, full retreat. The order came too late for most. Ship after ship began their descent through the atmosphere, their hulls heating up from re-entry without proper shielding or controlled descent protocols. Some broke apart before reaching the surface. Others crashed intact but with such force that survival was impossible. The Imperial soldiers just stared at Daimon, in awe of what they had just witnessed. They had seen many things, but never before had they witnessed an entire fleet getting pulled from orbit onto the surface of the planet. Let's get this area cleaned up, said Daimon, noticing that they had stopped to look at him. Hearing this order, they continued what they were doing while Daimon just stared into the sky. He wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. Once they were done here, he would pay a personal visit to Ossus to have a word with the Jedi High Council. Chapter 114, Fall of the Jedi High Council. Several hours after the destruction of the Republic fleet. My lord, we have completed the cleanup of the area, reported a commander. The reinforcements are continuously being brought through the gate alongside the relevant supplies and equipment. Daimon nodded, hearing the report. Since Tython was exposed now, there was no need to hide their presence. So, he ordered the immediate deployment of 10 million soldiers to Tython, the construction of a planetary shield, and several ground-to-space weapons. Having a fleet come so deep into Republic territory would be stupid considering how fast they could reinforce compared to the Imperium. Instead, they will focus on defending the ground and protecting the planet from the surface. The moons of Tython, both Ashla and Bogan, had unfortunately fallen to the Republic. But that wasn't much of a concern, as Daimon never had much of an interest in the moons, and having too many forces in the system would have revealed their presence. So, the only thing they had on the 2 moons were a few thousand war droids and some outposts which if lost wouldn't have any effect on them at all. But just the fact that the Republic took control of them was not something that Daimon was fond of. Have the planetary shield set up first. Then have the engineers come and strip down the hundreds of Republic ships and use those parts to construct ground-to-orbit defense platforms. I want this planet turned into a fortress over the next year. Yes, my lord, the commander acknowledged before departing to relay the orders. Walking past him, Guardian Kale approached, his armor still scorched from the battle. Most of the Republic forces around the planet have surrendered after seeing their own ships fall from the sky. Some were even killed by them in the process. As they should, replied Daimon. Since they surrendered, I'll be lenient and just imprison them. But those that try to fight back from this moment on will be executed on the spot. He turned and glared at Guardian Kale to make sure that he got the message. Guardian Kale was a little shocked at first, as he had never seen the Emperor be this serious before. He had heard that the Emperor was angry with the Republic for starting the war, but he didn't know just how angry he was until several hours ago. It will be done, my lord, Guardian Kale replied. Good, now I will take my leave. I have to pay an important visit to the Jedi High Council, was all Daimon said as he vanished right in front of Guardian Kale, who looked around in confusion. An Empyrean guard approached, seeing the confused Guardian Kale. Don't worry, Guardian. The Emperor will return after he finishes his business with the Jedi. Guardian Kale nodded and returned to finish carrying out his duties. On Ossus, within the Jedi Temple's High Council chamber, Grand Master Twi'lek sat in meditation alongside the other council members. They had received Admiral Corvin's distress signal hours ago, followed by complete communications blackout from the Tython system. The silence was what terrified them the most, as it could possibly reveal that the Imperium could reach anywhere within the Republic within hours. I felt a powerful presence within the Force during the distress signal. This might have been caused by several powerful balance keepers or Daimon himself, said Grand Master Twi'lek to the other council members. It would be more realistic to believe that several powerful balance keepers banded together to pull of whatever it is that they did, voiced a master. Hopefully they get back into contact with us. We have 10,000 Jedi Knights and Master on the ground to take back Tython, which is historically important to us. I don't know, we abandoned it so long ago, but this time I hope to rebuild it into a great temple, explained Grand Master Twi'lek. The other Jedi Masters agreed that they were also eager to see Tython and what it would become in the near future. But as they were talking, they felt a powerful force in the presence so overwhelming that several of the younger council members couldn't believe what they felt. Standing in front of the temple, Daimon took in the view of the sky and temple. It's been a long time since I was here, said Daimon to himself. As he was reminiscing about the past, the Jedi who were always made aware of his appearance began to surround him. The temple guards took the lead and formed a circle around him, while the other Jedi Knights and Masters positioned themselves behind the temple guards. Daimon allowed them to form up around him for a few seconds before he turned his attention back to the gathered Jedi. Is this everyone? He taunted, looking at the dozens of Jedi around him. Surrender now and face justice while you still can. Voiced a random Jedi, believing that the Republic or Jedi High Council would give him an ounce of justice. Ha! You guys are so stupid. I think I will do the galaxy justice by killing a few, he said as the Jedi tried to put up their sabers to block whatever attack he was about to do. Daimon put both of his hands together and created a sphere of force lightning, which he combined with his lightsaber. The force lightning combined with the saber and swung at the Jedi in front of him. Following the saber was a wave of force lightning that spread outward in an arc, catching the temple guards in its attack. Their lightsabers and armor offered no protection against the power of force lightning. The guards screamed for a few moments as the electricity coursed through their bodies. Their screams echoed across the temple courtyard before they collapsed, smoke rising from their charred bodies. The Jedi Knights behind them barely had time to react before Daimon was already moving. He appeared in their midst through force-enhanced speed that made him seem to teleport. He cut down 3 Jedi in a single swing, their bodies falling before their minds could register what had happened. Protect the Council, a Jedi Master shouted, rallying the survivors. Form defensive positions. But defensive positions meant nothing against Daimon. He moved through their formations so fast that Jedi who had trained for decades found their techniques to be useless against someone who had mastered the Force at a level they couldn't comprehend. One brave master attempted to engage him directly, calling upon the Force to enhance his speed and strength. Daimon caught the Jedi's lightsaber with his bare hand, the blade dissipating against his Force-infused skin. The Master's eyes widened in shock before Daimon crushed the lightsaber hilt and drove his own blade through the Jedi's chest. More Jedi poured out from the temple's entrance, but they were running toward their deaths. Daimon raised his free hand and unleashed a force wave that sent dozens flying backward into the temple walls with bone-crushing force. The stone had cracked from the impacts and shook the building itself. Inside the council chamber, Grand Master Twi'lek stood up abruptly. The temple is under attack. All masters, with me. The council members rushed from their chamber, but when they reached the courtyard, they found nothing but death. Bodies of Jedi lay scattered across the grounds, and at the center stood Daimon, his eyes glowing white with golden rims. Daimon! Grand Master Twi'lek called out, igniting his lightsaber. This ends now. Does it? Daimon replied as he raised his hand in the air and created a force storm which enveloped the entirety of the planet. The destruction that had begun because of the storm would prevent other temples from making to the main temple. Force storm image. The masters looked up in shock at what they were seeing. You started a war based on lies, sent your knights to attack our sacred world, and now you're surprised when I respond. You have corrupted the Force itself. Another council member shouted. Your heretical teachings poison everything they touch. Daimon laughed, then reached towards the person who spoke and consumed his life force, leaving him falling lifelessly to the ground. Since you have painted me as a demonic tyrant, I have no choice but to show you how much mercy I have shown the Jedi Order. Daimon launched a force wave attack at them, but the masters managed to block it. Grand Master Twi'lek and the remaining council members spread out, attempting to flank Daimon from multiple angles. Their coordination was impressive, the result of decades of mastery in the Force, but it was meaningless when they practiced such a basic understanding of the Force. Master Yarael Poof attempted to use illusion techniques to confuse Daimon's senses, creating multiple false images of himself. Daimon didn't even look in his direction before extending his consciousness and crushing his brain from the inside. The master collapsed instantly, his neck folding awkwardly as his body hit the ground. He's reading our thoughts before we act. Master Kurosal realized too late, attempting to empty his mind of intention. Daimon appeared behind him, his lightsaber emerging through his chest before he could even turn around. Grand Master Twi'lek watched as his council fell one by one. The power difference wasn't just significant, it was absolute. Every technique they employed, every strategy they attempted, Daimon countered as if he'd written the manual on their fighting styles himself. You claim to be a god, Twi'lek said, but gods don't murder those who oppose them. Don't they? Daimon replied, deflecting a strike from Master Vruk Lamar and responding with a force push that sent the elderly master crashing through a stone pillar. Your own Jedi texts are filled with tales of force wielders who shaped civilizations and destroyed those who threatened balance. The difference is that I don't hide behind false humility. Master Vruk struggled to rise from the rubble, his ribs clearly broken. The order will endure, beyond you. Will it? Daimon waved his hand, and the temple itself began to shake. Cracks started to spread across the structure as he channeled the force through the foundations. This temple has stood for thousands of years. Watch as I erase it in mere moments. Stop! Grand Master Twi'lek shouted, abandoning his attack stance. Destroying the temple serves no purpose. It serves the same purpose as your attack on Tython. You wanted to erase what we built there, to claim it as your own. Consider this my mercy. The remaining council members formed a protective circle around Twi'lek, their lightsabers raised in a final defensive position. There were only 5 of them left now, and they all bore injuries from their brief engagement. "We can negotiate," Twi'lek offered, desperation creeping into his voice. "End this assault, and we'll discuss terms." Daimon lowered his lightsaber for a moment in disbelief. "Terms? Ha! You fabricated evidence to justify a war, sent armies to destroy my people, and now you want terms." He paused, giving them a false sense of hope. "Very well. Here are my terms, your immediate eradication," he yelled, and launched a powerful force lightning attack at the remaining masters. They had no chance to dodge and was struck by the force lightning, killing them almost instantly. However, before he was hit, Grand Master Twi'lek denied the will of the force and turned himself into a force ghost. He looked around him and saw that he was standing in the place he had died. He then looked up at Daimon, who stood still with his eyes closed. "How can so much power exist within a single person?" he said out loud, thinking that nobody could hear him. So, he was surprised when Daimon responded. "Because I willed it," replied Daimon as he opened his eyes and looked directly at the ghost of Grand Master Twi'lek. "I told you I was going to eradicate you. It doesn't matter what form you take. So long as you continue to exist, I can see you." Daimon raised his hand, reaching out with the force. Grand Master Twi'lek didn't think anything of it, as he didn't believe that Daimon could touch him as a ghost. But he was wrong. His body froze in place, and he felt a pain that kept increasing. "What are you doing?" he screamed. "I told you. I will eradicate you, which includes your entire existence," replied Daimon as he began to use his understanding of the cosmic and living force to erase Grand Master Twi'lek's soul. The force ghost of Grand Master Twi'lek began to fade, not peacefully as one would expect from a Jedi's passing into the cosmic force, but violently. His spectral form flickered and distorted as if reality itself was rejecting his existence. The pain he felt transcended physical sensation, touching something fundamental to his very being. "Please." Twi'lek's voice echoed weakly. "This power, it's unnatural." "Natural. Unnatural. These are concepts created by limited minds trying to understand forces beyond their comprehension." Daimon's hand clenched tighter, and Twi'lek's form began fragmenting. "The force is neither good nor evil, light nor dark. It simply is. And I have learned to manipulate it in ways your order never dared to explore because you were too afraid of what you might find." With a final gesture, Daimon severed Twi'lek's connection to the cosmic force entirely. The Grand Master's spirit didn't disperse or join with the force as Jedi believed happened after death. Instead, it simply ceased to exist, erased from the fabric of reality as though he had never been born. The temple courtyard fell silent. Bodies of Jedi Masters and Knights lay scattered across the ground, and the temple itself continued to break apart from the damage Daimon had inflicted. In the distance, the force storm he had summoned raged across Ossus, preventing any reinforcements from arriving and causing destruction to the planet. Just as he had arrived on Ossus, he left it the same way, fully in control of his emotions. He had done what he needed to disrupt things within the Jedi Order. Now all he needed to do was win the war. A/N, I know we don't get to see much of Daimon's abilities besides a few scenes here and there, so I can tell you that you can expect to see a few throughout the war. Also, thanks for the recent support. I will try to maintain this daily upload schedule, or at least once every 2 days for the near future. Chapter 115, The Warring Factions. The news of the attack on Ossus and a missing Republic fleet had spread throughout the core worlds of the Republic. The biggest one was the attack on Ossus, as the main temple which housed the Jedi High Council was destroyed and hundreds of Jedi were killed from the storm that ravaged the planet. For now, news was withheld regarding the status of the Jedi High Council, but those within the higher ranks of the Jedi Order already knew. The situation was critical. With the Jedi High Council dead by the hands of Daimon, some temples started to break away. Within days of the news spreading, the Jedi Order started to be split into 3 different factions, all with different beliefs and goals for the future of the Order. The first faction were the Preservationists, which consisted of senior masters who wanted to preserve Jedi traditions and avoid war with Daimon at all costs. They were thinking of the future and believed that the Order must outlast Daimon, not defeat him. The second faction were the Absolutists, which consisted of younger knights and war-hardened masters who demanded total war against the Imperium. They believed that if Daimon continued to live, then eventually, the Order would not. The third faction was the Penitents, which believed that the Order caused this catastrophe to happen. They believed that the Force punished them through Daimon, causing some of them to abandon the Order entirely or become wandering hermits. Most of the Jedi fell into the first two factions, while the third faction only consisted of less than 5,000 members. For the other two factions, they had begun to make certain changes. Jedi families started to band together and create alliances with one another and also against one another. It had only been a few days since the war started, yet Daimon had already crippled the Jedi Order, stirring doubt amongst their members. 4 weeks later. It has been about a month since the declaration of war. The Imperium was purely on the defensive while the Republic and its allies attempted to go on the offensive. During this time, the Republic had also revealed that they had made contact with two new species called the Mandalorians and the Sith. Though they said this, in reality they had been watching the two for a few decades now and only now decided to make contact to use them against the Imperium. The Republic's diplomatic envoys had been dispatched to both the Sith Empire and Mandalorian territories with promises of technology and resources. Chancellor Thrace wanted to get these empires involved in galactic politics and then use them for war against the Imperium. On Korriban, Darth Asid received the Republic ambassadors in the throne room that had once belonged to Darth Vithrax. The former Emperor's body had been disposed of weeks ago, his reign ended by Asid's carefully orchestrated coup that had finally come to fruition during the chaos of the Mandalorian War. The Republic ambassadors offered many things in exchange for cooperation. Darth Asid could sense that this Republic wanted to use them for something, but he could also see that the Republic could be used for his benefit as well. As a result, a treaty of cooperation which consisted of exchanging resources and technology began between the two amidst the current ongoing wars that the two empires had. The Sith Empire was currently winning their war against the Mandalorians and were on the path to conquering them, which would cement their power in the region. On the Mandalore, the Mandalorians were desperate for technology and resources as they were losing the war against the Sith. The Crusaders had underestimated the Sith Lord's powers, and that mistake cost them dearly. World after world fell to the Sith advance, their warrior traditions proving insufficient against enemies who could choke them from across a battlefield or foresee their tactics through the Force. The Mandalore sat in his war room, studying tactical displays that showed nothing, but read. Clan Ordo's fate had been repeated across a dozen worlds. His warriors were brave, but bravery meant nothing when facing an enemy they didn't understand. When the Republic envoys arrived offering aid, the Mandalore's pride was hurt. Mandalorians did not beg for help. They conquered or died trying. But watching his people get slaughtered by sorcerers had taught him a harsh lesson about the galaxy beyond their borders. However, the biggest problem was the fact that he didn't know the Republic, and he didn't want a repeat of their encounter with the Sith Empire. So, for now, they would start with limited cooperation between the two to learn more about the Republic, then eventually if they prove trustworthy, he could establish full cooperation. On the Imperial world of Glee Anselm, War Master Relos had been preparing for the Republic's invasion of the planet for a few weeks now. Unlike Tython, which had no defenses, Glee Anselm was one of the core worlds of the Northern Territories and had a significant number of defenses from orbital defense platforms, planetary force shield, ground-to-space artillery batteries, and a garrison of 50 million Imperial soldiers supported by the 6th Fleet. The Imperial soldiers that were on Glee Anselm were mainly made up of the local species, which included both the Anselmi and Nautolan. Centuries ago, these two species were fighting against each other, but after being subjugated by the Imperium, they were taught to rely on each other for the betterment of the Imperium. The Republic knew attacking such a fortified position would be costly, but they needed a victory after the disasters at Tython and Ossus. The propaganda machine required something to show the Republic citizens that their military could stand against the Imperium. Admiral Gezerathelm commanded the Republic assault fleet, nearly 200,000 vessels strong. Her orders were simple: take Glee Anselm regardless of cost. The Senate needed this world as a foothold into Imperial territory, a staging ground for deeper attacks incursions. All ships, battle formation Delta 7, Admiral Theln ordered as her fleet emerged from hyperspace. Capital ships forward, fighters provide screening. Bombardment groups, target the orbital platforms first. The Republic fleet moved forward, their formations tight despite the size of the armada. Fighters launched in waves, creating a screen between the capital ships and potential threats. On the surface, Relos watched the tactical displays as enemy signatures filled the system. Here they come. All batteries, prepare to fire on my command. Fleet, maintain position behind the planetary shield until I give the word. The orbital platforms above the planet responded by launching their own droid fighters. This was one of the things that the Imperium had when it came to defense. Instead of wasting lives, they could have droid fighters engage the enemy while the shield is activated. However, when matched against such a large number of fighters, even the Imperial fighters were no match. They were quickly overwhelmed, allowing the Republic ships to make it closer to the planet. That's when the Republic began their bombardment, turbolaser fire flying toward the orbital platforms. The platforms' shields flickered as they absorbed the initial salvos, their own weapons returning fire. Republic frigates exploded as concentrated fire from multiple platforms focused on individual targets. The exchange continued for several minutes, both sides taking losses. Admiral Theln watched as 3 more orbital platforms were destroyed, their debris adding to the growing ring of wreckage that was forming around Glee Anselm. Bombardment groups, focus fire on grid sections 7 through 12, she ordered. We need to create a gap in their defensive coverage for the planetary shield. But Relos had anticipated this strategy. As the Republic ships concentrated their fire on specific sections, he activated the ground-to-space artillery batteries. Massive energy beams shot upward through the planetary shield's designated firing ports, striking Republic capital ships with devastating accuracy. Secondary batteries, commence firing, Relos commanded. Target their command vessels first. I want their coordination disrupted. Admiral Theln's flagship shook as one of the beams ricocheted off its shields. Evasive maneuvers. All ships, scatter formation and continue the assault. The Republic fleet began to break apart, individual battle groups maneuvering independently to avoid the ground-based fire. It was exactly what Relos wanted. Once their formation dissolved, they became vulnerable to his next move. Lower the planetary shield in sections 3, 7, and 11, Relos ordered. Launch the 6th Fleet. The shield opened up in 3 locations, and through those gaps poured Imperial warships that had been waiting in low orbit. The 6th Fleet, composed of 100,000 ships, emerged from behind the shield, their commanders having rehearsed this maneuver dozens of times over the past weeks. The Imperial ships hit the scattered Republic formations from multiple angles, exploiting the gaps in their defensive posture. Relos had divided his fleet into 3 strike groups, each one emerging from a different shield opening to maximize tactical surprise. All batteries, concentrated fire on their carrier groups, Relos transmitted across the fleet command channel. Destroy their fighter support and their entire formation collapses. The Imperial warships focused their assault on the Republic's carrier vessels, massive ships that housed hundreds of fighters and bombers. When the first carrier exploded, its destruction created a chain reaction that consumed 2 nearby frigates. Fighters that had been preparing to launch were vaporized instantly. The battle was going well so far, but another Republic fleet had emerged from hyperspace jump. This fleet numbered 100,000 ships and was commanded by Admiral Corus Vand, a veteran of the Liberation War who had earned his reputation fighting against Hutt slavers. Admiral Theln, this is Admiral Vand, came the transmission. We're deploying to support your assault. Transmit targeting data and we'll hit them from the flank. Relos observed the new arrivals on his tactical display, quickly thinking about what to do. The situation had shifted from advantageous to precarious. His fleet was already engaged with Theln's forces, and now a fresh enemy battle group was entering the fight. Luckily, they had prepared for a situation like this. All Imperial ships, retreat back behind the shield. Rielos ordered. It was going to be a long game of cat and mouse between the two, as he needed to preserve their numbers until Imperial reinforcements finished arriving. The Republic forces saw this and decided to blockade the planet and prepare for a bombardment. Rielos was pretty confident in his plan, but there was one thing he didn't know about: what type of experimental weapons the Republic had. They had been researching weapons to counter Imperial weapons and defenses for over a century now. During this time, they had developed a weapon to crack planetary shields, and Rielos was about to find out about in the worst way possible. Chapter 116, Imperial Defensive Tactics for the Win. Admiral Vand had deployed the experimental weapon that the Republic had created to crack Imperial planetary shields. The weapon was a massive device mounted on a specialized capital ship that had a powerful ion bolt cannon designed to overwhelm planetary shields through sustained electromagnetic pulses. They had never actually tested it on Imperial shields, so they could only use their simulations and the technology they had to guess what would happen when the weapon was used. "Charge the disruptor array," Admiral Vand commanded. "Target the shield's primary generator signatures. I want maximum power on the first shot." The weapon required 5 full minutes to charge, during which the Imperial forces just watched as energy readings spiked across their sensors. Rielos watched the unusual ship and smiled. "Let them test their weapon on our shield. I'm curious to see what they were capable of creating with their weak technology." The soldiers around him saw his calm demeanor and just returned to their duties without worry. If the War Master wasn't worried about the weapon, then they also didn't need to worry about it. Admiral Vand watched as the minutes passed, one by one. Once the weapon was charged, he gave the order, "Fire the ion cannon." The ship fired the weapon towards the planet, and all the Republic ships watched as the shots struck the shield. The shield had flickered for a few seconds and then collapsed. Admiral Vand smiled seeing this, but his smile was short-lived as his sensor officer had an urgent report. "Sir, I am picking up another shield, and this one is..." He paused as his face was in shock looking at the energy readings. "Another shield? How strong is this one?" he asked. "It's about 5x stronger than the first one," he announced. Wayot, he couldn't believe what he was hearing and had rushed over to look at the readings himself. "There's no way." He looked at the readings and couldn't believe what he was seeing. All the readings were off the charts, more so than the previous shield. This meant that the first shield was just a decoy and the second shield was the actual one. But even with that analogy he was still wrong. The most important Imperial worlds were equipped with a 3-layer shield, with each layer being stronger than the previous one. The first shield that Admiral Vand had destroyed was simply the outermost layer, designed to absorb initial bombardments and give false hope to attackers. "Recharge the disruptor array immediately," Admiral Vand ordered. "We'll crack this shield the same way." But Rielos wasn't going to give them that opportunity. "All ground batteries, target that experimental vessel. I want it destroyed before they can fire again." Every artillery battery on Glee Anselm's surface rotated toward the specialized Republic ship. The targeting computers locked on, calculating trajectories that would pass through the shield's firing ports without compromising the shield's integrity. Rielos gave the command, and dozens of massive energy beams shot upward simultaneously. The ship's shields held for perhaps 3 seconds before the concentrated fire overwhelmed them. The hull exploded as the beams punched through to the weapon's power core. The disruptor array detonated in a flash that consumed the ship and 2 nearby frigates caught in the blast radius. "No!" Admiral Vand watched in horror as his experimental weapon was reduced to debris. That vessel had cost the Republic treasury trillions of credits and years of research. Its destruction meant they had no way to breach the remaining shield layers without committing to a prolonged siege. "All ships, maintain blockade positions," he ordered, trying to salvage something from the situation. "We'll starve them out if necessary." Admiral Theln's voice came through the COMM. Admiral Vand, with respect, a siege of a core Imperial world could take months or years. Our supply lines are already stretched thin across multiple fronts. Admiral Vand knew this but didn't know what to do. She was ordered to take this world using whatever means possible, and their best way of doing that was just destroyed. Do you have a better suggestion? Vand snapped back. We need to attack another planet and draw their forces away, suggested Admiral Theln. Instead of wasting their time here on a planet that they could not crack, they might as well go to a less defended planet and draw the Imperial fleet away. Admiral Vand thought for a minute before agreeing with his suggestion. I agree, Admiral. But one of us should stay here and keep the enemy occupied. Well, since you have the bigger fleet, I think you should stay, and I will go attack another planet. Admiral Theln knew how strong the Imperial fleet was, so having an equal number of ships against them was not a situation he wanted to be in. The two said their final goodbyes and reported the situation to Republic High Command, who were not happy with the result of the battle. They expected to hear about the successful initiation of the ground invasion, not about the failure of their experimental weapon. So, reluctantly they chose another planet for Admiral Theln to attack and issued new order for Admiral Vand to hold her position. On the Imperial-controlled world of Taith, Princess Luna and Princess Violera had just arrived within the system in response to the Republic invasion of the planet. The Republic had landed forces on Taith 2 days ago, believing the jungle world would be lightly defended compared to the more strategic industrial centers. However, they were wrong. Luna stood on the bridge of her flagship, the Liberator, watching as Imperial forces battled Republic forces on the surface of the planet. The Republic had committed approximately 50,000 ships to the assault on Taith, likely expecting minimal resistance. But what they found instead was a fully mobilized defense force of 80,000 Imperial ships supported by orbital platforms and ground-to-space batteries that had been installed over the past month. Sister, the Republic forces have established landing zones all over the planet, Violera reported from her tactical station. Their dropships are being harassed by our fighters, but they're getting through. Luna looked at the holographic display showing troop movements across Taith's surface. The Republic was deploying standard invasion tactics, establish secure landing zones, bring down heavy equipment, then push outward to capture strategic locations. It was textbook military doctrine, which made it predictable. Have our ground forces fall back to the prepared defensive positions, Luna ordered. Let them think they're making progress. Once they're committed to their advance, we'll cut off their supply lines and trap them in the jungle. The tactical officer nodded, relaying the orders to ground commanders. Luna had learned much from observing Daimon's strategies over the centuries. Sometimes the best way to win was to let your enemy believe they were winning until the moment you crushed them. Republic reinforcements are entering the system, another officer announced. Additional fleet strength, 30,000 ships. That brings their total numbers to 80,000 ships, equal to our own forces, said Violera. It's time to go in then. Luna gave the command. The Imperial fleet activated their systems and charged forward. They were hiding within the darkness of space, activating their stealth systems, which basically limited the amount of power the fleet emitted, hiding them from any sensors. All ships, focus fire on their carrier groups, Luna transmitted across the fleet channels. Violera, send a strike group and hit their left flank. Let's disrupt their formation before the two fleets can properly organize. Understood, sister, Violera replied, transmitting orders for a battle group to split off from the main formation and execute the flanking maneuver. A few minutes later, the two fleets collided in the space above Taith, turbolaser fire creating bright flashes in the space above the planet. Republic ships attempted to maintain their formation, but Luna's tactics were working. She was using everything she learned from Daimon to win this battle and defeat the Republic fleet. Target acquired, her weapons officer announced. Republic command carrier, bearing 270. Fire all forward batteries, Luna ordered. The Liberator's main guns unleashed a devastating salvo that punched through the carrier's shields and tore into its hull. Secondary explosions traveled across the ship as its fighter bays ignited, consuming the ship from the inside. Meanwhile, on the surface, the Republic ground forces were advancing through Taith's dense jungles, believing they were pushing back Imperial defenders. What they didn't realize was that every step took them deeper into a killing zone. Commander Thex led the Republic's 3rd Infantry Division through the undergrowth, his troops sweating in their armor as Taith's humidity was not something they prepared for. The jungle was thick enough that their sensors were almost useless, forcing them to rely on visual confirmation for enemy positions. "Sir, we've secured the eastern ridge," his lieutenant reported. "Imperial forces retreated before we could engage properly. It's like they're not even trying to hold ground." Commander Thex started to become suspicious. Something about this felt wrong. He'd studied Imperial battles for a few years, and they never gave up territory this easily. "Maintain formation and advance cautiously. I want scouts ahead of the main column at all times." But as they kept moving forward, his instincts were telling him that something was wrong. "All forces stop," he ordered into the COMM. Hidden beneath the jungle canopy, Imperial soldiers had been waiting for hours. They'd studied every path the Republic forces might take and every clearing that could serve as a staging area. When Commander Thex's division reached the predetermined kill zone, the trap was sprung. Explosives buried along the trail detonated simultaneously, throwing Republic soldiers into chaos. Imperial forces opened fire from elevated positions, their shots precise and coordinated with their fellow soldiers around them. The jungle had seemed so empty moments before, but now it was alive and filled with Imperial soldiers. "Ambush! Fall back to!" Commander Thex's order was cut short as a sniper's bolt took his off. His lieutenant tried to rally the troops, but Imperial forces had already cut off their retreat. Within about an hour, the Republic's 3rd Infantry Division ceased to exist as an effective fighting force. The few who survived were rounded up and taken as prisoners of war until they were given orders to otherwise dispose of them. Chapter 117, Imperial Princesses in Action. As a few hours passed, Luna's fleet had managed to defeat the Republic fleet and was now deploying reinforcements to the surface of the planet. Luna herself decided to join the battle, joined by her sister Violara and 10,000 Empyrean guards. When the war started, each of Daimon's children naturally joined the war and were given command of 5,000 Empyrean guards each to protect them during the war. They were sent not only to be protectors of Daimon's children, but to also be their advisors. While they had learned many skills growing up from leadership, tactics, business, and diplomacy, nothing could replace actual combat experience. The Empyrean guards were there to ensure they survived long enough to gain that experience. Luna's fleet of dropships descended through the atmosphere, followed by several squadron of Imperial fighters. Through the viewport, she could see the jungle canopy below, with the occasional blaster bolts being seen. Smoke rose from multiple locations, marking where either Republic or Imperial positions had been overrun. "Princess, we're approaching the forward command post," the pilot announced. "Imperial forces have secured the area, but Republic artillery is still active 3 kilometers to the north." "Land anyway," Luna ordered. "We'll coordinate a push to eliminate their remaining strongholds." The dropships touched down in clearing that had been hastily converted into a landing zone. Imperial soldiers were already unloading equipment from other transports, ignoring the sounds of blaster fire and explosions in the distance. The dropship's ramps opened, revealing Luna followed by Violara and the Empyrean Guard descending onto the battlefield. The Empyrean Guards immediately started to form a protective perimeter around them. "Luna! Violara!" A Jedi officer approached and saluted. "Princess Luna, Princess Violara. Commander Kelrix, 4th Division. The Republic forces are fortifying themselves across all fronts. We've captured or eliminated approximately 30% of their ground forces. The remainder are holding their positions and protecting their landing zones." Luna looked over the tactical map that Commander Kelrix displayed, showing enemy positions scattered throughout the jungle terrain. "What's their supply situation?" "Limited," Princess. Their orbital supply chain was disrupted when you destroyed their carrier groups. They're rationing ammunition and relying on what they brought down initially. We estimate they have maybe 48 hours before they run critically low. Then we don't give them 48 hours, Luna decided. Violera, take half the Empyrean Guard and strike their northern artillery positions. I'll lead the assault on their main command center to the east. Commander Kelrix, coordinate with your division commanders. I want simultaneous attacks across all fronts in 2 hours. Understood, sister. I'll see you back here once the battle is over, replied Violera as she departed with her contingent of guards. While she departed, Luna turned her attention to the eastern front. The Republic Command Center was their most heavily defended position, protected by heavy weapons and surrounded by entrenched infantry. Taking it wouldn't be a problem for the Empyrean Guard, but having additional forces to offset the number difference would be great. Princess, one of the Empyrean Guards approached, his armor bearing several medals from countless battles. The terrain between here and their command center is heavily mined. Republic engineers must have been working overtime to set them up. Then we don't use their approaches, Luna replied, pulling up a topographical map of the region. Her finger traced a path through a steep ravine that the Republic likely dismissed as impassable for infantry. This ravine here. It's steep, but our forces can handle it. We'll hit their eastern flank, which is likely not that defended because of its location. The Empyrean Guard commander looked over the route, then nodded. Risky, but effective. The Republic won't have prepared defenses there. Exactly. Assemble a strike force. I want everybody to be equipped with their jump jets. We move in 90 minutes. While Luna prepared her assault, Violera was already moving toward the northern artillery positions with her detachment. The jungle had begun to grow thicker as they advanced forward, hiding the view of the sun from the Empyrean Guards. But their suits were equipped to handle most if not all types of scenarios, allowing them to move through the jungles with no problem. Contact ahead, whispered one of the scouts. Republic artillery battery, 6 guns, approximately 200 infantry providing security. Violera crept forward to observe herself. The Republic had set up in an open clearing, their artillery pieces arranged in a semicircle with overlapping fields of fire. Infantry patrols circled the perimeter, but their movements showed signs of exhaustion. They've been firing non-stop for hours, Violera observed. Their crews will be tired, slower to react. We strike from multiple directions simultaneously. Disable the guns first, then eliminate the infantry. The Empyrean Guards split into 4 groups, each approaching from a different angle. Violera led the central group, timing her watch to coordinate with the others. When the moment came, they struck at the same time. Blaster bolts erupted from the jungle, targeting artillery crews before they could respond. The Republic infantry tried to form defensive positions, but the Empyrean Guards were too fast. Violera moved through the chaos with her lightsaber, deflecting shots while her guards eliminated the soldiers around them. One of the artillery pieces managed to rotate toward the Imperial position, its crew attempting a desperate shot. Violera extended her hand, using the force to crush the gun's firing mechanism. This caused the weapon to spark and its barrel to drop down. Secure the perimeter, she ordered, rig the remaining guns for demolition. They had no need for the weapons, and she didn't want the Republic to recover any of them. Meanwhile, Luna's strike force had begun their descent into the ravine. The terrain was as bad as they expected, with loose rocks sliding beneath their boots as they navigated the steep path. Several soldiers activated their jump jets to clear the difficult sections. The brief bursts of propulsion could barely be heard over the dense jungle. We're approaching the eastern flank, Luna's tactical officer reported. No signs of Republic sentries. They really did leave this approach undefended. Luna nodded, grabbing her lightsaber. The Republic Command Center was established in place of an old Imperial base which was captured during the initial invasion. The walls had been reinforced with temporary barriers, and sensor arrays pointed in every direction except the side that Luna's forces were coming from. As they climbed the ridge, Luna signaled for her forces to halt and take position. Empyrean guards, form assault groups, she commanded quietly. We breach on my signal. Target their communications array first, then move to secure their command staff. If they don't surrender, then just kill them. This was a universal command that every Imperial officer was briefed on. If the enemy didn't want to surrender after being overwhelmed, then they would be killed. The Empyrean guards moved into their positions, surrounding the command center from numerous points. Luna counted down from 5 on her fingers, then ignited her lightsaber, signaling the start of the battle. She leapt forward, covering the distance to the command center's wall in a single force-enhanced jump. She managed to cut through the reinforced barriers like they paper, creating an opening. Behind her, the Empyrean guards poured through the opening, their weapons already firing at startled Republic soldiers who hadn't expected an attack from this direction. "We're under attack," a Republic officer shouted into his comm. "Eastern wall breached. Request immediate." Luna force pushed him into a wall before he could finish. The impact knocked him unconscious, and she moved deeper into the facility. Republic soldiers attempted to mount a defense, but they were disorganized and caught completely off guard. The Empyrean guards systematically cleared section after section. They were showing their training and their title as the most elite warriors of the Imperium. Once Luna reached the command center itself, she found a Jedi Master blocking her way. The Jedi Master quickly ordered the Republic officers to get behind him while he ignited his lightsaber. "I know who you are," shouted the Jedi Master. "Do you? And what exactly do you think you know?" she responded. "You're one of the Emperor's children. Luna, the Peacebringer they call you in Hutt space." The Jedi shifted his stance to a more aggressive one. "Though I see little peace in your actions today. Unlike my father, I am more lenient towards enemies." Luna replied. "However, you have invaded this world which has been entrusted to me by my father. Do not mistake my title as Peacebringer as a weakness. I have been trained by my father to know when to be ruthless." The Jedi Master watched Luna's stance, trying to figure out what combat form he should take. "The Emperor has twisted you, made you into a weapon for his conquest." Luna saw where this was going, and she didn't want to argue back and forth with a Jedi who was blinded by their own philosophy. But before she could attack, the Jedi Master saw that she was about to attack and had charged in first, his lightsaber aimed at Luna's chest. She parried his attack, redirecting his blade and then taking a swing at his arms. He managed to dodge and establish some room between them. The two then began to circle each other, their lightsabers held at the ready. The Jedi Master was clearly skilled, but Luna had been trained by Daimon himself, having learned combat techniques that transcended what the Jedi Order knew. Luna sent a force push towards the Jedi Master who managed to block. But she used this to mask her attack as the moment he got done blocking, she was already a few inches in front of him. He brought his lightsaber up to defend, and he just barely managed to lock blades with Luna. Luna didn't stop there and swept his feet from under him, causing him to fall on his back. When he tried to recover, she already held her lightsaber at his throat. "Just surrender already," she demanded. The Jedi Master didn't want to give up yet and attempted to grab his lightsaber, but Luna had pressed her foot on his arm. The Jedi Master screamed in pain as his arm was being crushed. Luna used the force and pulled his lightsaber into her left hand so that he wouldn't attempt to grab it again. She then turned to the Empyrean guards who had been waiting behind them. "Arrest those officers and this Jedi Master," she ordered. The Empyrean guards acknowledged and moved to arrest them. The remainder of the battle saw the capture of the Republic Command Center. From here, Luna began to push further into Republic lines while Violara did the same in the opposite direction. The two of them showing the enemies the power of the Imperial Princesses. Chapter 118, 5 Months of War. 4 months later. The war reached its 5th month, and the Imperial defenses were holding against the overwhelming enemy forces that attacked its territory. In the Imperial-controlled Hutt territory, Princess Luna, Princess Violara, and 300 million clone soldiers had managed to defeat every Republic attack. Together they had formed a strong force that overwhelmed any Republic forces they went against. The local population were rooting for them, and several million even enlisted to fight against the Republic under the Imperium. In the northern territories, the Republic forces attempted to attack another planet while keeping War Master Relos on Glee Anselm. But War Master Relos simply led the Imperial fleet against the blockading forces, forcing them to retreat. With this done, he led the fleet to defend the other planet that was being attacked. He has repeated this tactic for 3 months now, resulting in the Senate removing Admiral Theln from command due to his repeated failures. Another officer was given the rank of Admiral and replaced the now former Admiral Theln. Though these conflicts weren't comparable to what was going on in the Imperial core. Several Republic fleets totaling about 4 million ships were sent to start attacking the core worlds of the Imperium. Every progenitor, High Lord, and any other prominent military leader were deployed to the front lines. This included 60K members of the Balance Keepers and all the legions under the progenitors. The scale of the Republic offensive was as big as the Imperium had predicted. 4 million ships were just a quarter of their total military strength, a commitment that spoke to how desperate they were to break the Imperium's defensive lines. Chancellor Thrace had personally overseen the planning, convinced that overwhelming force concentrated on the Imperial core territories would finally shatter Daimon's empire. What the Republic didn't account for was the strength of the progenitors and the ascendants. The progenitors were essentially demigods, capable of being one-man armies at times. Then supporting them were the ascendants, who were themselves extremely powerful warriors who had been bred for war. Each ascendant legion numbered 1 million members, and all 9 were now deployed across multiple fronts within the Imperial core. Already, the casualties on the Republic side had already entered the millions while the Imperium only just reached 100,000. But even with this, the Republic continued to send more. They had ramped up their shipyard production to build more warships. Their entire method for winning the war was just to overwhelm the Imperium with numbers, which would work in the long run if Daimon wasn't the one leading the Imperium. Just being present on the battlefield guarantees that the battle is going to be won. On Feldari, Cortana showed Daimon some of the weapons she had created for the purpose of dominating in the war. The first weapon Cortana displayed was a massive orbital platform unlike anything currently in the Imperial arsenal. This is the Eclipse Array, she explained as the holographic projection rotated to show its design. It functions as a mobile weapons platform capable of channeling stellar energy directly from the nearest star. Once deployed, it can fire a concentrated beam that can vaporize a section of a fleet in a single shot. Looking at the design, Daimon could see that such a weapon was only possible because of the force-enhanced crystals that the Imperium had a monopoly on. What are the power requirements? Substantial, but sustainable. Each array draws power directly from the star it orbits, converting solar radiation into weaponized energy through a combination of conventional technology and force amplification. We can deploy 5 of these within the next 2 months if we dedicate the necessary resources. Cortana shifted the hologram, revealing what appeared to be a relatively small drone. This is the Wraith-class infiltration unit. Designed specifically to counter Republic numerical advantages. Each unit is equipped with advanced stealth technology, molecular manipulation capabilities, and a compact fusion core that can be remotely detonated. Sabotage units, Daimon said, their capabilities match that of sabotage. Precisely. A single Wraith can infiltrate enemy ships, disable critical systems, or eliminate command staff before self-destructing. We can use the Star Forge to produce hundreds of thousands in conjunction with our other necessities. Then we can deploy them across Republic supply lines, and their logistics will be severely threatened within months. For Daimon, these Wraith-class infiltration units would be a good addition to the war effort. It would add to his goal of maximizing damage against the Republic. The next few weapons mainly consisted of orbital defense weapons which would be used to counter Republic fleets and some offensive orbital bombardment weapons to render the surface of planet unlivable. Daimon approved the production of every weapon that Cortana suggested, and then the two of them departed to the spaceport. Since the destruction of the Jedi Temple on Ossus, Daimon has not been much involved in the war and had left it up to his progenitors while he returned to Feldari to assemble his own fleet. While the progenitors held the Imperial core, Daimon was going to take his own fleet to conquer the empires in the unknown regions. Already, they had begun attacking Imperial border worlds and even the Rakata Dominion, who requested help from the Imperium. In response, Daimon would lead the campaign against these empires that he should have dealt with a century ago. The spaceport on Feldari was busy with activity as military personnel loaded supplies onto transport vessels. As Daimon walked through the spaceport, he saw Sira and Ilara talking to one another as they waited for him. Daimon wanted to sneak up on them, but somebody as important and big as him couldn't be sneaky unless he used the Force. They turned their heads and smiled, seeing him approach as they were eager for this campaign. "Is Cortana coming with us?" Daimon asked Sira, seeing Cortana with him. "Yet, she complained about not being able to participate in the previous wars and demanded that I bring her," explained Daimon. "There is no use having a body if I don't put it to use. Plus, the Republic has angered my master, so it's only natural for me to want to fight on his behalf," said Cortana, smirking as she looked at Daimon. "Cortana's new form?" Daimon agreed, having grown accustomed to Cortana's unique personality over the centuries. She had evolved beyond her original programming, developing genuine emotions and attachments that made her more than just an AI construct. In many ways, she was like a sister to Daimon. "How large is the fleet we're taking?" Ilara asked, shifting the conversation. 500,000 ships, Daimon replied. "Along with 1 billion soldiers, the Immortals, and 20,000 balance keepers. The unknown region empires have tried my patience for the final time. It's time we put an end to each of these empires and either annex them entirely or create a new empire under our control." "Which empire are we hitting first?" Sira asked. "The Theocratic Dominion of Kaelindra. They've been the most aggressive, conducting raids on our religious sites and attempting to convert imperial citizens to their faith. Their zealotry makes them predictable, but it also makes them dangerous. They won't surrender easily, so we will conquer them first." Sira nodded, agreeing with this plan as they were a big threat. After talking for a few minutes, the group boarded a shuttle and departed for Daimon's flagship, the Luminary. Waiting for him on board was Grand Admiral Cetus and his son Prince Malric. "All ships report ready for departure, my lord," Grand Admiral Cetus announced. "Excellent, Admiral," said Daimon, looking outside of the viewports which showed the assembled fleet. This was the biggest fleet that he was about to lead to war. Each ship represented centuries of technological advancement and military doctrine refined through the Imperium's growth. "We won't be taking the hyperspace gate, and since there is no dimensional gate that leads directly to the Rakatan home world, we will instead travel using my power," announced Daimon as he reached out and focused his mind. The ability that he was about to use was a variant of Force Storm that created hyperspace wormholes capable of sending fleets to another location almost instantly. With Cortana's breakthrough in celestial technology, Daimon was able to create a new force ability that would enhance his fleet fighting ability. In addition to being able to move fleets across vast distances, he could also use the hyperspace wormhole to destroy fleets and the surfaces of planets. As a few moments passed, the entire fleet watched as a wormhole was created in front of them. "All ships, follow the luminary through the wormhole," Grand Admiral Cetus ordered across the fleet channels. The flagship moved forward, followed by the rest of the fleet. Inside the wormhole, the journey that would normally take 1 to 2 weeks lasted mere minutes. The crew experienced a strange sensation, as if reality itself was bending around them. Through the viewports, they could see distorted images of stars and nebulae, compressed and stretched as traveled through the wormhole. When they emerged on the other side, the fleet found itself within the Leon system. The concept of the dimensional gates was already revolutionary, but now they just saw the Emperor create a wormhole right in front of their face. This was the reason why morale was always high amongst Daimon's fleet. Getting to see such feats in person only fueled their resolve and commitment to the war and their belief in their God Emperor. Chapter 119, Attack on Asura. A/N, hope everybody had a good Christmas. If you don't celebrate it, then I hope your day went well. The holidays kinda messed up my upload schedule, but I will get back to our normal chapter a day or every 2 days after New Year's. There will 2 or 3 more chapters before New Year's, so you can at least look forward to that. As soon as they entered the system, the fleet proceeded to the Star Forge, which was the central military command center for the 75th and 82nd Imperial Fleets and the Rodian military. They were already informed that Daimon was coming to the planet and had prepared ahead of time for his arrival. The first place Daimon went was the Star Forge, where he would meet with the Archon of the Rodian Dominion, Tarlin Kresh. The Imperial fleet approached the Star Forge but stopped some distance away so that normal traffic could continue going to and from the station. Daimon took the luminary in and docked with the station directly. Awaiting him within the hangar was Tarlin Kresh, wearing his signature robes showing his status as the Archon and Daimon's champion. Behind him, a dozen high-ranking Rodian military officers stood at attention, their expressions a mixture of respect and barely concealed nervousness. Besides Tarlin, none of them had ever met the Emperor, but they had heard so much about him. Even in Rodian society, Daimon was considered to be a god, which was influenced from the fact that he manifested their new destiny. Tarlin bowed when Daimon approached him, a gesture that was not normal for the Archon of the Rodian Dominion unless dealing with Daimon or any of his family. "My lord," Tarlin greeted, rising from his bow. "The Dominion is honored by your presence. We have prepared detailed reports on the unknown region Empire's incursions into our territory." "Show me," Daimon commanded, as they began to walk towards the command center. The command center of the Star Forge was a massive circular chamber filled with holographic displays showing real-time data from across the Rodian Dominion's territory. Officers moved between stations, coordinating fleet movements and monitoring enemy activities. Tarlin gestured to the central holographic display, which expanded to show the entire unknown region's territory. Red indicators marked enemy positions and recent attack sites. "The Theocratic Dominion has been the most aggressive, as you noted. They've conducted 17 raids on our border worlds in the past 4 months alone. Their fleets typically number between 10 to 20,000 ships per engagement, but our intelligence suggests they have bigger fleets." Looking at the tactical display, Daimon could tell what the Theocratic Dominion was doing. They're probing for weaknesses. Testing response times and defensive capabilities. "Have they attempted any major territorial conquests?" "Not yet, my lord. Their raids focus on destroying infrastructure and capturing civilians for conversion. They view this war as a holy mission to purge what they call our false faith from the galaxy. Religious fanatics are the most dangerous kind of enemy," Sira observed, having joined them in the command center. "They don't do things the same way rational people would do things. Which is precisely why we'll strike at the heart of their belief system," Daimon said, zooming the display to focus on the Theocratic Dominion's core territories. "Their capital world, Kalindra Prime. That's where their High Theocrat resides, where their most sacred temples stand. We destroy that and cause their entire faith-based command structure to collapse. But remember, this is a holy war, so we will also be wiping their faith out of existence." One of the Rodian officers spoke up hesitantly. "My lord, Kalindra Prime is heavily fortified. Our intelligence suggests orbital defense platforms numbering in the thousands, plus a standing defense fleet of at least 300,000 ships. The planet itself is protected by multiple shield layers and ground-based weapons systems that rival anything the Republic has deployed." "Good," Daimon replied, "then they'll have gathered their best forces in one location for me to eliminate." "What about the other empires? The Kingdom of Realithes and the Coalition of Free Stars?" Tarlin moved the display to show the other 2 empires' territories. "The Kingdom has been more cautious. They've launched several attacks against our outlying systems but retreat when faced with significant resistance. Their king, Valerian III, appears to be testing our defenses while conserving his forces for larger engagements." A traditionalist, Grand Admiral Cetus noted. He'll commit to a decisive battle only when he believes he has overwhelming advantage. We can use that tactic against him. The coalition of free stars is the most unpredictable, Tarlin continued. Being a confederation of independent systems, their military commitment varies wildly. Some member worlds have sent full battle fleets while others provide minimal support. Their coordination is poor, but they compensate through sheer diversity of tactics and ship designs. Daimon studied the tactical information, already formulating a strategy in his mind. The three empires had made a critical mistake by joining the Republic's war effort. They had exposed themselves to imperial retaliation while gaining nothing in return except some promises from Coruscant. We'll divide our campaign into 3 phases, Daimon announced, causing all present to focus their attention on him. Phase 1, we annihilate the theocratic dominion completely. No negotiation, no mercy. Their religious extremism makes them incompatible with imperial governance. We'll make an example of them that the other 2 empires will witness. Phase 2, we offer the Kingdom of Realithy's terms of surrender. If they still want to fight after witnessing what happened to the theocratic dominion, then I will conquer their kingdom and annex them directly into the Imperium. If their king has some form of wisdom, then he will accept my terms, if not then he will be killed alongside the rest of the nobles and leaders. Phase 3, the coalition of free stars will be dissolved. Their confederation structure is inherently unstable, which makes them unreliable as either allies or vassals. We'll offer individual member worlds the choice between imperial integration or independence under strict non-aggression treaties. Those who refuse both options will be conquered. Prince Malric, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. Father, what about the Varisian technocracy? They've remained neutral so far, but their territory borders both the coalition and the kingdom. The technocracy understands the value of pragmatism, Daimon replied. They've stayed neutral because they recognize that joining this war would only result in their destruction. Once we've eliminated the other 3 empires, the technocracy will be left alone as they did not join the war. They are also the only one of the 3 to stay relatively neutral with us. Prince Malric nodded. This was a good outcome as the Imperium was only fighting a defensive war, and to turn it into an offensive war would not look throughout history. Tarlin was about to pull additional intelligence reports, but he was interrupted by blaring alarms. Alert! Alert! Large enemy invasion fleet detected within the Osira system, the command center's AI announced urgently. Theocratic Dominion signatures confirmed. Fleet strength approximately 400,000 ships, and they are advancing on the orbital defenses now. How far is Osira from here? Daimon asked, already moving toward the exit. 3 hours by conventional hyperspace, Tarlin replied. The system has a standing defense force of 50,000 ships and orbital platforms, but they'll be overwhelmed within the hour if they don't receive reinforcements. Daimon, we could use the wormhole ability again, Sira suggested. Get there before the defenses fall. We will, Daimon said. They continued back to the hangar where they boarded the Luminary while Archon Tarlin and his staff boarded their flagship. 20 minutes later, after preparation and getting all the ships lined up, Daimon opened up the wormhole in front of the entire fleet again. This time though, he could feel the drain that the ability had. Opening such a large wormhole and then holding until the entire fleet got through was a constant drain on even him. But he managed to push through with sheer willpower until every ship managed to get through. The Imperial fleet emerged from the wormhole to find the Osira system already engulfed in battle. Explosions lit up the void as theocratic Dominion ships fired on the orbital defense platforms. The Rodian defenders were fighting valiantly, but their formations were already beginning to collapse under the overwhelming numerical superiority. Tactical assessment, Grand Admiral Cetus demanded as the bridge crew scrambled to process the battlefield data. Enemy fleet composition, 400,000 vessels, mostly heavy cruisers and battleships. They've deployed in a standard crusader formation with their command vessels protected at the center. The Rodian defense forces have lost 30% of their orbital platforms and are down to 37,000 operational ships. Daimon studied the enemy formation for only a moment before making his decision. All ships, battle formation Omega 7. I will initiate battle meditation, and we will destroy the enemy, ordered Daimon. Battle meditation was a common thing throughout the Imperium and was taught in all military academies. Each enlisted Imperial soldier had to go through it at least once to get the feeling of it. Once the battle meditation took over, the Imperial forces began to charge forward with a renewed vigor as they were filled with the power of their God Emperor. Within the cockpits of the starfighters, the pilots screamed war cries as they advanced upon the infidels of the Imperium. Chapter 120, Overwhelming Victory and Incompetence. A/N, instead of 2 chapters I will give you guys one big chapter. Regular chapter upload schedule will still return after New Year's. Also Happy New Year's! Now we just have to make it through another grueling year, so let's all push through together. The first shots fired were from the super dreadnoughts who targeted pockets of enemy who were huddled too close together. One of the many weaknesses of having hundreds of thousands of ships in one fleet was how close together some of them were to each other. To counter this, the Imperium utilized artificial intelligence to always maintain a safe distance from every ship to prevent collateral damage from happening to other ships. The theocratic Dominion lacked such advanced technology. Their fleet commanders relied too much on faith and zeal rather than tactical precision, believing their gods would protect them from harm. When the super dreadnoughts' massive turbolaser batteries opened fire, entire clusters of enemy ships were destroyed. Enemy formations breaking apart, reported the tactical officer. They're attempting a reform, but our initial attack eliminated approximately 15,000 ships. That combined with the effects of his battle meditation, the enemy started to become disorganized and confused. Their admirals hadn't expected the Imperial fleet to arrive so quickly, and the devastating strike had shattered their assault plan. Fighters initiate swarm maneuvers, targeting their fighters and capital ships. Daimon ordered. Swarm maneuvers were a tactic used by the Imperium whenever they had 3x the starfighters than the enemy. The starfighters would advance in line formations and swarm the enemy fleet, targeting any and everything in their path. As Daimon issued the order, the fighters charged forward and the battle started to intensify as each minute passed. The theocratic Dominion quickly found themselves overwhelmed by the combined Rodian and Imperial assault. Their own fighter squadrons attempted to mount a defense, but the Imperial pilots, enhanced by Daimon's battle meditation, outmaneuvered and bested them in every battle. In the command ship of the theocratic fleet, Commander Vareth watched in horror as his formations fell apart. All vessels, maintain positions. The divine light will protect us from these heretics. As he said this, one of the cruisers close to his ship were hit by several torpedoes and exploded. Everybody looked in shock as 1 second the cruiser was there, in the next it exploded. Their faith, which they so heartedly believed, offered no protection against turbolaser fire and proton torpedoes. Another wave of explosions hit his fleet as Imperial bombers penetrated deep into their formations, targeting the engines and power cores of capital ships. After about 20 minutes of fighting, "Commander, we've lost another 40,000 ships," his tactical officer reported. "Their coordination is impeccable. It's as if they can anticipate every move we make. Then we need to fight harder," Vareth shouted, slamming his fist on the command console. "All ships, full offensive. Ram them if necessary. Die for the glory of..." His order was cut short as the Luminary's main batteries targeted his command ship. Daimon had been taking out their command ships one by one, and he had just found their main commander and didn't waste any time eliminating him. The massive ship exploded, taking 3 nearby cruisers with it. Without their commanders, the theocratic fleet's already fragile coordination collapsed entirely. Individual ship captains made desperate decisions, some attempting to retreat while others charged forward in suicidal attacks. The result was complete chaos across the battle. This allowed the combined Imperial and Rodian fleet to move through the disorganized enemy formations like a blade. Daimon's battle meditation guided every ship captain, every flight pilot, and every weapon officer with almost perfect precision. It looked like they were moving as a single organism, but in reality, their minds were just working in such insane coordination through the power of the Force. Enemy retreat detected, Grand Admiral Cetus reported. Approximately 70,000 ships attempting to disengage and jump to hyperspace. Prevent their escape, Daimon commanded. Deploy interdiction fields across all hyperspace vectors. None of them leave this system alive. Imperial interdiction cruisers moved into position, their gravity well projectors creating distortions in space-time that prevented hyperspace travel. The fleeing theocratic ships found themselves trapped, their escape routes cut off. The battle continued for another 40 minutes before the last theocratic ship was reduced to debris. 400,000 vessels had entered the Osira system. None survived to report back to their leadership. Casualty report, Daimon requested, releasing his battle meditation. The effort of coordinating such a massive fleet had drained even him, though he showed no outward signs of fatigue. Minimal losses, my lord, Grand Admiral Cetus replied. 2,000 ships damaged, 300 destroyed. The Rodian defenders lost another 8,000 ships before we arrived, but their orbital infrastructure remains largely intact. Father, with this victory, the theocratic dominion has lost a significant portion of their military strength. They won't be able to mount another offensive of this scale for months. Which is why we won't give them months, Daimon replied. We press the attack immediately. Grand Admiral, coordinate with Archon Tarlin. I want repair crews working on damaged vessels while the rest of the fleet prepares for the assault on Kalindra Prime. How long until we move? Sira asked. 48 hours. That should give us enough time to resupply and reorganize the Rodian defense fleet. Daimon replied. The next battle was going to be a big one as they were attacking the capital planet of the theocratic dominion, which was heavily defended. It would be a combined space and ground battle to eliminate their leadership and fracture the Empire's command structure. A/N, this next part is showing parts of the Imperium that is not often talked about but still present. One can strive for perfection in creating an empire, but not everything can always go as planned. On the Imperial battlefront, everything seemed to be going well. However, on one front, the Imperial forces were seeing higher casualties than usual. The cause of these casualties was a particular major general who was known for his xenophobia against other races. However, he was a talented general who won many battles and awards during the Abominar War, as such he was largely ignored by the chain of command. In the Imperium, xenophobia is not a crime, but it is also not endorsed. Since the Imperium has a expansionists policy, it is very xenophile. In one of his speeches, Daimon stated that, the galaxy is full of varying species, so to hate them is to hate the very foundation upon which the Imperium was built. But Major General Krolosver didn't care about such philosophy. He was a pure-blooded Jedi supremacist who believed that only his species was worthy of leading the Imperium's military forces. Under his command, non-Jedi officers were systematically denied promotions, given the most dangerous assignments, and blamed for any failures regardless of circumstances. His current command, the 47th Army Group, had suffered 23% casualties over the past month, triple the average for Imperial forces engaged in similar operations. Yetver continued to receive reinforcements and maintained his position because of his political connections within certain Jedi military families shielded him from proper oversight. General, the Republic forces are establishing defensive positions along Ridge 7-4, reported Lieutenant Colonel Thessa, a Twi'lek officer who had somehow survived 3 months under Ver's command. Our scouts indicate heavy artillery emplacements and at least 2 divisions of infantry. Then we attack directly, Ver announced without even looking at the tactical display. All battalions, frontal assault. We'll crush them through superior Jedi strength. General, a frontal assault against entrenched artillery would result in massive casualties, Thessa protested. If we flanked through the valley to the south, we could. Did I ask for your opinion, alien? Ver interrupted, his massive body towering over the lieutenant. Jedi warriors don't hide in valleys like cowards. We face our enemies head-on. Now relay my orders or I'll find someone who will. Thessa saluted stiffly and moved to transmit the orders, though her expression showed clear disapproval. Around the command center, other non-Jedi officers exchanged worried glances but said nothing. Speaking up against Ver meant being reassigned to suicide missions. The assault began an hour later. Imperial soldiers advanced across open terrain toward the fortified Republic positions, exactly as Ver had ordered. Republic artillery opened fire immediately, raining shells down on the advancing formations. Soldiers died by the hundreds in the first minutes alone. General, casualties are mounting rapidly, another officer reported. The 3rd Battalion has lost half its strength and hasn't even reached effective weapons range. Then they're weak, Ver replied dismissively. The strong will prevail. Continue the advance. But no amount of strength could overcome poor tactics. The Republic defenders had prepared their positions perfectly, creating overlapping fields of fire that turned the battlefield into a killing zone. By the time Imperial forces finally reached the enemy lines, they had suffered over 15,000 casualties, and the Republic position remained intact. What Ver didn't know was that his actions were being monitored. Deputy War Master Illyria had received multiple reports about excessive casualties in the 47th Army Group and had begun investigating. She deployed a drone to watch the battles and see what the problem was. When she saw what was going on, however, she was infuriated. She ordered a squad of Judy cars to be sent to bring the general on charges of misuse of power, incompetence, and criminal negligence resulting in the unnecessary deaths of Imperial soldiers. The Judy cars, officially known as the Judy cars of Vera, are ascendants who are tasked with serving justice to corrupt officials, traitors, etc. Since Ver was a general, he had several enhancements which made him powerful and supposed to make him smarter. The Judy cars would be in charge of bringing him. However, just making someone smart didn't make them think a certain way, and this was one of those instances. The Judy cars arrived at the 47th Army Group's command center 3 days later, led by Force Scion Morgath. They wore their distinctive black armor, marking them as enforcers of Imperial law. General Ver was in the middle of planning another frontal assault when they entered. A/N, in case you didn't remember, the Force Scions are the original 10,000 Jedi created through the Force alongside the progenitors as the only Force-wielding Jedi besides Daimon in the galaxy. Major General Krolus Ver, Morgath announced. You are hereby placed under arrest by order of Deputy War Master Illyria Zane. You will surrender your command immediately and accompany us to Feldari to face charges. Ver's expression shifted from surprise to rage. On what grounds? I have won battles for this Imperium while you were still. The charges are misuse of command authority, tactical incompetence resulting in excessive casualties, and violation of Imperial military doctrine regarding equal treatment of all species serving in the Imperial military, Morgath interrupted, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. You have 30 seconds to comply before we are authorized to use force. You dare threaten me? I am a hero of the Abominor War. My family has served the Imperium for centuries. You have no right to. Morgath didn't wait for him to finish. He moved his hand forward and froze Ver in place. The general's body froze in place as the Judy cars moved in and placed restraints on his wrists. You are correct that you were once a hero, Morgath said. But that was before you allowed your prejudices to cost the Imperium thousands of lives. And you better be lucky that it is now the Empyrean Guard standing before you, or else you would have been cut down no matter your connections. This is a mistake. Ver shouted as they dragged him toward the exit. The Deputy War Master will hear from my family. We have influence in the High Council. Morgath shook his head as Ver was dragged out. Once the general was far enough away, he turned to Lieutenant Colonel Thessa and motioned her to come here. She hesitantly walked over and stood in front of Morgath. Attention to field promotion! Morgath shouted, causing everybody nearby to snap to attention. By the power vested into me by His Majesty the Emperor, I hereby temporarily promote you to the rank of Major General until a permanent replacement can be assigned. You will assume command of the 47th Army Group effective immediately. Thessa's eyes widened in shock. Sir, I'm honored, but surely there are more senior officers who... There are, Morgath confirmed. But none has demonstrated the tactical competence and moral courage you showed in repeatedly attempting to prevent unnecessary casualties despite personal risk. The Deputy War Master reviewed your service record personally. Don't make her regret this decision. I won't, sir, Thessa replied. Morgath gestured to the other Judy cars. We're departing immediately. General Thessa, you have full authority to reorganize your command structure as you see fit. I suggest you start by reviewing which officers shared Ver's prejudices and which were simply too afraid to oppose him. After the Judy cars departed with their prisoner, Thessa turned to start reorganizing the command structure of the Army Group. It was time to rebuild the morale of the Army Group and get rid of the stains that General Ver left. Chapter 121, Imperial Attack on Kalindra Prime. 48 HRS later. The Imperial and Rodian fleet were lined up and ready to jump to Kalindra Prime. Preparations had already been made with 60,000 ships being left behind to defend the planet while the rest would attack the enemy capital. Daimon stood on the bridge of the Luminary, looking out at the armada of ships through the viewport. Behind him, Sira, Ilera, Cortana, and Prince Malric were waiting for the hyperspace jump. Each of them understood what was about to unfold. This would be the first complete annihilation of an organic empire since the Imperium's founding. Grand Admiral, status report, Daimon commanded. All ships report ready for hyperspace jump, my lord. Logistic ships are positioned for rapid deployment once we establish orbital supremacy. Ground forces are prepared for immediate planetary assault. Daimon nodded, then opened a fleet-wide communication channel. Warriors of the Imperium. What we do today will echo through history. The theocratic dominion chose war. They chose to attack our sacred worlds, to murder our citizens and your fellow brothers and sisters in the name of their false prophets. This decision has sealed their fate. He paused, letting his words sink in. We do not go just to conquer, we go to eradicate their leadership and any fanatics that follow them. When we are finished, Kalindra Prime will serve as a warning to what happens when empires challenge the Imperium's right to exist. Show them no mercy, for they would show you none. Forward, to victory! The fleet erupted with cheers across every channel. Daimon raised his hand, and the space before them tore open as he created another massive hyperspace wormhole. All ships, enter the wormhole on my mark, Grand Admiral Cetas ordered. Mark. The luminary led the way, flying into the wormhole followed by wave after wave of Imperial and Rodian ships. The journey through the wormhole lasted only minutes, but when they emerged, they found themselves facing the most heavily defended system in the theocratic dominion. Kalindra Prime stood before them, its surface covered in massive temple complexes. Surrounding the planet was a defensive network of thousands of orbital platforms, defense satellites, and a standing fleet of 350,000 ships. Enemy fleet moving to intercept, the tactical officer reported. They're forming up in their standard crusader pattern. Daimon chuckled. All forces, commence the attack, he ordered. The combined Imperial and Rodian fleet that numbered over 500,000 ships had charged forward with the heavy-hitting cruisers at the forefront. Behind them were the battleships surrounded by frigates, then behind them were the dreadnoughts using their long-range batteries to snipe enemy ships. In response, the theocratic fleet advanced with religious fervor, their ships painted with holy symbols and broadcasting prayers across all frequencies. On the bridge of their command vessel, High Theocrat Malander watched the approaching Imperial Armada with a mixture of righteous fury and genuine concern. They had only just received the reports of the massacre at Asura, but seeing the Imperial fleet in person was something else entirely. The heretic Emperor comes himself, Malander said, gripping the railing of his command chair. This is both our greatest trial and our most sacred opportunity. If we strike him down here, the entire Imperium will crumble. Your Holiness, their fleet outnumbers us significantly, his tactical advisor warned. Perhaps we should request reinforcements from our outer territories. There is no time for reinforcements, and there is no need. Malander snapped. The divine light favors the faithful. Our warriors fight for a cause greater than themselves. The enemy fights only for a false god who bleeds like any mortal. While it was true that Daimon could bleed, it would be impossible through normal means to see that happen. As he spoke, the first volleys were exchanged between the two fleets. Imperial turbolaser fire tore through theocratic formations, while return fire from the religious zealots didn't do as much damage as they had hoped. Within the first 5 minutes, the casualty disparity showed that they were already losing the battle. They're using battle meditation, the tactical advisor realized, watching how perfectly the Imperial ships moved with each other. Every vessel acts as part of a single consciousness. We can't match that kind of coordination. Then we overwhelm them through faith alone. Malander commanded. All ships, maximum aggression. Close to boarding range. Our warriors will show these heretics what true believers can accomplish. The theocratic fleet following his orders charged forward, abandoning defensive formations entirely in favor of a reckless charge. It was exactly what Daimon had anticipated. As the enemy ships closed distance, he gestured to Grand Admiral Cetus. Deploy the Wraith units. From the bellies of several Imperial carriers, thousands of newly constructed infiltration drones launched. They were small enough to avoid most targeting systems and fast enough to reach enemy vessels before point defense could track them properly. The Wraith units scattered across the battlefield, each seeking a theocratic ship to infiltrate. Within minutes, chaos erupted throughout the enemy fleet. Ship systems began failing randomly as Wraith units penetrated hulls and sabotaged critical infrastructure. Some vessels lost engine power and drifted helplessly. Others experienced catastrophic reactor failures. What's happening? High Theocrat Malander demanded as his own ship shook from an internal explosion. We're being attacked from within. Unknown hostiles detected throughout the ship, his security chief reported. They're too small and fast to target effectively. They're heading for engineering and the bridge. Malander activated his personal energy shield just as 3 Wraith units burst through the bulkhead. The drones moved fast, their weapons charging for an attack. His bodyguards opened fire, destroying 1 drone, but the other 2 reached their targets. One detonated near the communications array, severing the flagship's connection to the rest of the fleet. The second dove toward Malander himself. The High Theocrat's energy shield flickered after the impact, holding just long enough for another bodyguard to shoot the drone out of the air. But the damage was done. Without communications, he couldn't coordinate the defense, and across his fleet, similar attacks were crippling command vessels one by one. All ships, this is the Luminary, Grand Admiral Cetus broadcast across open channels. The Theocratic Dominion's command structure is collapsing. Surrender now and you will be granted a righteous death. Continue fighting and share your leader's fate. None of the ships responded, instead, driven by religious fervor, they fought on even as their ships burned around them. They believed that their sacrifice would grant them paradise in their afterlife. Daimon had no patience for such delusions. He extended his consciousness across the battlefield, identifying every ship that continued to fight. Then he began crushing the bridges of those ships through the force. Command crews instantly died, their ships left drifting through space. Next, Daimon targeted a small portion of the defense platforms, destroying them, which created a path for the ground forces to land. All ships destroy the remaining defense platforms and form a wall protecting our ground transports. Thousands of ships moved forward, forming 2 walls which led directly to the planet. On the other side of the walls were the remaining defense platforms that were being taken out by other Imperial ships. In between the 2 walls, Tens of thousands of fighters, bombers, and transport ships moved towards the planet to initiate the ground invasion. The battle continued for another hour, though the outcome was never in doubt. The theocratic fleet, once 350,000 strong, was reduced to scattered remnants desperately trying to retreat. But Daimon had deployed interdiction fields early in the engagement, allowing no one to escape. Enemy fleet destroyed, the tactical officer confirmed. Casualty count, 347,000 enemy ships eliminated. Our losses, 4,200 ships damaged, 800 destroyed, but most managed to make it to their escape pods and rescue efforts are underway. Daimon nodded, satisfied with the report. Continue mopping up any remaining threats, Cetus, and send some cruisers to the surface for some orbital support. I will leave command to you while I go join the ground forces. Grand Admiral Cetus nodded while Daimon headed to his own ground transport ship. Ilara, Sira, and Prince Malrik had already joined the first wave that went down an hour ago, which left Daimon as the only one not in the battle. And within this hour, Imperial forces had already made significant progress across the surface. The massive temple complexes that dominated Kalindra Prime's landscape had been converted into fortresses. Theocratic warriors defended every approach with fanatical determination, using the sacred architecture as cover while raining fire down on advancing Imperial forces. But they were facing the most elite forces of the Imperium, which consisted of the Empyrean Guard, and the Immortals. These soldiers served exclusively under Daimon and would move mountains to execute his will. The theocratic soldiers saw this in person, but they could do nothing but fight and die as that was their duty. Chapter 122, Fracturing an Empire. As Daimon's transport descended through the atmosphere, he could see the flashes of hundreds of battles occurring all across the surface. Accompanying him were over 100 transport ships, gunships, starfighters, and bombers providing escorts and fire support. The theocratic defenders attempted to shoot down the convoy with surface-to-air batteries, but Imperial fighters eliminated each battery before it could fire more than a few shots. The transport touched down in a secured landing zone near the largest temple complex, the Cathedral of Divine Ascension. This massive structure housed the theocratic dominion's most sacred relics and served as the seat of their religious government. Intelligence indicated that the remaining leadership had barricaded themselves inside, preparing for a final stand. Daimon stepped off the transport ramp and onto the battlefield, which was already filled with gunfire. Around him, soldiers and vehicles charged forward towards the cathedral's defense line. Gunships flew overhead and provided covering fire against the entrenched positions, while bombers targeted the cathedral's outer walls, creating breaches for assault teams to exploit. "My lord," an Empyrean Guard commander approached and saluted. "We've surrounded the cathedral, but the enemy has concentrated their remaining forces inside." "Just as I expected," Daimon replied, igniting his lightsaber. "They've nowhere left to run. This is where we fracture their little empire." He turned to his left and looked at Cortana, who had her own lightsaber in one hand and her blaster pistol in the other. This was going to be her first actual ground battle, and she looked to be more than prepared. Daimon started to walk forward, followed by the Empyrean guards who formed up around him. As they approached the cathedral's main entrance, theocratic warriors emerged from the breach, screaming prayers and charging towards the Imperial forces. Daimon didn't slow down, instead he sped up. He reached his hand out, lifting dozens of them into the air before slamming them into the cathedral's walls with bone-crushing force. Those who survived the initial attack found themselves facing the Empyrean guards, whose combat efficiency made the battle terrifyingly one-sided. More warriors tried to block his path, protecting the entrance behind them with tanks and other vehicles. The Imperial tanks which were behind them had quickly targeted and destroyed the theocratic armor before it could cause much damage. Explosions occurred across the cathedral steps as burning vehicles created barriers of flame and debris. Daimon walked through the fire, his force barrier deflecting the heat and flames around him. Behind him, Cortana used her blaster to take down defenders while her lightsaber cut down incoming fire. Unlike the Imperium, the theocratic dominion mainly wielded kinetic weapons that were a little different from your traditional kinetic weapons. Enjoying yourself? Daimon asked, sensing her satisfaction through their connection. Immensely, Cortana replied, killing 3 warriors with headshots. Though I must say, their tactical doctrine is utter shit. They're literally throwing bodies at superior firepower. Religious fervor sometimes tends to make people stupid, depending on how it's structured, Daimon said, reaching the cathedral's main doors. They were massive, reinforced doors covered in a religious symbol. Stand back, said Daimon, placing his hands on the doors. He channeled the force through his hands and blew the door open. The theocratic defenders on the other side were thrown backward by the blast, their bodies being scattered across the cathedral's main hall. The interior was vast, filled with ceilings decorated with murals depicting their gods. Thousands of candles burned throughout the space, and at the far end, standing before a massive altar, was some random general. Heretic, he yelled as Daimon walked through the cathedral. You dare desecrate this holy place with your presence? Daimon looked around, sensing the warriors who were hidden behind the walls, probably here to ambush him. This place today will become your tomb, General, replied Daimon. The general raised his hands, and from hidden pathways in the walls, hundreds of warrior priests emerged. These were the theocratic dominion's elite forces, trained from childhood in both combat and religious doctrine. They wore ornate armor and carrier weapons that were supposedly blessed by their faith. In reality, they had just used their limited understanding of the Force to create Force-infused weapons. However, these weapons were not on the level of the Imperium's Force-infused weapons. As the warrior priests charged, Daimon simply stood still, while Cortana and the Empyrean guards charged forward to intercept them. The warrior priests fought with religious zeal, their Force-infused weapons clashing against vibroblades and advanced Imperial armor. But for all their training and devotion, they were hopelessly outmatched against soldiers who had been forged not just to serve a god, but for war. Cortana moved through the battle, processing every threat and opportunity in microseconds. She ducked under a warrior priest's swing, fired 3 shots into his chest, then pivoted to block incoming fire with her lightsaber. 2 more enemies were shot in the head before they could close the distance. The Empyrean guards on the other hand systematically dismantled the cathedral's defenders. Each of them moved in coordination, covering each other's advances and overwhelming the enemy. The general watched his elite forces fall and realized that conventional tactics would never work against such opponents. He raised his staff, and the murals on the ceiling began to glow. If I cannot defeat you through strength, then I will call upon the divine to smite you down. Energy began gathering around the altar, drawn from some ancient mechanism built into the cathedral's foundation. Daimon felt the disturbance in the force immediately. They had constructed some kind of amplification device, likely using some force artifact. Interesting, Daimon said, walking forward as the energy intensified. But ultimately pointless. The general thrust his staff toward Daimon, and a massive beam of concentrated force energy erupted from the altar. It tore through the cathedral floor, vaporizing everything in its path as it rushed toward Daimon. Daimon raised one hand, and the beam stopped mere inches from his palm. The energy thrashed and twisted, trying to break through his barrier, but he held it in place. Then he began to walk forward, pushing the beam back toward its source with each step. Impossible, the general screamed, pouring more power into the device. The divine light cannot be denied. Daimon didn't say anything and kept walking until he was standing directly in front of the beam. With a wave of his hand, he redirected the energy upward, where it punched through the cathedral's ceiling and shot into the sky. The sudden loss of the beam's resistance caused the general to stumble. Before he could recover, Daimon was already standing over him, his lightsaber cutting through the staff. The general fell to his knees, staring up at the being he had called a heretic. He wanted to plead for his life, but before he could say anything, Daimon grabbed him by the neck and started to absorb his life force. The general struggled to free himself, and in his last moments, he looked into Daimon's eyes and saw that they were yellow with red rims. His body shriveled up as all its energy was gone and Daimon dropped it to the ground. One of the Empyrean guards walked up behind him and kneeled. "We've located the High Matriarch. She's barricaded herself in the inner sanctum with the remaining council members and what's left of their personal guard." Daimon turned from the general's corpse. "How many?" "Approximately 200 guards, plus the High Matriarch and 7 council members. They've activated some kind of energy barrier around the sanctum. Our sensors can't penetrate it." "Another force artifact probably," Daimon said. "These zealots collected quite the arsenal." He gestured to Cortana and a squad of Empyrean guards. "With me. The rest of you secure this cathedral and eliminate any remaining resistance." They moved deeper into the cathedral, following corridors lined with golden statues of long-dead prophets. The architecture became increasingly ornate the further they went, each chamber more elaborate than the last. Finally, they reached a massive circular door covered in religious symbols. "The energy barrier originates from beyond this door," Cortana reported, scanning the symbols. "The runes are designed to prevent forced entry. Attempting to breach them conventionally could collapse this entire section. Then we won't breach them conventionally." Daimon placed both hands on the door and closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy through the runes. The barrier was sophisticated, drawing power from multiple force-sensitive crystals embedded throughout the sanctum. But sophistication meant complexity, and complexity meant vulnerabilities. He found the pattern, the specific sequence of energy that maintained the barrier's integrity. Then he began disrupting it. One by one, the runes dimmed as their power sources were cut off. A few minutes later the door opened, revealing the inner sanctum. The chamber beyond was enormous, its walls lined with ancient texts and relics from the theocratic dominion's 1,000-year history. At the center, surrounded by her remaining guards and council members, stood High Matriarch Selendra. She was an elderly woman, but her eyes burned with absolute conviction. "So, the tyrant comes to murder the faithful in their most sacred space," she stated. "You have destroyed our fleet, razed our cities, and now you defile the very heart of our religion. Does your cruelty know no bounds?" "Cruelty?" Daimon replied, walking forward as the guards raised their weapons. He pointed at one of the guards and they were shot in the head by one of the Empyrean guards. They tried to respond, but their bodies wouldn't move. They couldn't even pull the trigger on their weapons. "You declared war first and conspired to kill my citizens in the name of your faith. If you think what's happening is cruel, then you have yet to see anything. We acted to save the galaxy from your heresy." Selendra shouted. "Your false divinity poisons everything it touches. The Republic was right to oppose you." Daimon took control of the minds of the guards and forced them to aim at the very ones they were supposed to protect. "You want to say that again? What's that word you always call me?" Selendra hesitated to say it. But another counselor said it anyway, "A heretic and demon," he shouted. In the next moment, he was shot by one of their own guards. The other counselors got on their knees and started praying. Selendra couldn't believe what she was seeing. But they chose this fate, and if it was their time to go to the afterlife, then so be it. "Just kill me, no," she pleaded. "Ha! That would be the easy way out, but no, I have something planned for you." He gestured for the guards to arrest her and the remaining council members. Death would be too easy for them. Instead, it was better to make them suffer until the end of their lives. They would be constantly tortured both mentally and physically until the day their bodies withered away. With the capture of the leaders, Daimon evacuated the cathedral and departed all forces a few hundred miles away, then called down an orbital bombardment that leveled the entire city. Any symbol of their faith would be destroyed and erased from history. All around the planet, the same thing was happening. Any cathedral or other holy site was destroyed via orbital bombardment. Places with holy leaders in them were first raided and the leaders either killed or taken as prisoners, then the holy site was bombed. The fracture of their empire was only just beginning, and this would give the Imperium another advantage by knocking out one of the weaker enemies. Chapter 123, Taking Care of the Remnants. Within a month of the fall of Kael'Indra Prime, the theocratic dominion ceased to exist as a unified state. Without their religious leadership and with their capital world reduced to ruins, the outer territories descended into chaos. Some systems attempted to continue the fight, launching desperate raids against imperial positions. Others surrendered immediately, hoping for mercy that would never come. Daimon had given explicit orders: no quarter for those who continued resistance, no negotiations with zealots who refused to abandon their faith. The Imperium's response was systematic and brutal. Imperial fleets moved from system to system, destroying military installations and religious centers while offering civilian populations a simple choice: renounce the old faith and accept imperial governance, or face relocation to prison worlds and in some cases, death. Obviously most chose survival over getting killed. Latest casualty reports, my lord, Grand Admiral Cetus transmitted to the Luminary as the fleet prepared to jump to their next target. We've neutralized 60% of the Dominion's military fleet. Civilian compliance on Kael'Indra is at 63% and rising as the garrison continues to establish control. Good, now we can initiate the second phase of the plan. No doubt, some leaders on other planets will try to unite what remains, so we should move fast before that can happen, stated Daimon. Grand Admiral Cetus nodded and issued the order for the second phase of their plan. 2 fleets would be created from the main fleet and will start invading their designated planets, while the remaining ships would remain under Daimon's command and have their own targets. This would speed up the annexation process of the theocratic dominion, with 3 separate invasion fleets spreading out across their remaining systems. Prince Malric would lead one of the invasion fleets while Sira would lead the other, targeting the industrial centers that supplied the Dominion's war machine. Daimon's own fleet would focus on the core worlds, the systems most likely to harbor die-hard fanatics who would never surrender. These required his personal attention, both to ensure swift victory and to send a message that resistance was futile. 3 days later, the 3 fleets departed for their respective targets. Daimon's first objective was the world of Sanctum's Rest, a fortress world that housed one of the Dominion's largest military academies and served as a training ground for their warrior priests. The planet's defenders had fortified every approach, turning the academy grounds into an elaborate kill zone. They knew the Imperials were coming and had months to prepare defensive positions. What they didn't know was that Daimon had no intention of playing by conventional rules. As they got close to the orbital defense platforms of the planet, he created a wormhole, but instead of using it for travel, the wormhole was used to suck in all the platforms. For the theocratic warriors, there was nothing that they could do besides watch as their defenses were obliterated. But still, their resolve held strong. Once the defenses were gone, the invasion began. Imperial troops landed all over the surface, obliterating the defending forces for 4 weeks until the planet finally fell. The religious centers were wiped out, and the planet was moving into the pacify stage. For this stage, the Imperium used war droids who would arrive a week later to replace the invasion army. These war droids were produced at the Star Forge and brought via a droid transport fleet that was in charge of transporting war droids to garrison enemy planets. It was something Daimon thought of during the beginning of the war. In order to pacify these worlds quickly, they would need a constant and major presence on the planet. In addition, they would need to control major cities, continents, shipyards, if any, power, food/water, and any space installation. For this, war droids would be used in place of organic soldiers as they were expendable and had superior surveillance abilities. And for the next year or 2, that is what Daimon will be doing. Hopping around from planet to planet and slowly conquering the theocratic dominion and then setting up garrisons. But there were some troubling rumors about the puppet states that were set up after the Abominar War, potentially getting involved in the war after Kael'Indra Prime had fallen. These puppet states were the Concord of Sovereign Worlds, a democratically aligned nation that had decided to not get involved in the war. And the Pyrian Ascendancy, a militarized theocracy, similar to the theocratic dominion. Both had been side-saddling during the initial part of the war, but now they were receiving pressure from the other powers to get involved and cause some pressure on the Imperium. If they did decide to join in the war, then it was just more trouble for Daimon down the line, as it would just add more years onto the war. On Feldari, former Major General Krolesver had arrived at an Imperial detention center for his crimes, escorted by 2 Judicars who hadn't spoken a word to him during the entire journey. The facility was located deep beneath Feldari's surface, a place where the Imperium held its most dangerous criminals and traitors before and after their trial. As they processed him through security, Ver's restraints were checked multiple times. The guards here were members of the Imperial Security Bureau, trained specifically to handle force-sensitive and enhanced prisoners. They showed him no respect even with his former rank and achievements. Cell Block 7, one of the guards announced, reading from a data pad. Solitary confinement pending trial. This is a mistake, Ver snarled as they led him down a corridor. When my family hears about this, when the High Council learns what's happened. Your family has already been informed, the guard replied. They've disowned you and now they will be watched by the Emperor's agents very closely. As for the High Council, their approval wasn't required for this. Ver felt his stomach drop. Without his family's political protection, he was truly alone. The guards shoved him into a small cell, removing his restraints before quickly stepping back and sealing the door. The cell was sparse, a bed, a toilet, and nothing else. No windows, no entertainment, just 4 walls and the weight of his actions pressing down on him. For the first time in decades, Krolesver was forced to confront what he had become. Hours passed. Then days. Guards brought food but never spoke. The isolation was deliberate, designed to break down prisoners psychologically before they faced judgment. On the 5th day, the door finally opened. Deputy War Master Ilaria Zane entered, her presence immense despite her relatively small stature compared to Ver's massive Jedi frame. Behind her stood 2 more Judicars, their hands resting on their weapons. Former Major General Ver, she began, your trial has been scheduled. You will face charges of criminal negligence, violation of Imperial military doctrine, and causing the unnecessary deaths of thousands of Imperial soldiers through incompetent command decisions. I demand to speak with. You will demand nothing, Ilaria interrupted. You threw away soldiers' lives because of your prejudice. You ignored sound tactical advice because it came from non-Jedi officers. You are a disgrace to your species and to the uniform you once wore with honor. She pulled up a holographic display showing casualty reports, tactical analyses, and testimony from surviving officers under his command. Every piece of evidence painted the same picture, a once competent general who had allowed bigotry to corrupt his judgment. The trial will be convened in 3 days, Ilaria continued. I suggest you use that time to prepare whatever defense you can muster. Though I warn you, the evidence against you is overwhelming. What will happen to me? Ver asked, his voice barely above a whisper. That depends on the verdict, Ilaria replied. But given the severity of your crimes and the number of deaths you caused, I wouldn't expect leniency. The Imperium has no use for officers who waste the lives of those under their command for personal prejudices. She turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. Your service during the Abominar War earned you respect once. You could have retired as a hero, remembered for your contributions. Instead, you'll be remembered as the general who forgot that the Imperium's strength comes from unity, not division. The door sealed behind her, leaving Ver alone once more with his thoughts. Chapter 124, Unconditional Surrender? 2 years later. Daimon had finished conquering the remaining systems of the former theocratic dominion, with the remaining systems and planets being occupied by hundreds of millions of war droids. In addition to this, new fleets crewed by droids and clones patrolled the newly acquired territory while the rest of the fleet continued on to the Kingdom of Relith. During the Imperium's invasion of the theocratic dominion, the Kingdom of Relith did try to send assistance and even accepted pleas of help from several theocratic worlds. But they were ultimately defeated in just 2 battles, which made them lose 30% of their fleet before the Imperium invaded them. Now, Daimon and his fleet have turned their attention towards the kingdom of Relith. King Valerian III sat upon his throne, watching tactical displays that showed the approaching Imperial fleet. His military advisors stood in a semicircle before him, their expressions ranging from resignation to panic. The throne room, which had witnessed the coronations of 53 kings before him, might now witness the fall of his dynasty. "Your Majesty, the Imperial fleet numbers over 400,000 ships," Admiral Corinth reported. "They've already breached our outer defensive perimeter at Relith's gate. Our forces there were eliminated within hours." "How many survivors?" Valerian asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "None, Your Majesty. The Imperials deployed interdiction fields and prevented any retreat. As far as we know, the fleet was either completely destroyed or captured." Valerian leaned back in his throne, his hands resting on the armrests. His ancestors had built this kingdom over 3,000 years, expanding from a single world to encompass 47 systems. Now it would all end because he had been foolish enough to trust the Republic's promises of support. "The Republic assured us they would commit forces to defend our territory if we joined their coalition," Minister Thalen spoke up. "Where are those forces now?" "Fighting their own battles in Imperial space," Admiral Corinth replied. "Chancellor Thrace's promises were empty. Since the war started, we have received nothing that was promised in the agreement." "Then we negotiate," Valerian decided. "Send a diplomatic envoy to the Imperial fleet. Offer unconditional surrender with terms preserving the civilian population and our cultural heritage." "Your Majesty, you can't seriously." One of the younger nobles began. "I can and I will," Valerian cut him off. "I watched the theocratic dominion fall. I saw what happened to Kalindra Prime. Emperor Daimon offers no mercy to those who continue fighting, but intelligence suggests he honors surrenders if they come quickly enough. I will not let pride destroy everything our ancestors built." The throne room erupted in arguments. Some nobles called for resistance to the last, invoking ancient oaths and warrior traditions. Others supported the king's pragmatism, pointing out that dead kingdoms honored no oaths. Through it all, Valerian remained silent, letting them exhaust themselves. Finally, he raised his hand for silence. "I am your king. The decision is mine alone. Admiral Corinth, prepare a diplomatic shuttle. I will deliver our surrender personally." "Your Majesty, that's far too dangerous," Minister Thalen protested. "If the Emperor decides to execute you, then he executes a king who tried to save his people rather than a coward who hid behind his walls," Valerian interrupted. "Prepare the shuttle. We leave within the hour." A few days later, aboard the Luminary, Daimon received the transmission from the kingdom's diplomatic shuttle. Grand Admiral Cetus stood beside him as they reviewed the message. "King Valerian III himself, my lord," Cetus reported. "He's requesting permission to board the Luminary to discuss terms of surrender. His shuttle is unarmed and carries minimal crew." "Interesting," Daimon mused, studying the holographic image of the approaching shuttle. Most monarchs would send an ambassador rather than risk themselves. Either he's genuinely committed to saving his people, or this is an elaborate assassination attempt. "Our sensors detect no weapons or explosives aboard the shuttle," Cortana added, "though I suppose a sufficiently determined assassin could try something with the Force or concealed technology." "Let him come," Daimon decided. "If he's brave enough to face me personally, the least I can do is hear what he has to say." "Sira, Ilera, join me in the conference chamber." 30 minutes later, King Valerian III stepped off his shuttle and into the Luminary's hangar bay. He wore ceremonial robes rather than armor, and his hands were clearly visible and empty. Behind him, only 3 attendants followed, all of them unarmed. Empyrean guards formed a corridor leading from the hangar to the conference chamber, their weapons at the ready but not aimed at anyone. Valerian walked between them with his head held high, refusing to show fear despite the very real danger he was in. The conference chamber was smaller than he'd expected, containing a circular table with holographic projectors. Daimon sat at the far end, flanked by two women Valerian recognized from intelligence reports as Lady Sira and Queen Alara. Several Empyrean guards stood along the walls, silent and imposing. King Valerian, Daimon greeted, gesturing to a seat across from him. You've come a long way to surrender. Most would have sent a representative. Most kings care more about their own survival than their people's future, Valerian replied, taking the offered seat. His attendants remained standing behind him. I prefer to look the man who will decide my kingdom's fate in the eyes. Admirable. Though I wonder if you would have been so brave had the Republic's promised reinforcements actually arrived. Valerian's jaw tightened as this was the truth. Chancellor Thrace promised military support, advanced technology, and economic aid in exchange for our participation in this war. We received none of it. I was a fool to trust promises from politicians who view my kingdom as nothing more than a buffer state. You were indeed foolish, Daimon agreed. But at least you're wise enough to recognize it. Tell me, King Valerian, what exactly are you offering? Unconditional surrender of all kingdom military forces. Immediate cessation of all hostile actions against the Imperium. Full cooperation with Imperial occupation forces. In exchange, I ask only that you spare the civilian population and allow our cultural institutions to continue. We have libraries dating back 3 millennia, art collections that represent the pinnacle of our civilization's achievements. Whatever you decide to do with me personally, I beg you not to erase my people's legacy. Daimon stared at the king for a long moment. Sira and Alara remained silent, watching the negotiations to see what Daimon would decide. Finally, after a minute, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Your honesty is refreshing, King Valerian. Most would try to negotiate from a position they don't actually hold, making demands they have no power to enforce. He gestured, and a holographic map of the kingdom's territory appeared above the table. I have no interest in destroying your culture. The Imperium has always valued the contributions of its member species. What I require is loyalty and integration. Integration? Valerian asked carefully. Your kingdom will become an imperial province. Your military will be disbanded and integrated into imperial forces. Your nobility will retain their titles and lands, but they will answer to an imperial governor who will oversee the transition. Your people will learn imperial basic alongside their native tongue, adopt imperial currency, and gradually become part of the greater Imperium while maintaining their own culture and such. Valerian felt relief wash over him. It was far better than he'd dared hope. And myself, Your Majesty. You will remain as the monarch of your kingdom, you will just now answer to me. Similar to the Rodian Dominion. It is independent, but it is under a union with the Feldari Imperium. To sum it all up, the Kingdom of Relith will maintain its independence partially while being under the Imperium and adopting imperial ways and such. I accept these terms, Valerian said without hesitation. When do you require the formal surrender? As soon as possible would be nice. I will cease all military action against the kingdom, just make sure that you go through with what was talked about here. If I find out that you went back on your word, then there won't be a second chance for you or your culture. Valerian nodded. You have my word, Emperor Daimon. I will issue the surrender order immediately upon my return. Good, Daimon stood, signaling the conclusion of their meeting. You'll find that the Imperium rewards loyalty and competence. Serve well, and your kingdom will prosper under imperial protection. Betray me, and you've already seen what happens to those who oppose the Imperium. As Valerian departed with his attendants, escorted back to his shuttle, Sira turned to Daimon. You're being generous. The theocratic dominion received no such mercy. The theocratic dominion was built on religious fanaticism that made peaceful integration impossible, Daimon replied. King Valerian, for all his mistakes, understands pragmatism. His people can be integrated. The zealots of Kalindra Prime could not. What about the coalition of free stars? Ilera asked. They're still launching raids against Rakatan border worlds. The coalition will be dealt with next, Daimon said. But first, let's ensure the kingdom's surrender proceeds smoothly. Sira nodded, understanding what he was saying, though she believed that there may have been a better way for them to deal with the theocratic dominion. Though she respects Daimon's decisions, nonetheless. For King Valerian, he was about to have other problems to deal with, proposing an unconditional surrender. Not all nobles within the kingdom will like that or even tolerate it. On the eastern side of the galaxy, the Sith Empire completed its conquest of the Mandalorian Empire and was eyeing the Imperial-controlled Hutt territory. However, they were receiving some pushback from the Republic as the Preservationists faction of the fractured Jedi Order learned of the Sith practicing the dark side of the Force. They had seen videos of the war and had started comparing what they were seeing to the 100 Years of Darkness. The Absolutists faction of the Jedi Order thought the same, despite the two factions not getting along with each other. And with the Absolutists being the biggest Jedi faction, the Republic started to change its policy toward the Sith Empire. But the Sith Emperor made a secret deal with Chancellor Thrace to attack the Imperial princesses in former Hutt space in exchange for technology and resources. Thrace didn't know that he was dealing with future enemies of the Republic, as he was more worried about the war. 2 billion were dead on the Republic side, which was putting a lot of scrutiny on them from many of the worlds who were seeing no progress being made in the war. This decreased the militaristic factions standing by a little, and it would keep going up as long as they kept the war at a stalemate. Chapter 125, The Start of the Kingdom's Civil War. As King Valerian stepped off of his transport, he walked into the palace, ready to take a break from and rest from the amount of stress he was under. He had been up for hours, thinking about how his meeting with the Emperor was going to go. And during the meeting, he felt that if he said something wrong, then his kingdom would have been wiped out and its history erased. Walking down the hall, Valerian was approached by his daughter and her husband. His daughter, Princess Seraphine, had been waiting anxiously for news of his return, and her relief was visible across her face. "Father," she said, embracing him quickly before stepping back. "We heard you went to meet with the Emperor himself. Is it true? What happened?" Valerian gestured for them to follow him toward his private chambers. "It's true. And we've surrendered." Prince Consort Aldrich stiffened. "Surrendered? Father-in-law, surely there were other options. Our fleet still numbers." "Our fleet would have been annihilated within days," Valerian interrupted. "I've seen the intelligence reports from the theocratic dominion. Their culture and religion are essentially gone. In a few centuries, their culture and religion will conform to that of the Imperium, replacing their history with a new one. I chose the survival of the kingdom over a pointless war." Prince Consort Aldrich didn't say anything, but he did plan to report this to his father, who was the second most powerful person in the kingdom after the king. They entered his chambers, and Valerian immediately poured himself a drink. His hands were steadier than he expected, though the weight of what he'd done still weighed heavily on his shoulders. "What are the terms?" Seraphine asked. "Better than we deserved," Valerian admitted. He explained the agreement: integration into the Imperium as a semi-autonomous province, preservation of cultural institutions, and his continued reign as monarch under imperial oversight. "You keep the throne?" Aldrich asked, a bit skeptical of the agreement. "We keep our lives and our culture," Valerian corrected. "The throne is secondary to those considerations." Emperor Daimon was surprisingly reasonable. "He has no interest in destroying what we've built, only in ensuring we pose no further threat to his people." "At least nothing happened to you," replied Seraphine. She didn't care what happened to the kingdom, as long as her father was okay. "We'll leave you alone now, father," she said, hugging him one more time before leaving his chambers. A few minutes after they left, he fell asleep. And for the first time in years, he had a good dream where he was playing with his grandchildren as they ran around the palace garden. Elsewhere, Once Seraphim drifted off to sleep, Prince Consort Aldrich snuck out of their room and contacted his father, Duke Harmond. "Father, I'm sure you have probably heard, but the king has surrendered to the Imperium," informed Aldrich. "I know, son, I am already gathering up a bunch of nobles to fight against him." "Did he say anything else?" Duke Harmond asked. Aldrich nodded and proceeded to tell him about the agreement that was proposed to the king by the Emperor. Duke Harmond couldn't believe what he was hearing. They were effectively just giving up and then becoming a subject of the Imperium without even fighting. He was enraged at this moment and planned to take things into his own hands. "I will be there tomorrow, just don't tell the king." "I won't, father," said Aldrich as he ended the call. From the sound of his father's voice, he knew that something big was about to happen tomorrow. He went back to their room and climbed into bed, which woke up Princess Seraphim. "Where were you?" she asked. "Oh, I just took a little walk through the halls." "Let's just go back to sleep, dear," he said, brushing her hair as she slowly fell back asleep. He was wondering how long he was going to have to keep this charade up for, but it looks like that time is coming. In the morning, Valerian had got up early to write the formal declaration of their surrender and announce it to the public. But as he was writing it, one of the royal guards outside knocked on the door. "My lord, Duke Harmond has arrived with an entourage of nobles to speak with you," reported the royal guard. Valerian sighed. "Let them in," he ordered. He knew this confrontation was inevitable, as once Duke Harmond and his network of spies heard rumors about the surrender, he would not be happy with it. Duke Harmond entered first, his face barely containing his anger. Behind him came a procession of lords and military officers, about 20 in total. All wore their formal house colors and carried themselves like they were righteous. "Your Majesty," Harmond began, "we've come to discuss this unfortunate rumor regarding a surrender to the Imperium." "It's not a rumor," Valerian replied as he remained seated. "I met with Emperor Daimon and negotiated terms that will preserve our people and culture." "Preserve?" Lord Kethrin spat. "You mean subjugate? We are the Kingdom Realith, not some conquered territory to be absorbed." "No. We are a kingdom that foolishly entered a war we cannot win because of you, the nobles," Valerian countered. "The theocratic dominion had twice our military strength. They're gone. Erased. Would you prefer that fate for our people?" "I would prefer we die with honor rather than live as slaves," Duke Harmond declared, and several nobles murmured agreement. Valerian stood up slowly, his patience thinning. "Honor? You speak of honor while hiding behind palace walls?" I looked Emperor Daimon in the eyes. I saw what he's capable of. "This isn't about honor or pride, it's about survival." "Then perhaps," Harmond began, "the kingdom requires new leadership. Leadership with the courage to fight." The threat hung in the air. "You're plotting treason," Valerian stated. "In my own palace." "We're saving the kingdom from a coward," Lord Kethrin replied, his hand moving toward his concealed weapon. The royal guards outside responded immediately, bursting through the doors with weapons drawn. But they found themselves facing armed retainers that the nobles had smuggled into the palace. Blaster fire erupted in the confined space of the royal chambers. Valerian dove behind his desk as shots tore through where he'd been standing moments before. He drew his own sidearm from a hidden compartment, preparing to fight back. "Seize him alive!" Harmond ordered. "We need him to formally abdicate before we can claim legitimacy." But the royal guards were better trained than the nobles' retainers. Within seconds, 3 of the attackers lay dead, and the advantage was lost. Valerian fired twice, dropping Lord Kethrin with precise shots to the chest. Alarms blared throughout the palace as more guards were responding, their footsteps echoing through the corridors as they got closer. Harmond realized that they had lost the advantage, so he moved on to Plan B. "Retreat!" he shouted, and the surviving conspirators fled toward the palace's eastern wing where they'd prepared escape vessels. Valerian emerged from behind his desk, surveying the scene. 4 royal guards lay dead or dying, alongside 6 of the noble conspirators. He knelt beside one of his guards, checking for a pulse. "Your Majesty, are you hurt?" Captain Morvan rushed in, leading a dozen additional guards. "I'm fine," Valerian replied, though his hands shook slightly. "Duke Harmond and his CO conspirators are fleeing toward the eastern wing. Lock down the palace and apprehend everyone involved. I want them alive if possible. Also find my daughter." "Yes, Your Majesty." Captain Morvan dispatched half his force in pursuit while the rest secured the area. Another group went to make sure the princess was safe. But after 2 hours, Duke Harmond and his group had escaped, while the princess was missing. What Valerian didn't know was that Prince Consort Aldrich was in on his father's plans and had taken Princess Seraphine as a hostage and escaped with his father. King Valerian eventually figured this out, but it was already too late. In response, he publicly denounced Duke Harmond and summoned every nobles and military officer that were loyal to him. Duke Harmond did the same, and just like that, the kingdom had split into 2 factions. Daimon wasn't going to intervene, as whatever would happen to the kingdom was not a concern for him. They were out of the war and that was all that mattered. Now he could move on to taking out the coalition of free stars. Chapter 126, Start of the Counterattack. Exiting hyperspace, progenitor Orin Volkar and the 88th Fleet appeared within the Heron system, which was also located within the Heron sector. Orin was charged with securing the sector as one of the first parts of the Feldari Imperium's counterattack against the Republic. They had managed to hold on, defending against the Republic for 2 years while only managing to lose a few million soldiers and a dozen non-strategic worlds. After reconquering the territory they lost over the past 6 months, it was now time for the Imperium to start slowly invading Republic space. By now, tens of billions of Republic soldiers have been either killed or injured during the war, causing the public perception of the war to decrease. But it wasn't decreasing fast enough, so now the Imperium would start invading Republic space and take a few key worlds to force a surrender. Standing on the bridge of his flagship, Orin looked out the viewport at the planet while his fleet positioned itself to attack. "Sir, the intel was correct. They only have a small planetary defense fleet above the planet," reported the tactical officer. "Good. Begin the assault. Target their orbital platforms first, then move to engage their defense fleet. I want this system secured within the hour," Orin commanded. The 88th Fleet moved forward, weapons charged as they closed the distance. The Republic defenders, numbering only 15,000 ships, attempted to form a defensive line around the planet, but their coordination was poor. "They're sending a distress signal," communications reported. "Encrypted Republic military channels." "Jam it," Orin ordered. "I don't want reinforcements arriving before we've secured the system." Imperial jammers activated, flooding the local subspace with interference that would prevent any messages from leaving the system. The Republic fleet was now isolated, cut off from any hope of support. The first volleys were exchanged moments later. Imperial turbolaser fire tore through Republic formations quickly due to how badly they outnumbered them. The defenders fought back, but their weapons weren't doing much damage. After half an hour, the Republic fleet and orbital platforms were wiped out. Next, the fleet surrounded the planet and prepared for the invasion. Orin got up from his command chair and walked to the door. "Admiral Kresh, you have command of the fleet. Maintain orbital superiority and provide ground fire support as needed," he ordered. "I'm leading the ground assault personally." "Understood, sir," Admiral Kresh acknowledged. Orin made his way to the hangar bay where his personal battalion of architects waited. These warriors had served him since their creation and were veterans of countless campaigns. Spread out across the invasion force was also his personal legion, the architects, who were force-empowered engineers that wielded a variety of weapons. "Brothers and sisters," Orin addressed them, "today we take the first steps into Republic territory. Show them what it means to face the Imperium's wrath. No mercy for those who resist, but remember our protocols regarding civilians. We are conquerors, not butchers." For the Imperium. For the Emperor, the Ascendants responded in unison. The dropships launched minutes later, escorted by squadrons of fighters. Orin watched through the viewport as they descended through the atmosphere, the planet's surface growing closer each passing second. Intelligence reports indicated the Republic had approximately 5 million soldiers garrisoned across the planet, with the bulk concentrated around major population centers and military installations. The Republic commander on the surface, General Horace Trent, watched the approaching Imperial dropships from his command center located beneath the capital city's military district. His face was grim as sensor readings showed the overwhelming force descending upon them. "Sir, orbital platforms are destroyed, and our fleet is gone," his tactical officer reported. "We're on our own." "Then we make them pay for every meter of ground," Trent replied. "Activate all defensive batteries. Deploy armor divisions to intercept their landing zones. I want every available soldier on the front lines prepared to intercept." But even as he gave the orders, Trent knew they were doomed. The Imperium had brought overwhelming force, and without orbital support or reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before they were overrun. The first Imperial dropships touched down in a cleared zone 30 kilometers outside the capital. Orin was among the first to exit, his boots hitting the ground as blaster fire erupted from Republic positions hidden in the nearby forest. "Architects, establish a perimeter," he commanded. "Suppression teams, neutralize those positions." The Ascendants moved with practiced efficiency, their force-enhanced suits allowing them to pinpoint enemy locations through the dense foliage. Orin himself advanced toward the heaviest concentration of fire, his lightsaber igniting as he deflected incoming bolts. A Republic bunker ahead opened fire with heavy repeating blasters, the concentrated firepower tearing through several Imperial soldiers who had advanced too quickly. Orin extended his hand, and the bunker's walls began to crack. In the next moment, he crushed the structure entirely, burying the defenders under the rubble. "Push forward," he ordered. "Don't give them time to regroup." More dropships landed behind them, disgorging tanks, artillery, and thousands of Imperial soldiers. The invasion force spread out, establishing multiple beachheads across the planet's surface. Republic defenders fought desperately, but they were being overwhelmed by superior numbers and coordination. In the capital city, General Trent received reports of Imperial forces landing across 6 different locations. His defensive lines were already crumbling, and the enemy hadn't even reached the urban areas yet. "General, we're receiving reports that the enemy commander is personally leading the assault," his intelligence officer reported. "Witnesses describe him as unstoppable. He's tearing through our defensive positions like they're not even there." A progenitor, Trent realized, as only a progenitor or an ascendant could do such a thing. He'd read the classified reports about these beings, warriors created by Emperor Daimon himself, each one capable of destroying entire armies. "Pull back all forces to the capital. We'll make our stand here." But retreat proved easier ordered than executed. Imperial forces had already cut off several escape routes, and Republic units found themselves surrounded and forced to surrender or die fighting. The casualty reports climbed steadily as the day went on. By nightfall, Orin's forces had pushed to within 10 kilometers of the capital. The urban sprawl stretched before them, its defensive walls filled with weapon emplacements and soldiers. Searchlights swept across the darkened landscape, seeking targets. "Sir, reconnaissance indicates the Republic has concentrated their remaining forces within the city," Commander Vex reported, one of Orin's senior architects. "Approximately 2 million soldiers, plus civilian militia. They've fortified every major avenue and established kill zones at key intersections." "Urban warfare then," Orin said, studying the tactical displays. "They hope the dense environment will negate our numerical advantage." "A good strategy." He activated his command channel, broadcasting to all Imperial forces. "All units, prepare for urban assault. Artillery batteries, I want sustained bombardment on their outer defensive positions for the next hour. Soften them up before we move in. Air support, maintain superiority, and eliminate any anti-air capabilities they have remaining. The night sky erupted with fire as Imperial artillery opened up. Shells rained down on the capital's outer walls, pulverizing fortifications and creating breaches for the ground assault. Republic return fire was sporadic and uncoordinated, their artillery positions being systematically destroyed by counter-battery fire. Inside the command center, General Trent felt the building shake with each nearby impact. Dust fell from the ceiling, and several holographic displays flickered. "General, they're not letting up," his aide reported. "Our outer defensive ring won't hold much longer." "It doesn't need to hold," Trent replied grimly. "It just needs to slow them down long enough for what?" He stopped himself. There were no reinforcements coming. The Imperium had cut off all communications. They were alone. "Sir," his aide prompted. Trent had to make desperate decision. Evacuate all non-essential personnel and civilians through the underground transit system. Route them to the northern districts and get them as far from the fighting as possible. "But sir, that will leave us with even fewer defenders." "The civilians aren't soldiers, Lieutenant. I won't have their blood on my hands when we could save them." "Execute the order." As the evacuation began, Oren's forces breached the outer walls. The architects led the way, moving through the streets like wraiths, eliminating defensive positions before the defenders could properly react. Behind them, regular Imperial forces advanced in coordinated waves. Tanks rumbled through the wider avenues while infantry cleared buildings. The Republic defenders fought hard, using their knowledge of the terrain to set up ambushes and delay the advance, but from the beginning they were fighting a losing battle. Oren himself moved through the city's central district, his lightsaber cutting through barricades and defenders alike. He felt no joy in the slaughter, only the cold determination of duty. These Republic soldiers had chosen to stand against the Imperium, and now they would face the consequences of that decision. A squadron of Republic fighters screamed overhead, attempting a strafing run on Imperial positions. Before they could fire, Oren reached out with the Force and stopped the mid-flight. The fighters crumbled like paper, their pilots dying instantly as the cockpits collapsed around them. The wreckage crashed into an abandoned commercial district, causing smoke and fire to rise from the crash sites. "My lord, we've located the Republic Command Center," Commander Vex transmitted. "Coordinates being sent now. It's heavily fortified, underground beneath the military complex." "Prepare a strike team," Oren ordered. "Let's end this battle." 30 minutes later, Oren stood before the entrance to the underground complex with 50 of his best architects. The entrance was protected by multiple layers of blast doors and automated defenses, but such were nothing to him. He placed his hand against the outer blast door, feeling the molecular structure through the Force. Then he began to tear it apart atom by atom. The durasteel groaned and buckled, metal liquefying as he unmade its very essence. Within seconds, a gaping hole existed where solid armor had been moments before. "Forward," Oren commanded, stepping through into the complex's outer security corridor. Automated turrets turned toward the intrusion, their targeting systems locking on. Before they could fire, the architects moved. Precise blaster shots destroyed each turret's vulnerable points, resulting in them being quickly destroyed. They descended deeper into the complex, encountering increasingly desperate resistance. Republic soldiers fought from prepared positions, using the narrow corridors to their advantage. But the architects' armor was too strong, and since they were in a corridor, the Republic soldiers couldn't use heavy weapons to attack them. Each defensive position fell within minutes after engaging the Imperials. General Trent heard the sounds of battle drawing closer. His remaining staff looked at him for orders, but what orders could he give? They were trapped, their defenses crumbling, facing an enemy that seemed unstoppable. "Sir, they've breached level 3, security reported. Estimate 5 minutes until they reach command." Trent took a breath, then made his decision. He activated the emergency broadcast system, transmitting on all Imperial frequencies. Imperial Forces, this is General Horace Trent, Republic Commander of the Heron Garrison. I am prepared to discuss terms of surrender to prevent further bloodshed. Oren paused mid-stride, holding up a fist to halt his forces. He activated his COMM systems. General Trent, this is Progenitor Oren Volkar. I'm listening. My forces are defeated, Trent's voice came through. Continuing this fight serves no purpose except to waste lives on both sides. I'm prepared to order all Republic forces under my command to lay down their arms immediately if you guarantee the safety of my soldiers and the civilian population. Your soldiers will be taken as prisoners of war and treated according to Imperial military protocols, Oren replied. Civilians will not be harmed provided they offer no resistance. You have my word as a progenitor. I accept your terms. Stand by immediately, replied General Trent. Moments later, the blast doors to the command center opened. General Trent stood in the doorway, his sidearm holstered and his hands visible. Behind him, his staff had already begun shutting down their systems. I am surrendering myself and my command, Trent stated formally. I request that you honor your agreement regarding my soldiers and the civilians. Oren deactivated his lightsaber, studying the Republic general. The man stood with dignity despite his defeat, showing no signs of cowardice or desperation. Your request is granted, General. Order your forces to stand down. Trent nodded and activated the garrison-wide COMM all Republic forces. This is General Trent. Cease fire immediately and surrender to Imperial forces. Lay down your weapons and comply with all Imperial directives. This is a direct order. Across the capital city, the sounds of battle gradually diminished as Republic soldiers received the transmission. Some complied immediately, stepping out from their positions with raised hands. Others hesitated, unwilling to surrender until they saw their comrades doing the same. A few diehards refused entirely and had to be eliminated, but within the hour, organized resistance had ended. For the next few days, the Republic soldiers were arrested and placed on transport to be sent to Imperial military prisons which housed millions of Republic soldiers and thousands of officers who had given up or been captured in the previous battles. But Oren knew that this was just the start. They still needed to break the Republic's morale and turn the citizens against the government. Once that goal was near completion, then they would strike at the heart of the Republic.